And we are here. Welcome, guys, and thank you very much for joining us today as we dive into Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists, which I thought he was an atheist. I don't know if he's a deist. I don't know if he publicly said one way or the other, but we'll dive on in. First of all, we have our poll going on right now. Did Jordan Peterson get owned? That seems to be something that's going around right now, saying that Jordan Peterson got owned in this discussion. He wasn't able to hold it together. The question to you guys is, do you think that is true? And we'll examine hopefully the entire video, but we'll see what we can get through today. I say we because I am joined by Reasoned Answers by Thaddeus. Welcome.
Hello, hello. I'm very excited to see this video that everyone is talking about. I have not watched it. Not the kind of thing I would normally watch. I'm not all that interested in debates with atheists, especially from someone who's not a Christian, right? If it was David Wood versus 20 atheists, or Mike Winger versus 20 atheists, or Ravi Zacharias' corpse versus 20 atheists. Maybe that would be more interesting, but usually not something I pay attention to. I don't normally pay attention to Jordan Peterson. He seems like a perfectly intelligent, reasonable individual, but I don't get my spiritual guidance from him. He's not a Christian. He is friendly towards Christianity, but definitely, as far as I know, has not professed being a Christian, like you said, and certainly is no expert on Christian theology.
Absolutely. So I agree with you. Normally, I don't listen to him too often. I know that he's done some theological stuff. I know he's favorable towards Christianity. That's about the extent I know, based upon videos I've heard and stuff I've heard from Daily Wire and yada yada in that regard. Mostly know him because of his original just discussion with atheists, and then again whenever he said, "I don't buy your Allah." So I know him from that one primarily, but I think that is critical in this in a lot of ways because of some things that came out in this discussion. We'll break those down.
How about no? I don't buy your Ella.
So there you go. That one's the one that stuck in my mind the most as of recently. But that's the last time I actually seriously checked in on what content he was putting out. But
well, he did have that great proposal to end the Sunni Shia divide of getting pen pals. Which,
that was so stupid. That was so stupid. As you can tell,
get a pen pal that will solve all the world's problems.
As you can see, we are not like Jordan Peterson sycophants going to agree with whatever he says. We'll say it as it is as we're going through this. If he screwed up, we'll point it out. But I think definitely someone screwed up in this setup. I think it'll become pretty obvious as we're going through this. Now, I do have the prize wheel here for super chats that we will spin if we get any super chats in. Until then, though, let's go ahead and take a look at this video here and see what's going on, right? So it's from Jubilee, and this is how they chose to introduce the whole thing. Is this beginning? I think this is telling because this is what Jubilee itself finds to be the most valuable section in the entire discussion.
You're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
Don't be a smartass.
Either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing. Right? You're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him. Hello there.
So that's how they chose to introduce this. Now, that exchange does have a bit more, and we'll definitely hit that one as we're going through this here.
I mean, how
that is, do you have a how immature pathetic?
Well, I mean, by the atheist there, right? Like,
yes,
he doesn't want to have a discussion. He wants to label someone, right? Are you or aren't you? And he's like, this is stupid. I have thoughts and I have ideas and I want to debate those thoughts and ideas. I don't really care what you call me. And the atheist is like, oh, you're a Christian. Why won't you answer me?
Now, to my understanding, this format, so the format goes right along that, because the format is Jordan Peterson is in the middle. The 20 atheists are around him, and he's there with a timer. There's a certain set time for each topic they can pick. Jordan Peterson picks a topic, says, I believe XYZ, and then the atheists all run up to try to get to the seat first. The first one there sits down and then has a discussion. The other ones can at any time vote him out, say, hey, let's move on to someone else, and then it's another rush up there. So we'll take a look at some of those statements. So he would have made a statement. So if Jordan Peterson in this said, I'm a Christian, this is what I believe, okay, then that discussion would make a little bit more sense. But I don't think it is actually that way. But yet that's the hook that Jubilee's put in there to get you interested in this.
And I see that they apparently originally titled the video One Christian versus 20 Atheists, featuring Jordan Peterson.
Yes.
They changed it to Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists. So they didn't even know what Peterson's beliefs were when they invited him on, apparently.
And that leads me to some questions, basically how some of the atheists work with him. See if I can get an overview on
Yeah,
it.
well, I mean, if that's what they titled the video, I would assume that, these are relatively random individuals. I would assume they were told that they were going to be debating a Christian.
Yeah, would you debate Christian on these topics featuring Jordan Peterson? And if that's how they came into this, then I could see where, the guy was rude and just really confrontational. But I could see where they would have the perspective saying, what?
Yeah, I mean,
that's what I was told I was doing.
If they were told they're debating a Christian, and then the guy comes on and he doesn't want to say he's a Christian, then he kind of looks weak and pathetic, right? But if Peterson didn't say, I'm a Christian, then that's on Jubilees. That's not really on him.
Yeah. So again, I don't know what Jordan Peterson's position is necessarily. I don't think he is currently a Christian, but that would be a question he would have to directly answer himself. I am not able to make that answer for him. So with that being said, let me see here if I can figure out when I don't see it. Okay. Sometimes I have vidIQ that'll let me know when they changed the actual title, which is what I was curious if they changed it, when they changed it, how far into it they changed. Again, I don't think this was live stream. I think this was pre-recorded and uploaded. Well, it would have to have been if you had that introductory little snippet there. So they knew that before they went ahead and did this. So let's go through a little bit more of the video here. We have someone saying, once again, Peterson makes a fool of himself. Well, I don't know necessarily if he did or did not. We'll definitely take a look at what it is. Again, if he was told, hey, you're representing Christianity, this is 20 atheists versus a Christian, and you're taking the Christian perspective, okay, yeah, that was not right for him to do. If he's saying that I am actually a Christian, I'm just not going to tell you. Not quite right. But I don't think that's the case. So let's go ahead and jump on it back in.
I'm Dr. Jordan Peterson. I'm a clinical psychologist, a professor emeritus at the University of Toronto, an author, a podcaster, public speaker, and today I'm surrounded by 25 atheists.
25 atheists. I have 20 atheists on the title. Okay. Well, I guess 20 atheists sound better, I guess.
It's possible maybe like he was told to be 25 and not everyone showed up and it's like 22 or something. So they just rounded it down to 20. I don't know.
That works for me.
My first claim, atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting.
Okay, so that's the initial claim. And now they've got to get to the chair in order to have this discussion with him, to debate Dr. Peterson's claim.
Good afternoon, Dr. Peterson.
How are you doing?
So this claim here that atheists don't know what they're rejecting. My background is in studying to become a traditional Catholic priest, daily mass, daily rosary, going on long retreats, deep into the magisterium and biblical hermeneutics. Like, I was thoroughly in it. And it seems like I do know what I'm missing. Is there something that I missed over years?
Okay, first thing, when someone rushes up there and gives credentials like that, that is, has anyone ever done that to you?
I mean, not in real life, but this is a setup. So he's introducing himself. I mean, Peterson introduced himself. I think that's okay. Now, I mean, I do like hear from Muslims that, all the Catholic priests are converting to Islam, but then you're like, give me one example, and they can't come up with one. But some people do like to try to put credentials to make their claim sound valid. So it could go either way in this case. But if someone did that in real life, I'd be like, yeah, you're not interested in a discussion. Go away.
Yeah, I've had this actually happen with Muslims who've called in, who claim I'm an ex-Catholic priest. I was going to all these different Catholic schools. I have this sort of certification. I have this. Okay, can you name what's your favorite book of the Bible? He wasn't able to. In fact, I think he gave me something that was not even in the Bible at all.
I mean, come on.
And I'm sitting there.
Just say Genesis or something, right? I mean,
It wasn't a hard question. Yeah, you could just say,
if you know the name of one, just say that.
Yeah, but he wasn't able to. So whenever, I guess maybe it's just my knee-jerk reaction when anyone comes up there and says, this is what I got, all of these certifications. I'm like, do you really? Can you answer some basic questions on those? Now, he could be honest.
I'd have to see how other people, introduce themselves. Maybe there's some expectation of that. But if someone did that in real life with no predetermination, introduce yourself, tell us your credentials, I would think they're the most pompous jerk in the world.
Yes. Again, I don't go around giving all my credentials every time I start speaking. Someone asks me what I do, then I can answer that accordingly. And then if they ask questions, then I'll answer. But I don't go around throwing credentials out. And again, maybe he's just thinking, okay, Jordan Peterson just gave his credentials. I'll give my credentials. And it is actually sort of painting his perspective on it, because that was a claim. He's missing something. Okay. I am XYZ. I've done all this research. I've done all these studies. If he actually has, then what am I actually missing here? That's it's a decent question. It seems like some of these people we're going to see come up with just the idea of just getting a soundbite, getting a clip that they can then spread around, I defeated Jordan Peterson sort of thing. Someone come up with actual good conversations. We'll definitely see those. So let's see if this one which camp this one falls into.
Years of study, both this issue formally and living out religion so deeply?
Well, you obviously feel that you missed something when you were practicing for the priesthood. Your aim was off then. So there's always the possibility that it's still off now.
What was off about my aim in the first place?
I don't know. That might take a long time to figure out. But
then it seems kind of like this no true Scotsman type of fallacy in which you're the arbiter of people's aims and how they understand those aims to be. How is it that you can claim that people don't know something that you know about their life despite not having met them?
Well, it's obviously a generic claim, just like the atheist claim that there's no God is a generic claim. In your case, it would have to be specified more, and I'm not claiming to understand what was going on in your mind, but my experience with atheists is twofold, is that they have a very reductive notion of what constitutes God, let's say, in the Judeo.
Now, I can easily say that all atheists don't really understand what they're missing, because if they understood what they're missing, they would not be atheists.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
I can
think
say
that's certainly a claim I could make as a Christian, that no person who experiences the true God would then want to reject him. So anyone who rejects him obviously has never experienced him. I wouldn't like use that as like my opening statement in a discussion, because it's a personal feeling, and that seems to be what Jordan's saying, right? It's a personal experience. You can't know what you're missing. Well, that's not a very good basis for a conversation, I would say.
I agree. So maybe this wasn't the best topic to start off with. Christians reject God, but they don't understand what they are rejecting, according to what's down there. I think that's what it's supposed to say. So I would agree with that concept. Although, again, if you're looking at what am I missing, I guess that's where it really shifted, because it's not talking about what am I missing. He's asking personally for himself, what did I miss when I did all these studies, all this intense stuff?
True.
I don't know if, tell you truthfully, I don't know if Jordan Peterson's equipped to be able to answer that question unless he understands Christian theology really well. And I don't think he does.
And you have to know this guy pretty well, too. I mean, that's not something you could determine in a 10-minute conversation. You'd have to spend extensive time learning someone's story to be able to even guess at, why they made the decisions they made.
And it seems like a very broad claim. I mean, if Jordan Peterson were to limit it down to, I think, got a comment here, morality comes from religion, saying, hey, morality is what, you don't know what you're missing. If you didn't have it, you would not have morality. You wouldn't have equal human rights. The concept of a human life being of any value comes from Christian beliefs, unquestionably. Well, let's see if he can pull this back.
Christian tradition, and they've often been hurt by someone who was religious, or by the religious enterprise, or perhaps by God himself, so to speak, and that's left them with an animus.
But I think that you have a reductive view of what atheism is. You've defined religion so broadly to include any sort of having aim in life, any sort of cultural archetypes, or having a metaphorical substrate. And atheism to you is a very specific type of like three people in the world that are these Raskolnikov type of, they want to get away with a perfect murder. It seems like you have the reductive view of what an atheist is.
Well, let's start with your claim.
Because
Go ahead.
Every time I've had a discussion, well, I mean, maybe not every time, that's not fair, but the vast majority of time I have a discussion with an atheist, they have a very reductionist view of their own position. They don't want to defend anything. Maybe this guy probably is an exception. But generally, every time I talk to an atheist, they want to say, you have all the burden of defending everything. I don't have to do anything except sit here and laugh at you. So him to say, well, you have a very reductionist view of atheism, when that's like literally my experience with nearly every atheist I've ever talked to, is they don't want to defend anything. They claim they don't have any beliefs whatsoever, and it's your responsibility to prove everything.
Exactly. Now, again, I would be asking, because I think they need to get their definitions. I think it's a claim that your definition is wrong. His definition of atheism is, he's claiming that the definition that Jordan Peterson has of atheism is wrong. I think it would have been much better to start off. I guess my question to Jordan Peterson at the beginning is, what exactly do you think that, what are we missing? We don't understand what we're rejecting. Okay. What is that? What do you mean by that? If you go Jordan Peterson, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by reject? What do you mean by this concept? I think that would have been maybe a more productive way to take it. Now this young man seems to be a little confrontational. Fine. It's a confrontational environment. But we'll see if they can get down to anything.
How do you define the God that you're rejecting? Like, what is God to you? You studied in the church, you found that unsatisfactory. How would you characterize what you rejected?
I think the average Christian believer, when they say that they're Christian and they believe, they mean some sort of God that is all-powerful, all-perfect, is somehow involved in the matters of this world, and that we look to them through wisdom and with the Logos incarnate in Christ. And it also seems like you don't believe in religion in the way that the average Christian says that they believe in religion. And there are as many gods out there as there are believers, because everybody has mutually exclusive and different views of what God is. So it seems...
Okay. No. If you've really done your studying, you would know that Christianity has one concept of God that teaches. Now, does that mean that every Christian out there has the exact same concept of God? No. But if you're saying that they all have their own individual concept of God and they can't, they're not even close to each other, they're all independent. No, absolutely not. Most Muslims would say that they all have the same concept.
The irony here is our atheist friend said, referenced the no true Scotsman fallacy, but he's kind of like doing the reverse, right? Saying that everyone has a different belief, right? Like there can't be any true Scotsman because everyone has a different belief, which is very strange, right? Christianity has a set of beliefs that you must believe in order to be a Christian. And included in those is the things around the doctrine of God, what God is. Does that mean everyone has every Christian has an identical picture of God? No, right? Like different people watching this will have different pictures of you and different pictures of me. But does that mean there's as many of me as there are people watching this stream? Obviously not. So that's a pretty stupid but common atheist talking point, I must say.
Well, if everybody had mutually exclusive views of what God is, no one could speak to each other. The mere fact of communication presumes a commonality of assumption and definition. And it's certainly not the case that I regard any archetypal manifestation whatsoever as equally religious. So that's not a real claim. Let me give you an example. For example, there's a sub-narrative in the story of Moses where Moses is rewarded with a glimpse of God. Okay, and that's one of the ways that God is characterized in the Old Testament stories.
Yes.
Now, Moses is a faithful servant of God and a good man. At least that's the case within the confines of the story.
One possible interpretation.
It's the case with...
One possible interpretation. No. The only interpretation you can get from the Bible is that it is saying that Moses is a good person, generally speaking. Still corrupted, still sinful, but generally is a good person. This is not something that is even relevant to Christianity to debate. But yet this is something that I've seen atheists do, where they will pull up things that are irrelevant and say, well, that's debatable. That's debatable. What? What are you talking about? Now, if you say that in general, that the person, it's debatable that the person was a good person, sure, that you could do. But say that the message of the Bible is no.
I believe that Peterson's claim was, according to the narrative, according to the text, this, which isn't really something that's debatable when the things being claimed are explicitly said in the text. I mean, why is this guy even having a conversation if he thinks you can't draw any concrete meaning from any text? Why should we draw any concrete meaning from the words he's saying? If everything's an interpretation and everything's open to debate, including like basic facts about what the story says.
Yes, you got to be able to agree on some basics. And if something says, for example, pulling it to Islam, if the Quran says XYZ, and then I look at it and say the Quran says XYZ, and then a Muslim looks at me and says, well, that's up for interpretation. What? No, that's what it says. We read it right here. This section right here says XYZ.
in the confines of the story, obviously. What
Well, not
doesn't
obviously.
there's
When we look at the Bible can't precisely say anything because there are so many different exegetical and hermeneutic views of this particular book, and that everybody.
Just because some people have an interpretation of it and the concept that they want to put forth doesn't mean that it can't say anything. That would mean that it's absolutely useless. And at no point can you understand anything from it. In the same way, you could say that about any sort of history book that's out there. Well, multiple people have multiple interpretations of what this history could have actually meant and what could have actually happened during it. Therefore, this history book means nothing. This college course means nothing because we can interpret it any way we want.
Yeah, I mean, this guy started by saying all his qualifications, right? I spent X years studying theology, and I was trained to be. I don't know what that statement means, Eric. I that is open to interpretation. Different people will read that statement in different ways, and no doubt people will read it in different ways because they'll have different subtext understandings, right? They'll read different emotions into it. They'll read different backgrounds and draw from their own personal experience and reach slightly different conclusions. But the basic fact is the basic fact, and that's what this guy is disputing. He's saying, oh, the basic fact of what the story says is open for interpretation because Christianity, the different Christians say different things about different texts. Therefore, you can't say anything about the Bible ever. The Bible is so stupid and moronic. It's unlike any other text in the world where when you come to any other text and different people have slightly different understandings of what a sentence means, that means the sentence has no meaning whatsoever. But that only applies in the Bible. It doesn't apply anywhere else because the Bible is the stupidest text ever made. I think that's what he's trying to say.
I really don't want him to say that because that makes him sound like an idiot. But I can't get any other. Well, I mean, all of what he's saying is open to interpretation, right? Therefore, all of what he says doesn't matter. In the same way as he's claiming the Bible is this way. So,
yeah, I mean, all Peterson said is according to the narrative, not according to history, right? Not according to your morality, not according to an objective standard, nothing. All he said is according to the text, Moses is the hero of the story. That's basically what he said, which is obviously true. Why in the world would this atheist choose to debate that of all things? Because he literally wants to argue that the biblical text is utterly meaningless. That it's the same thing as using a random word generator to put random words on a page. That's his level of understanding of the text. And this is to dispute that Peterson's statement, which we both agree was kind of dumb, but Peterson's statement that you don't understand what you're rejecting. His argument for why he's allowed to reject it is it doesn't mean anything. So he clearly doesn't understand it if it doesn't mean anything. Like, it's not a debatable thing that Moses is the hero of the Exodus story. I mean, come on now.
no, now he could debate. The problem is Jordan Peterson's trying to get to a point. And this gentleman here who's sitting with him isn't letting him get to the point. He's trying to throw anything he can into question in order to be able to debunk whatever Jordan Peterson's actually trying to get to. And I don't even know where he's going with this necessarily. Now, we do have a comment saying that Thaddeus and Eric are terrible. They keep straw manning the kid. No, we're looking at what the kid actually said.
Yeah,
I mean,
we said that Peterson made some stupid comments too. I mean, if we're not here to analyze the level of the argument, then what is the point here? The kid, as you called him, not me. That's kind of disrespectful, by the way, to call someone a kid when they've come here and they have extensive life experience apparently, and they're pouring their heart out. You could, oh, he's a kid. Right? But forget that. Forget you being disrespectful to the atheist guy here. What you say, or what he says, I mean, is that you can't know anything about the Bible. Like, he literally said almost those exact words. You can't know anything about it because there's so many different interpretive lenses, so many different hermeneutical devices, and so forth. But I'm sorry, you could do that with literally any text. he thinks, I assume, you're right, I am assuming that he thinks this specially of the Bible, or he wouldn't be here having the discussion in the first place, because if he actually believed that no sentence, no words have any meaning objectively ever, then there'd be no point in doing a debate.
Yes. So, okay. Well, he said goodbye because I think he got sick of us somehow straw manning him. But again, I called him a gentleman, the individual who sat down. You called him a child. I'm trying to take his comments seriously. The issue is when I take them seriously and apply them to other examples, it shows that he doesn't actually believe that truly. You might in mind think that you believe something that's contradictory, which plenty of people do. But let's see what else he's got.
Everybody has agreed everybody has disagreed historically on, it seems like, even the most benign detail about a book this big. And it seems like you can only say that the Bible says something if you first presuppose that it's univocal.
So your claim essentially is that Moses in the Old Testament plays the role of a villain or is irrelevant? Because the alternative claim is that
we
he's
can't
good.
know. Because we can't talk to the authors.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So
You'd have to read?
Yeah, he says, we don't know. We have no idea if the biblical text thinks Moses is the hero, the villain, or irrelevant. Those are really the only possibilities. I think that Peterson is dead right here, that this guy is being ridiculous. He won't even concede that Moses is the hero of the story.
And again, that's not even the topic. The topic is they don't understand what atheists reject God, and they don't understand what they're rejecting. This here is, again, not on topic. It's off topic, but Jordan Peterson can't even get to his point because this kid is questioning every little thing without being consistent and questioning, of course, his own stances. Because it's his mindset that we would have to go and ask the authors what they meant. Or the author, which would be, hey, depending on which one you're talking about, it would be Moses, by the way. So ask Moses if he thought that he was the hero of the story. Or maybe you're talking to Joshua. Maybe it's what Joshua wrote. I don't know. But either way, it should be pretty obvious. Why? Because the author wrote the words in the book. The author wrote about him. And if it says that he's a good guy, then you could safely say that the author thinks that Moses is a good guy. And again, Jordan Peterson isn't saying that this is absolutely true or that this is historically right. He's just saying, according to the narrative, this is what it says.
I wonder if you ask this guy, who is the hero of Huckleberry Finn? If you'd say, we have no idea. No one can tell. Everyone has different interpretations.
Nope. Lord of the Rings, Sauron. Who knows? He could actually be the hero the entire time. We can't talk to the author, so we don't know. We don't know what J.R. Tolkien was actually thinking.
Are going to start with the presupposition that there's nothing I can say about any of these stories that you're not going to disagree with from the perspective that there are multiple potential competing claims, then I can't speak with you. So
we also have a short time here, so I want to get to the core of what you're arguing here, and I'd love if we could.
The core of what I'm arguing is.
So that would be one flag now up for someone voting him off. Because to tell you truthfully, it seems pretty obvious that this gentleman here, as the individual said that we're straw manning, this kid here isn't here for a discussion. He's just here to question every little thing and not actually get to the topic because he can't even get to the points.
That atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. So I'm trying to give you an example of what's being rejected and its complexity. Okay, so God rewards Moses with a glimpse of the divine. So this is a definition of the God that atheists are hypothetically rejecting.
A possible one.
I said, I didn't.
No, not possible. In order to be an atheist, you have to reject this one. Yes, it might be one of many that you reject, but it's not possible that you're just it's not possible that you're rejecting it or not. If you weren't rejecting it, you wouldn't be an atheist. So you have to reject it in order to be an atheist. But yet, again, he's trying to just throw smoke.
I didn't say the. I
know.
said a.
That is possible, yes.
Okay. So despite the fact that Moses is a stellar character and he's had a long and difficult life and can withstand a lot of difficulty and travail, God puts him between two cliffs so he can just see a crack of what's in front of him. And when God walks by, he allows him to see his back. Okay, so the implication of that story is that the divine is fundamentally unknowable. It's a pinnacle experience, and that people in their finitude have to be shielded from a comprehensive vision of the basis of reality. Well, that's not the God that's defined in that manner, right? It's not a simple personification. It's not a simple old man in the sky. It's something that in its essence is unknowable and overwhelming. And that isn't, in my experience, the God that's defined by atheists who are attempting to undermine the story. I mean, it's the same claim, for example, that you're a finite creature and that you face something that in the final analysis is unknowable.
Okay. So that's basically, we'll pause here for a second. I don't necessarily agree that that's the intent. I would say that God himself is so perfect that we cannot, as imperfect beings, be able to see him and live in his perfect nature as God. We were able to see Jesus as the incarnate Son because he took on a human nature in order to enter into creation. But as far as the divine essence itself, no, we cannot and stay alive according to this. Can't perfectly see it. Do you want to say anything on that end, or?
No. I do note that the atheists are quickly turning on their fellow atheists. The flag is filling up. Even they're annoyed by this guy's ridiculous, you can't know anything about anything, but I want to get to the main point. Like, that's literally what he said, is you can't know anything about the Bible, but let's get to the main point. So why did you bring up that you can't know anything about it then, if if you wanted to get to some other point?
Again,
I think that was his main point. Honestly, I think that was his main point, is that everyone has a different interpretation. This is just a different version of one of the most common atheist arguments, that there's a million different gods in the world. How can you believe one of them is the truth? Yet truth is exclusive by nature. There's a million different understandings of the Bible that are ever so slightly, minutely different. Therefore, none of them can be true. And yet that's not how truth works. There is truth. Either Christianity is true, either the Bible is true, or it's false. How about we actually debate that rather than you saying, no one can know anything because everyone has a different understanding?
His whole statement of no one can know it because everyone has different understanding. You might be able to find some wacko in the middle of nowhere that would read the Bible and say, oh, you see, Moses definitely seems to be a bad guy all in all, and definitely seems to be the villain of the story. I think that's a real stretch, because anyone that actually reads it realizes, no, he's actually kind of supposed to be this good person. Yes, he screwed up. He made mistakes. He stumbled. But in the end, overall, he's definitely supposed to be the good character. In fact, I can't think of any Christian or Jew, for that matter, that would believe that the Torah is true, that would say that Moses is a bad guy. In fact, you wouldn't even find true Muslims, who would then say that as well. So they would say that Moses is a good guy. All Christians would say that Moses is a good guy, according to the narrative. And even Jews would say that Moses is a good guy. All of them would. So I don't see where he's getting this, well, that's open to interpretation thing. Again, unless he's just trying to obscure what they're actually trying to get to.
and that you have to establish a relationship with it regardless of your inability to perceive or even withstand perceiving the whole. Okay, is there a problem with that?
I mean, the problem is that when we look at, famously, when you've been asked, do you believe in God? The question becomes, what do we mean by God? And in the Bible, it's not even clear the biblical authors know what God is, because Yahweh has historically emerged from an early storm god, a deity that doesn't exhaust the category of deity, and that has changed over the Old Testament. Does God have physicality? Does God not have physicality? It seems like, yes, if you define religion to mean anybody that has an aim, anybody.
Okay, because he just spouted out a bunch of talking points here that he's just going to breeze over, just shotgun him. Yahweh being the storm god, and I know I definitely saw someone in the chat try to make that argument. I think it was coming up. No, there's no actual historical evidence that that's true. There's a bunch of atheists who have made that claim, who have passed it around left and right, but there's no actual origin of this storm god concept. It's not actually there once you look into it. And no, God doesn't change his character throughout the Bible. It is all one consistent character. Now, do you have humans recorded in the Bible speculating about God? Sure. Humans can do whatever they want. That doesn't mean that that is 100% the character of God. If someone's saying, well, is this the will? If it's recorded in the Bible saying that someone thought that this may or may not be the will of God, does that mean that God is fickle, going back and forth? No, it doesn't mean that. God's character is consistent throughout the Bible.
That looks at the unknown, anybody who wants to go from chaos to order is inherently religious, then yes. But also in the same way, I could define atheist as somebody who doesn't dogmatically believe in a religion, or somebody who doesn't regularly attend religious services or belong to a denomination. To help especially the audience kind of like boil this down, there was a lot of words there. That the central claim is that we exist somewhere between the finite and the infinite.
A central claim.
A central claim is that we exist somewhere between the finite and the infinite.
No.
That's funny because he's using the guy's nonsense against him, right?
Yes.
Every time he makes a claim, he says, a claim, a whatever, because this guy says there are a million different claims, a million different interpretations. Yeah, he's only making one, right? And he expects people to understand what he's saying. Strange.
Well, I said that we were finite and we had to establish a relationship with the infinite.
Yeah.
Now that I agree with, that we are finite, that we get to establish a relationship, but it's not our doing that relationship is reestablished. That's the message of the cross. The relationship is reestablished because God himself got rid of what kept us from having that relationship, because we were incapable of removing that ourselves. He removes sin from the equation as long as we are the ones who want to have that relationship and we accept what the cross actually means.
Then in that case, then we're all religious, but then I can do the same thing and define one particular element of atheism. It seems like we both have a reductive view of what the other side looks like, to the point where a conversation seems incoherent, and not just incoherent, but not in the way that the average Christian understands Christianity to be.
Do you have a problem?
Let's pause there. Sorry, you've been voted.
He just got voted out.
Bye-bye.
So actually, I would like to take a quick snippet, just re-listen to what his last little statement there was about, because he got voted out, so they can't talk about it now. Let's find out.
Side looks like, to the point where a conversation seems incoherent, and not just incoherent, but not in the way that the average Christian understands Christianity to be.
Do you have a problem?
Let's pause there.
So his statement is, hey, we can't understand anything because everyone can have their own interpretations, or that everyone has their own interpretation, therefore we can't understand anything. I think has been the sum total of his arguments there. And he's saying that Jordan Peterson doesn't understand what an atheist actually is. If memory serves, I don't know if he's a theist now, a theist now, or still an atheist. I know that at one point, at least I thought so, that he was an atheist.
Yeah, I don't know.
So he would know that.
He's not super into labels. I don't know if he ever labeled himself as such, but he definitely has spoken about how he's come to appreciate the spiritual aspect of things, whereas he didn't previously.
Again,
So-
atheism is pretty easy to define. If you say that you reject all gods, that should be a pretty universal statement for atheists, because it kind of meets the definition.
Yeah, but I mean, the irony here, like, okay, so the atheist guy sort of has a point, right? He sort of has a point that you need to be able to have a real conversation, really find out where someone stands, as opposed to just reducing them to a label. But at the same time, that's exactly what he's doing. So he doesn't see the irony of his own position here, where he's like, he's trying to say, like, you need to, everyone has different views. So to really debate someone, you need to understand their views. And you're just lumping all atheists together. But then at the same time, he's saying we can't know anyone's opinion about anything because words have no meaning, because everyone has different ideas about what words mean. I mean, it's literally incoherent, as he's saying that what you're saying is incoherent, where Peterson, whether it's right or wrong, is certainly coherent because he says concrete, objective things that you can evaluate, like Moses is the hero of the Exodus story, or religion is about having a relationship between the finite and the infinite, right? We can debate whether that's true or not, but it's certainly coherent in that we understand what he's saying. Whereas this guy, I'm struggling to figure out what he's saying, other than that he is against everything always, I guess.
Yeah, I think that is the sum total of it. A very flawed logic. I wish he would work a little bit with it, just to be able to accept some commonly accepted facts, then we can move on, because he didn't need to argue if, again, Moses was a good character in the biblical story, because that's widely accepted. He could have just moved on, and they could have actually got to the point before he was voted out. Mm-hmm. But it just seemed like he wanted to nitpick every little thing and try to put everything into question.
And like honestly, that's my experience with conversations with atheists for the most part, not in real life, right? Not real people, but the kind of people who come on, internet chats, or, the kind of people who volunteer to go on a show like this. The default understanding of an atheist is someone who's going to dispute everything all the time. The simplest, stupidest things that anyone would take for granted in any other context, they'll dispute, because it's really a game to make you do all the work and then just sit back and laugh at your struggles.
Yeah, at least that's what they intend. Now, you can easily drive that around with questions, but yeah. Now, we've got a question saying, why are there red flags in the background on the set? That is, if the other atheists vote out this atheist and say, hey, we want a new person to talk. Let's see who the next gentleman or lady is.
Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you,
David.
David, good to see you.
Tell me everything that you know about the Polynesian deity Lono, L-O-N-O.
Now, he didn't introduce himself like the first person did.
No,
just saying.
So maybe they weren't.
If you're saying there's expectation. Yeah. So let's see.
I don't know anything about the Polynesian deity Lono.
So you're rejecting something without knowledge of what you're rejecting.
I'm not rejecting it. No more than I'm rejecting anything that I don't know anything about.
Do you believe in Lono? Do you believe that he is a deity that exists in the world, exists in the universe, that exists in the...
Is this gentleman going to try to make the argument that you can't reject anything if you haven't known it perfectly?
Well, truth is exclusive. So and now this doesn't apply to Peterson, but if you have determined that Christianity is the truth, that by nature means all other religions are false. You don't have to intimately know those to determine they're false. Likewise, if an atheist has positive evidence for there being no God, then they don't need to know anything about any religion. But if they want to take the position that we just have a lack of belief. We just reject Christianity because there's insufficient evidence. We reject Lono because there's insufficient evidence, which means I haven't put any effort into investigating anything ever. Then they have a big problem because they have to literally do that for every religion, right? Hypothetically, the atheist proves Christianity false. That doesn't establish atheism as true. They actually need positive evidence for atheism, which is something that never seems to materialize. And this guy's basically arguing from the assumption that it's impossible to disprove everything. Yet that's the point. That's kind of indirectly, he's kind of understood Peterson's point when he said that atheists reject something they don't really understand, because you'd actually have to have positive evidence for your position, not just some evidence that Christianity is wrong. Therefore, all religion is false. Also, can someone send this guy some more oil? I think that his hair is really, really dry. He could use some more oil.
Well, personal grooming aside, yeah, to say that you have to completely understand something in order to be able to reject it doesn't mean that. I don't have to know 10,000 ways, as going to Edison. He found 1,000 ways not to make a light bulb. He only needed one way to make that light bulb. He didn't need to continue to test other options because he's already found it. If you found the absolute truth in the Bible, there's no need to keep looking. Definitely, if you find that this is true, then okay, it says that the other ways are wrong, and it's true. So therefore, I don't have to keep looking at every little god under the ocean, every god that they make up. Now, am I personally familiar with this deity that he's referring to? No. Do I have to be? No.
So the chat bot, Ryan Jones, who doesn't exist, has proved my point. That he doesn't understand what he's rejecting. So he says, mate, let me make it simple for you. Atheists do not believe in God in the same way you don't believe in Allah. Now, he obviously doesn't know me. I actually have extensive knowledge of Islam, but that's beside the point. Let's pretend I had no knowledge of Islam for the sake of argument. Like, I have no knowledge of Lono. That's not the reason why I reject other religions. It's not the same as you, right? It's not, I just assume that there's no evidence. I haven't investigated anything. I reject Islam and Lono and anything else because I have positive reason to believe in Christianity. And then his response is, why would atheists need a positive reason to believe in atheism? So he literally doesn't understand. I think he's proven my point about what I said in atheists in general, and two, he's proven he's a chatbot because he doesn't seem to be able to understand basic English arguments.
And no, you don't reject. You don't reject the Bible for exactly why I would reject Allah. No. I reject Allah, again, because I've actually looked into the sources. I've actually done the study into here, and I find out, at least in this case for Islam, that the Quran here verifies that the Bible is true. And then I go to the Bible, and it says that the Quran is false. That's one of many reasons, but that would be an example. Now, I can't go to the Bible, and the Bible definitely does not say that atheism is true.
Mm-hmm.
The Bible does not say that, so therefore, you can't be using that argument that Islam is false. And again, there's a lot of other reasons, but that would be one example that you can't actually be using. So now, if you have great evidence, like you said, because I guess you contradicted yourself, because now you definitely say that you have positive reason to think God is a fairy tale.
I mean, he literally said, why would atheists need a positive reason?
Well, you're kidding.
Or, sorry, evidence. He said evidence, not positive reason.
Hey,
Why
he's
would we
being
need
as
evidence?
consistent as the God in the Quran. Let's be honest here. He's being that consistent here. But if he says he's got reason, okay, show it. Give us this.
Well, I just want him to
positive reason.
establish a standard of proof by which we can judge both claims, because that's what the game always boils down to, is that there is no standard. Thus, the atheist can just constantly shift the standard to whatever they want. So his evidence is common sense, apparently.
Common sense. Well,
because donkeys don't talk.
This statement. Sorry, this statement here.
So there is there is no God, right? This is what he's giving evidence for. There is no God. He has positive evidence to believe there is no God, because in his opinion, God causing a donkey to talk would be ridiculous. And he thinks this counts as evidence. Are we sure? Are we sure this is a human being? Because I really don't think so. I think that a human being could make an intelligent point, whereas this just sounds like a chatbot trying to repeat garbage that it learned without the slightest understanding of what the words mean.
Well, even then, he shows that he actually has no grasp of even Islam in this statement, because he's saying Momo flew to the moon on a winged. No, he didn't. There's no hadith. That's not in the hadith.
That's not Islamic teaching. I just glossed over that part, but
sorry, this here by itself shows me that you have not actually done any research. And I then would strongly question if you've done any research into Christianity, because I'm sitting here, I don't believe that the night journey is true. I think that it's all garbage. I think it's all made up. I think that all the hadith are made up afterwards. But I'm going to stand here and say, no, you don't even understand the basics, because no, Mo did not fly on a winged horse to the moon and split the moon. No, those are two different. Well, the splitting of the moon is actually in the Quran, that he split the moon. The winged horse is in the hadith, and he flew into heaven. He flew to the seven heavens, which are physically above us. So no, you don't have a grasp of Islam, and I'd say you don't have a grasp on Christianity at all.
But I mean, his logic here, forget the specifics, right? He's trying to post something that I think sounds silly, but his logic basically boils down to, I know that the Bible is untrue. I know there is no God, because in the Bible, God claims to violate the laws of physics. But if he only followed the laws of physics, then you'd say that's proof there's no God, because there are no miracles. So, in fact, you haven't established any standard whatsoever. According to him, any text that describes something miraculous outside of the laws of physics must by very nature be false. So he's just defined the non-existence of God and then says it's obvious and laughs at us.
Does he actually think that the laws of physics are absolute? That they perfectly define everything? Because guess what? They're still coming up with different laws. They're still adding more to this. They're still discovering things. Now, would you say that the laws are absolute? Yes, until we find an exception, which they have found other exceptions to what they considered laws in the past. That being said, let's go ahead and hit the video.
Whether the laws are known or not, this is not an expectation under atheists. The existence of scientific laws is not an expectation under atheism. If everything's random, there is no meaning, everything's blind chance, then what you should expect is random chaos with no laws.
Yes.
In other words, you shouldn't expect matter. You should just expect random molecules floating around, because there are no laws to form planets, for example. So
Absolutely.
Your position is actually incoherent. You say if God existed, or if there was a true religious text, it wouldn't describe anything outside the laws of physics. But also, the laws of physics must exist because I said so, or they just exist. I mean, how is that any different, ultimately? Saying something just exists for no reason whatsoever, how is that any different than what you accuse people who are religious of doing, of just believing something on faith without evidence? And now he's claiming he never claimed there was no God. See, it's all a game. It's all a game. I'm not going to waste any more time responding to Ryan.
So no, they're
Just
not
playing games.
Yeah, not absolute. Nope. You got to have something to go on.
But I mean, he said, "Who said there is no God? Stop lying on my part." See, so he actually is not making any claim whatsoever. He has no position. All he is here to do is to provoke us and laugh at his little game of torture the Christian or whatever he calls it in his mind. So I'm not going to bother engaging with him further. He's obviously not serious.
Yeah.
He said, said, I'm an atheist. He said the words, I'm an atheist, but he's upset that we said that he believes there's no God.
That would meet the definition of an atheist. If you want to change your if you want to change yourself, say I'm a deist or I'm a theist, you can do that. But note that that is a change, and that does change the definition. So, channel owner at your brother in Christ, mods, etc., etc., etc. Please don't block me because of my dark. Oh, yeah. Don't worry about it. No, you should not get blocked for that. Just don't spam. Don't do death threats.
Mm-hmm. Existence of everything. Do you believe that Lono?
I'll answer that question once you answer my question, which is, do I reject everything that I'm ignorant of? Because that's your presupposition that undergirds your argument, and unless you can prove that that's valid, then there's no point.
My question is quite simple.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's formulated accurately.
Do you believe that Lono exists? Yes or no?
I'm not going to answer that question for the reason.
I have no clue who Lono is. I don't know
he defined
what
it.
you're getting
he
to.
Said, you know, Polynesian God, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's incredibly stupid, right? So this atheist position is that if you don't have positive reason to reject the God Lono, but you have positive reason to believe that Christianity is true, then you have an inconsistent position, which is nonsense. Does he have positive reason to believe that the sun in some random solar system 50 million light years away is a red dwarf planet? No, he doesn't. Does that mean that he has to reject that red dwarf planets exist? Or because he believes that the sun exists? I mean, our sun exists? I mean, how stupid is this? Who would apply this kind of logic to anything other than deities? Because you don't have perfect knowledge of every proposed deity in human history, you can't make any conclusion about the truth of Christianity. And again, Peterson doesn't actually say Christianity is true, by the way. He just has some generic theism, as best I can tell, that God exists.
I would not say that I have perfect understanding of God in the Christian context. I don't have perfect understanding. That's part of the journey, but doesn't mean that I have to have perfect understanding in order to accept him either.
Reasons I just described. You already insisted that if I reject something, that if I'm ignorant of something, I reject it. Do you think that everyone in the world has to know everything simultaneously for that to be valid and true?
I think in order for your argument to be true, in order for it to be true that we atheists don't understand what we're rejecting, then you need to also apply that to yourself and to Christians and to Muslims and to any other person on this earth, where if you don't understand what you're rejecting the belief in, then you can't reject the belief in it. That's the implication of your claim.
I didn't say that I rejected the belief in Lona.
No, that doesn't mean that either. Now,
again,
by his standard,
by nature.
Yes. By his standard, though, then none of the other atheists there that don't know about Luna, don't know about Islam, don't know about all the details, then can't possibly reject any of the claims of God. They can't.
No, what he's actually suggesting, what he's intending to suggest is that it's okay to reject things you have no knowledge of. That's what he's actually suggesting. But Peterson's claim was that atheists reject things they have no knowledge of. And his response is, but you have no knowledge of things that you reject, so what's the problem? But Peterson won't actually say he rejects Lona. That's the irony here, right? Because the guy thought he had him trapped, and then he said, I don't have an opinion on him because I don't have any knowledge. So he didn't give the answer he wanted. So the guy's proceeding with his stupid argument while not actually getting the response that would justify him proceeding in this way.
And again, it counts on how Jordan is meaning this statement. Atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. As in, hey, there's something here, there's something true here that you guys are saying can't possibly be there. And you're rejecting it, but you don't understand what's actually here, what the valuable thing is actually here. You don't understand it. Again, I'd want these guys to ask Jordan to define what he thinks we're missing. What is it? What is it exactly that you're thinking that we're missing?
Yeah, that would be a good question. What do you think atheists miss? Something like that.
And then from that, you can then build off of a conversation. But so far, these people don't seem to be, or I guess maybe they encourage them just to ask this simple clarification. Because there's still that.
Yeah, I mean, who knows how much production and prodding of the people there is that's off camera to get them to behave in a certain way. Who knows? I certainly would allow that possibility. So I won't be too hard on the people asking these questions, but I will be hard on the question because the question is idiotic.
Yes.
I said I didn't know who Lono was. I didn't say anything about rejecting.
That's because I've asked you several times and you haven't, but let me get to my even greater point. You're saying atheists don't understand what religion is or what God is in order to be able to reject it fully or completely. We have someone over here who studied it in their own way. I've studied religion. I have a degree in religious studies, specialty in Christianity and Mediterranean traditions. And further than that, beyond me,
that was an appropriate and non-arrogant way to say his qualifications, right? It came up naturally in conversation. That was appropriate. The other guy was an arrogant prick.
So now, I think that's what his assumption is, that Jordan Peterson is saying, hey, you can't reject. And he doesn't say that. He doesn't say that you can't reject something that you don't know perfectly. Again,
all he's saying is that
end,
atheists don't understand God fully when they reject him, which I think is an accurate statement. Again, I think it's a silly thing to start the debate with because it's very unlikely to go anywhere positive. But I think it is a fair thing to say. And this guy's genius response seems to be people reject things they don't understand all the time. But that doesn't actually address the point in any way.
So we have a statement here from Ryan, pulling this one up. I probably share 99% of values that Christians have. I just don't believe in God. Well, the problem is the foundations are different.
Yep.
So, all those 99% of things that Christians believe in that you agree with come off of their understanding of God, understanding of what the Bible says, their relationship with God himself that came to those conclusions. So
I'm going to give I'm going to give Ryan a very simple challenge. Define value within atheism.
Okay.
Research studies suggest that atheists and agnostics actually know more about religion and about religious stories, the foundational principles, than believers.
That's because they're more religious than they think they are.
Okay.
They're concerned with deep matters, and one of the defining characteristics of someone who's oriented in a religious direction is that they're concerned with deep matters.
Okay.
In fact, it's virtually definitional.
Right, but they also have to identify with a religious tradition and accept the foundational stories that go along with that.
Well, that would mean more that they're sectarian than that they're religious. And most people, for example, in the United States, deny that they're religious, but accept that they're spiritual.
Let's pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
So conclusion, not a terrible conversation. I would have Yeah, I think he's trying to get some.
That,
I think he got it, but
I think that he was probably not as smart as the first guy, but he still did better than the first guy, if that makes sense. Like the other guy was so full of himself, he couldn't even understand how his argument was inherently self-contradictory. This guy at least had a point that he thought was worth bringing up, and he was poorly expressing it. Peterson was having a hard time figuring out what his point was. They voted him off right when he was like actually getting to some understanding is the funny part.
Yeah, I could see why they wouldn't want someone to be there the entire time, but yeah, the voting off process seems to be a bit rough, may need some work. But yeah,
by the
he's
way,
finally getting there.
The clock seemed to suggest that he was up there a lot longer, so apparently the conversations are edited down, and we're not seeing the whole conversation.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting we misrepresent people. I just thought it was worth pointing that out.
No, it is good to mention that, to say, hey, definitely. The problem is we're losing some context with it to be able to review, but it is what it is. Clarification question for you, Thaddeus, from Ryan.
You used it. How does it mean in your sentence where you said, I probably share 99% of values that Christians have? I want you to define what you mean by value and then provide a justification for it within your own belief system. And don't get all snotty and say, I don't have a belief system, because you obviously do.
Everyone has a belief system. It's just a question of if there's a God or not. That would be the difference. Because even if you say, I don't believe in a God, that's still belief system there, excluding God.
Hey, I thought sorry, this is not all that relevant, but I thought that Sukbur said that he was leaving. I thought he said that he didn't like us and we were being unfair and he was going away. Seems he couldn't resist coming back 10 minutes later.
I honestly don't even remember the guy's name, so I don't know.
I guess it could be similar.
Him. I had to scroll back, but yeah. No, I think that's him. So, oh, welcome back. Asking, is Trump a Christian? I don't know. Is he a perfect example of Christianity? No. That would be the answer. If he is a Christian, then he's still a fallen individual who makes mistakes, who screws up. Just like me, just like Thaddeus, we all need the redemption of Jesus Christ and the sanctification through that.
Mm-hmm. Funny how somehow everything becomes about Trump. Like, I have never expressed any opinion about Trump in this broadcast, and basically never on any broadcast, and yet somehow everyone wants to make it about Trump all the time. I'm really not interested in Trump. I really don't care. I would like to discuss Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists. Thank you.
Aha! Hi, nice to meet you.
How are you doing?
Good, how
What's
are you?
your name?
I'm Greg. Nice to meet you.
Greg.
Okay, so I feel like you're getting at this idea of polysemy, where we have multiple related meanings for a word, right? Like, for example, a famous painter.
Okay, just starting off here with the impression I get from this guy, just opening up. He's actually asking questions. He's actually getting in this. He's not trying to. The first guy was, this is all my criteria. This is who I am. This is. And if you're identifying as what you weren't, something you rejected, there's a bit of an issue there. But this guy, I'm hoping he has a good conversation because he seems to be decent.
I have high hopes for this guy. He strikes me as an uber nerd, which is not an insult, in case people are thinking I'm insulting this guy. All right, so I think that he'll have a very careful, nuanced understanding of things, and will have actually thought deeply. So I'd like to see what he has to say.
Painting can be emotionally moving in that it changes my emotional state. And when I was on the highway coming here to the studio, I was physically moving. I was changing my position. If I said, I believe the Mona Lisa is very moving.
That's a really poor example of what he's talking about, because those are completely unrelated meanings of the term. They're not closely related. It's not a semantic range. It's two different words that happen to be spelled the same in this case. But regardless of that, I get what he's trying to say.
And you, I guess, according to the chat, you are very nerdophobic.
Well, I'm afraid of myself, so there you go.
And you said, you don't really understand what you're saying. It's nailed to the wall. I would say that you're the one who doesn't understand what I'm saying, not the other way around. And the way that relates to this is there are many concepts of God, and I'll admit, I find a lot of what you say about that interesting. I'm familiar with it. The idea of this kind of Jungian hierarchical thing, or as a metaphor or a symbol, or the kind of, atheist, materialist, literalist idea of a agentic, omnipotent, omniscient being that intervenes in reality, right? So when I'm saying that I reject the concept of God, I'm aware of these other definitions of God, but I think that when we use words, we tend to only imply one meaning at a time. So the same way that I would say the Mona Lisa is moving emotionally, but I would not say it's moving physically. I would say I reject the concept of God in this very literal way. But
what literal way?
The way that God is this omniscient, omnipotent, agentic, supernatural being that sent his son down and has, caused miracles and all these things like that. The idea of God.
Okay, so he rejects the Christian concept of God, because that's definitely not the Muslim concept of God. It's very specific. Now, definitions matter. I've said that many times, and putting a definition on it is absolutely good. And he's right. You need to establish definitions. You need to establish what you actually mean.
No, I think
what do you mean?
Productive so far, right? Productive so far. Peterson asks him what he means, and then he doesn't play some silly game. He just actually defines what he means.
Yes. Now, again, his example is pretty bad, but I can see where he's going with it. I don't expect perfection, of course. And of course, if it's Peterson wanted to be a pain about it, like the first guy, then the obvious statements, well, they're both moving. We're moving through space. Therefore, the Mona Lisa is moving and moving in both the physical and the emotional way. So it's actually both. So we don't actually know what you mean by the word. This guy's actually getting it. So
God is.
Do you think that there's an underlying unity of things?
Could you explain that question?
Well, scientists, for example, believe that science unifies in a comprehensive theory. Do you? Yes? No? Or that there are multiple competing truths? Those are the options. Either things unify or there are multiple competing truths.
I think that, I know that, for example, in physics, people are looking for a theory of everything.
And why do you think they're doing that?
It's interesting, it's helpful.
But they also believe that there's an underlying unity to things.
In a sense, yeah, the material world and time and space are probably governed by universal laws.
Hey, Eric, did you know that I'm an old guy? I'm an old guy.
I wouldn't define you as that, but I think my 5-year-old son would define you as that.
By definition, I'm middle-aged. But regardless, to someone younger, I might be old. To a 5-year-old, a 12-year-old's old. So whatever. I don't take offense to that. But he says, Jordan Peterson claims to be a Christian. This old guy is ignorant and foolish. I have never seen Jordan Peterson claim to be a Christian. You seem to equate believing in God with automatically believing you're a Christian. I think Peterson has been very careful not to say that. Now, his daughter said that she has accepted Christianity and become a Christian, but that doesn't mean that he has. And his beliefs, neither in his words nor his beliefs does he seem to align with what I would call Christianity. Christianity isn't just some generic term that has no meaning. It has a defined set of values. And he is certainly spiritual, right? He's certainly religious in that sense. He seems to be a deist, a theist, possibly a deist, right? A deist could be a type of theist, depending on how you want to define your terms. But he seems to believe that there is a creator, that there is a God in some sense, but I don't think that he believes in like a literal interpretation of the Bible. I don't think that he thinks that it conveys history. I don't think that he believes that God became incarnate in the person of Jesus Christ. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm happy to be corrected, but I have never seen him make any such statements. So I would suggest not making assumptions about his true beliefs that he hasn't expressed.
They do. A couple do say that they think he did in one. That they believe he claimed believing in Jesus' divinity once. I don't know if that's true. I don't know.
I mean,
if that's
even if he
happened.
said Jesus is divine, that doesn't make you a Christian. That's not the same thing as believing in Christianity.
No. So,
and I
that
don't
being
know,
said,
he may have, if he said that once, right, in his millions of public talks, and he's never said I'm a Christian, and he's never said anything else to indicate he's a Christian, then why are you trying to force a Christian label on him? He doesn't like labels. He doesn't want to be labeled. Why are you trying to label him? I would say that he's some sort of religious spiritualist who has some beliefs compatible with Christianity and some beliefs that aren't. I don't think that that's a ridiculous, outrageous statement. But to act like he's some kind of representative of Christianity and people are only claiming he didn't get destroyed because it's bad, they don't want a Christian to be destroyed. I don't know of any Christians that are like, Jordan Peterson is my favorite Christian apologist. So I think it's just dumb. I think it's just dumb. You're just playing games.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, no one claim. To my knowledge, no, Jordan Peterson is not a Christian. That's not a thing that has been stated. He might have said that he likes some of the concepts, but that's about it to my knowledge.
Let me put it this way. There is no such thing as a secret Christian. Whatever idea he might have in his mind, the Bible makes it quite clear that when you accept Jesus as your personal Lord and Savior, it is your responsibility to tell other people about it. So if he's envisioning himself as a Christian in quotes, and he made some comments friendly to that interpretation when he accidentally wasn't as vague as he would like, or whatever you're claiming, he's still not a Christian, because a Christian declares they're a Christian. Among other things, of course. And by the way, the secular understanding of religion is that people are whatever label they claim, and he hasn't claimed the label Christian either. So you're just out of luck either way. There's no way to label him as a Christian, either by the beliefs of Christianity or by the secular understanding that you get to define whatever religion you are. And one of the categories is spiritual but not religious, or no religion in particular is another category. And I imagine if he was forced to answer a survey, he'd probably check one of those two boxes.
Or just absolutely not touch the survey at all, which I think would be more likely. Probably just throw the survey out.
Laws and principles?
Partly that, yes, yes, but that the same thing might extend to a broader domain that would include imagination and value.
Could you help me connect that to the prompt?
Well, I'm trying to define.
Sorry. Excellent question. Excellent question. That is such a good question. Because can you help me connect it to the prompt? Can you just connect the two dots so we can move forward with this conversation? I like that.
And God, the God that I don't think atheists do a very good job of defining. Here's another question for you. What do you think guides you in your determination of whether...
I didn't quite hear his reply, because we lost the first couple words and I didn't quite understand what he meant.
Sure.
Partly that, yes, yes, but that the same thing might extend to a broader domain that would include imagination and value.
Could you help me connect that to the prompt?
Well, I'm trying to define God, the God that I don't think atheists do a very good job of defining. Here's another question for you. What do you think guides you in your determination of whether or not what you're saying?
He didn't actually answer, right? He didn't actually help out any. I wanted to make sure before I said that, but that was a dodge. straight up that was a dodge of the question. So he's like speaking of very generic beauty and feelings and blah, and the guy's like, what does this have to do with me not understanding what God is? And he's like, well, I'm trying to define what God is, as I understand God. So your understanding, unless he's trying to say his understanding of God is just like some Mobius spiritual mumbo jumbo that can't be defined, then he's not defining it in any meaningful way.
Me is true.
Can we go back? Can we stay on what we were talking about?
We are.
Okay.
You're just uncomfortable with the question.
No, I feel like you're just kind of throwing different spaghetti at the wall.
I'm not.
Okay.
I asked
All
you a
right.
very specific question. What is it that you think guides you when you're talking to me to help you determine whether what you say is true?
Logic, memory, reasoning, sensory information.
How do you distinguish that from being governed by something that's false?
An interesting question.
How do you know the difference when you speak between what's true and what's false?
It is interesting.
Did they cut something? Because that seemed like
They
should have been.
How do you distinguish that from being governed by something that's false?
An interesting question.
How do you know the difference when you speak between what's true and what's false? So you could imagine
Right? I can infer. I can.
From what principles?
So, and what are you getting at?
I'm getting at the fact that your conscience guides you. Is that reasonable?
Conscious is defined by my empathy and my reason, or my foundation.
Define it any way you
I don't
want.
think that follows. I don't think that follows. What Peterson is saying, he's kind of playing a game actually. But what he's saying is you don't like have a well-defined understanding of how your thoughts work, right? You say that you use logic, but where does that derive from? Where does your understanding what's logical derive from? And then the guy he doesn't really know how to answer it, but then Peterson just smuggles in and conscious in there, which isn't really the same thing at all.
Yeah, it sounded like for a while that he was going to go to the concept of morality. What do you base morality off of? What do you base is true and false off of that? Is it just supposed to be your perspective? Well, you can have a false perspective and believe it's true. That doesn't mean it's actually true. So I can see where you would go with that, but I'm not sure where Peterson's going with this one.
Okay, so that's how I'm defining my conscience. Is my my conscience is my sense of
right
and wrong. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah,
Where does that come from?
I would say that comes from an evolved capacity to empathize and a recognition of the benefits of engaging with and nurturing that capacity, and then that.
So the problem is empathy in a lot of ways is anti-evolution, because survival of the fittest. If you're not the fittest, it does not help me survive if I go and help someone who's not the fittest to survive. In fact, it might be to my benefit, in so saying more moral, according to the evolutionary standpoint, to use people in order to boost myself into a more prominent location where then I can take advantage of women and spread my genes further, therefore propagating my genetics further, which would be more of what evolution teaches, or at least the concepts within evolution.
That empathy is constrained and guided by reason, right? Like, for example, I am driving down the highway. There's a kitten in the road. I'm going to empathetically feel, oh my God, I want to save the kitten. But then reasonably, like, I'm going to get hit by a car, right? So that's sort of the process through which I make ethical decisions.
Okay,
is
how do
empathy
you
constrained by reason?
Do you think that people can differ in their response to something empathically?
Yeah.
Is there a mediating principle that can tell you one person who's empathic and another person who's empathic that disagree, who's correct?
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think that's where we'd have to, talk it out, right? We do that in real life all the time when we have.
Again, no, it doesn't strictly have to be empathy that drives it, because someone could have the concept that empathy is counterproductive as far as the development of the human race goes.
Yeah, well, I mean, forget hypothetical. I'll just put myself in this, right? I'm not a psychopath. I have feelings. Some people are psychopaths and don't have feelings. But regardless of that, if I believed that atheism was true, if I believed that life had no meaning, and the only possible, good, in quotes, because it wouldn't really be good, it would just be something I liked. But the only good I like that I can achieve is making myself more happy, then I would override my feelings to achieve what I wanted to achieve, right? If my logic told me that I could get a, say, big house faster by scamming someone than by working hard, I might feel bad. I might feel like it's morally wrong to scam someone, but I would use my logic to override that and do it anyway. And I don't know how they got here because it doesn't seem to relate to what they were talking about. So I don't know if there was context cut out or what, but that's what this guy isn't quite grasping, and what atheists often don't grasp. When Christians say that atheists have no basis for morality, we do not mean that atheists don't act in a moral way, in a way that we would consider moral. We say that you have no objective reason to act that way, right? Your feelings are not objective. The objective, to the extent that you can say anything is objective, is what is logically true. It's not logically, empathy is not logically true, right? It's a feeling. Saying that something is morally wrong is not logically true. It's a feeling. So all you have as an atheist for the basis of your morality, and again, I'm not saying you act immorally. I'm saying the only basis of your morality is feelings. And as an atheist, the logical thing to do would be to ignore your feelings and do whatever benefits you, regardless of how that feels. As a Christian, we do have an objective standard for morality. Now, you can say it's a false standard, but you can't say it's not objective. It's objective because it's clearly defined. We say our objective standard for morality is what God has taught us in the Bible, right? That's our objective standard. We also have subjective standard. We also have the moral laws written on our hearts, just like you do. We have feelings too, but we have a objective basis behind those feelings. Now, you can say it's a false basis, but you can't say it's not objective. That's what we mean when we say your morality is subjective and our morality is objective. Caesar says, I'm not, the Bible is not objective, though. That is not good at logic. No, you're not good at logic. Having a standard that is material and you can point to. I could say my objective standard for morality is the teachings of Martin Luther King, or my objective standard for morality is the teachings of Genghis Khan. Whatever, right? That's objective because you're following something that's defined for you. You're not following your feelings. Whether it's true or false is independent of whether it is objective or subjective. So if the Bible says, for example, that killing is wrong, that is an objective moral standard. Now, you could argue the Bible is mistaken. Killing is sometimes right. Blah, 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 blah. You could argue it's wrong, but you can't argue that I'm not following something objective, because objective means that it's defined, that it's not subject to different people saying, I like chocolate and I like vanilla. The best flavor is chocolate. The best flavor is vanilla. Right? That's subjective. Objective. Now, here's a way you can make it subjective. Christianity has the best morality. That's a subjective claim. But saying, as a Christian, I follow an objective standard is accurate.
Sorry, small correction. The Bible does not say killing is wrong. It says that murder is wrong. Murder is morally wrong.
Fair enough.
Killing, well, yes, war does happen. It's not ideal, but war does happen, and that sometimes requires more drastic matters. So, yeah. The fact is, from outside of himself, there is no outside force that would drive his morality.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that is purely subjective. Now, you could say the group as a whole, the group of a nation as a whole, has their own morality, and the problem with that is it can change. It's fickle.
So Ryan says,
is where it's at. Go ahead.
I'm an atheist. I've never had the urge to scam anyone. Did I say that? Did I say exactly the opposite, that atheists always misunderstand us as saying that people, that Christians are claiming atheists are immoral and they scam people? No, I told you that if I was an atheist, I would be logically consistent, which is not the way most atheists live. I would be logically consistent and override my feelings. If I thought I was intellectually superior to someone and I could trick them into getting their money by scamming means, I would justify it and say I deserve it because I'm smarter than them. Maybe you don't do that. I'm not suggesting you do that. The vast majority of atheists don't do that. But I'm suggesting that it's subjective. You've never scammed anyone because you didn't feel like scamming anyone, or you felt scamming someone was bad or whatever. But where's your objective standard? Why shouldn't the person who has the ability, the greater ability, get the majority of the goods? What makes you think that's morally wrong, right? What is your standard? This is the same question I asked you earlier to define values, which you never did. You disappeared for a while and never came back with an answer. And it's because you can't define objective morality within your belief system. All you can say is, here is my standard. What is the basis behind it? My feelings.
Truth Defenders, of course, says tacos are proof atheism is false. Doesn't go back to tacos with Truth Defenders. I don't know what wouldn't. The world would definitely change if he ever said he hated tacos. Okay, let's go ahead and hit back to the video.
Yeah, sorry, I'm talking too much. I'll shut up.
You're fine.
Of whether that's a discussion with a friend about the right thing to do in a situation, whether that's a policy discussion about law, right? That's where we can converse with each other, think about things, explain our perspectives, and then kind of reach a conclusion, right? That I think that we do that all the time.
So,
but why would your conclusion be valuable to me? The answer is, according to atheism, it wouldn't be. You don't have an intrinsic value to me beyond what resources you could give me, what you could do for me. It doesn't matter beyond that. It really doesn't. Now, in Christianity, it says that you are God's masterpiece. You are made in his image. You are something of incredible value. Atheism doesn't give you that.
Elijah, the prophet Elijah, defined God in the Old Testament as the voice of conscience within.
Okay.
That's a definition.
So you're saying by that definition of God, I guess, see, this is kind of goes back to what I'm saying initially.
I'm not defining it. Elijah
okay,
defined
so
it.
as Elijah defines God.
It's defined that way in Jonah,
nice
too.
Okay, so as
Cardinal Newman also.
Yes, it's consistent within the Bible. The definition of God is consistent, although, again, the first guy would have definitely questioned that.
Defined it that way.
As I'm sure you know many people who've defined it that way. And it's impressive. You're a very knowledgeable person.
I'm not trying to be impressive. I'm just pointing out to you how God is defined in the Old Testament.
All right. So to respond to that, I do think there are lots of interesting ways to define God. And that goes back to my kind of opening
Then how
statement.
do we specify what we're arguing about?
We use context clues, or again, it goes back to my example of the Mona Lisa.
I'm defining God as conscience.
Okay. So that's interesting, but then you're kind of expanding the meaning of God.
No, I'm not. That's.
Did he not just
he's
say
not expanding the meaning? He's just like totally distorting the meaning. I mean, I would never define God as conscious. What a stupid. I'm sorry, but what a stupid way to define God.
Absolutely, but again, it's not a Christian defining God. It's Jordan Peterson is defining what he believes God is, and that's the actual debate, right? That's them debating against what Jordan Peterson believes. That's not a Christian perspective, just FYI.
That lady looks really mad. She indeed does. That's disturbing how mad she looks there. That's just a cut to
Why'd
someone
they cut
else.
to her? I don't know. But yeah, she just does not look happy at all. Oh,
This chair's uncomfortable, and I got to sit here for the next 2 hours. Actually, probably a lot longer because they cut quite a lot out of these talks. Yeah. They're probably there like 4 hours or something.
That's how it's defined in the Old Testament.
Okay,
in
so
Elijah and in Jonah.
Sure. So whoever. So
It's not whoever.
Okay.
Elijah is one of the major
All right.
Old Testament
All right.
prophets.
All
Right?
right.
He's equal in stature to Moses.
Okay.
Right. So it's not arbitrary.
All right. So that is interesting, but it's not relevant to the context with which I am using the term God.
It's directly relevant. Atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. You accept conscience as a guide, and conscience is one of the defining characteristics of God in the Old.
I think he's finally defined that aspect of it, where what he's actually referring to as God. Okay, so atheists reject this consciousness that Jordan Peterson believes in, but don't really understand, they don't understand what that consciousness is that they're rejecting. Okay, that's actually an important piece of information.
Old Testament.
I think you're being intellectually disingenuous.
In what way?
Because again,
I asked you if you believe that conscience guided you.
You just asked me a question and then you stopped me from answering it. In this setting, you understand the way I am using the term God and belief.
Not in the least. I don't understand how you're using it in the least. That's why I'm trying to define it. My definition of God.
This guy has made Peterson look really bad. This guy, the first guy was an arrogant prick. The second guy was naive. This guy did really well, and Peterson looked really bad.
Yeah, this is not the section that's being shared around, though. The very beginning intro thing is what's being shared around. This one, not so much. This one's actually
share that around. I mean, that's just stupid. That's just Peterson saying, "I don't like to be labeled."
Basically.
Well, actually, I probably know why that's being shared around. Probably because the vast majority of the people didn't watch more than a couple minutes of the video, and they saw that part because it's the first part, and they're like, "This is awesome! He's being destroyed. He won't even admit he's a Christian when he doesn't call himself a Christian."
No. Now, I think this guy's done a good job of pushing back against Peterson. I think the guy has defined what, at least his concept is of God, what he is rejecting. Now, Jordan Peterson, again, I'm not sure how these discussions are supposed to be set up. It definitely seemed like they went on a pretty big rabbit trail. But nevertheless, Jordan Peterson definitely should have stayed more on topic. If they're there to disprove his statement, then they need to be dealing with what he considers as God. But that's not clearly defined. At least not what we have seen.
God as conscience is a lot more precise and oriented than your definition of the God that you hypothetically disbelieve in.
It's irrelevant to the fault lines of this debate.
How is it irrelevant?
Because in common parlance, when we're talking about atheists, God, belief, not belief,
I don't care about common parlance. I'm trying to get to something fundamental.
I think your point is irrelevant to the way that people tend to use these words. Your point that there are these polysemous ideas of God.
Point. You did.
I did.
Okay, now it's starting to fall apart.
And I don't actually understand. I think they've edited things out of order because it looked like the clock said 6 seconds to go when they were on the clock about 20 seconds ago. I think they may have rearranged the order of the conversation.
If they did, that's not really... I would have an issue with that, Jubilee. So please tell me you're not doing that, because that would be a little bit on the deceptive process.
No, I
because that's not how a conversation happens.
I couldn't for sure see the first number. It could possibly be that there was 10 minutes and 6 seconds left, but I saw 006 for sure.
We do have someone in the chat saying they do that. That would be...
And this is
I don't do that with mine.
Yeah, so this is common in like you know, reality television or something, to edit things out of order to tell a better story. And when you're the participant, sure. But when it's supposed to be a conversation, or what people are referring to as a debate, editing things out of order can make it look like one person's stupid.
Yeah, because we can't follow their logic being put forth. So maybe Jordan Peterson did much better than what we're seeing. But based upon how we have perceived this going through in this format, it definitely seems that Jordan Peterson did not do very well. And it seems like the case is kind of falling back and forth because now they're just arguing on what God is.
Yeah.
Not on
I
the
mean,
topic.
all of a sudden, it at minimum, you know, something was skipped over there, because what they're talking about now doesn't follow from what they were talking about before, right? Suddenly they're arguing over terms, whereas they were having a legitimate conversation previously. So I'm not quite sure what happened.
Yes, I agree with Old Catholic here. Yeah, it's a bad idea to edit a conversation of this type. Again, it would be different if it's a different type of conversation. Again, if it's scripted and having an actual production, yes. But if you're talking about an honest conversation going back and forth, the whole pacing, the lead up definitely of how the mind processes the logic and the statements that are going through, you need to have the same one that was there originally. So.
Well,
I made a specific point that God was associated with conscience.
I just feel like you kind of retreat into this semantic fog.
I'm not retreating at all. I'm advancing, sir. You are retreating.
Right. Okay, well, it was very nice to meet you.
So it was only slight. Well, then it definitely was edited out of order, because if it went to 0 there when it said 006 20 seconds ago, they at least kind of flipped those two sentences, maybe. And I don't think that necessarily changed the context of the conversation, but they definitely, that's proof they're editing it out of order, because that was longer than 6 seconds for sure.
So I don't think, honestly, I don't think either of them came off definitely with the last few seconds there. I think they were just arguing the definition of God back and forth without actually
it definitely devolved
any
there
production.
At the end. It definitely devolved there at the end.
Now, just real quick, I do want to pull up the poll that we're doing. We do have a live poll going on, and it is literally split. The question is, did Jordan Peterson get owned? And it is 49 say yes, 51 say no. That's pretty 50-50 split, which is really interesting. I find, again, we're going through each individual one. So we're saying, this person did this wrong. This person did this wrong. I think the white-shirted individual here did a decent job. I think, again, it would be better if they were to define definitions at the beginning.
Yeah, I think he did better than the first two for sure. I think that Peterson definitely looked a little annoyed. Definitely looked a little uneasy. I mean, technically, you shouldn't debate. You should judge based on arguments, not on the way someone handles himself. But the reality is, people will judge primarily on the way someone handles himself. And he definitely seemed to be losing focus and, you know, losing if debates is support.
I guess my perspective is, how are each of them approaching this sort of conversation? What are they trying to get out of it? And, you know what, I think, although, again, I disagree with this gentleman here in the white, I think he did at least have some desire to find out the truth. And he came here with actual questions, which I like. I like questions. If you guys haven't noticed on my channel, I like questions. Questions are good.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Appreciate the conversation.
Yeah. It's very brave of you to do this.
Thank you.
Surrounded is now a podcast, available wherever you listen. Search Surrounded, plug in, and stay part of the conversation. Anywhere, anytime.
By the Surrounded podcast, everyone.
My next claim is that morality and purpose cannot be found within science.
Okay, this should be a slam dunk for Peterson. Let's see how he does this.
What is up, Mr. Canada?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
What's your name?
Brian. I think it's interesting that you say that morality and purpose can't be found in science.
Real quick, that is actually pretty decent, although there's still some ambiguity to that statement.
True. Found
like, what do you mean by purpose? Would be my main thing. What do you mean by purpose?
Yeah, found in is also a really poor choice of words, because someone could interpret that as saying that scientists don't have morals, right? Because you could find morality within science in the people who practice science. What he's meaning to say is that science itself doesn't provide morality or purpose.
Yes, I would agree with that. Yes, and by its very nature, science shouldn't. Because science is just the pursuit of the truth. So it's a pursuit of knowledge. It by itself shouldn't be what is used as the governing standpoint for morality and a person's purpose in their life. But let's go ahead and see what these gentlemen have. I'm actually going to rewind just a little bit, maybe like just slightly. There we go.
What is up, Mr. Canada?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
What's your name?
Brian. I think it's interesting that you say that morality and purpose can't be found in science. Actually,
within science.
Sure. Yeah. Purpose, I actually grant you, because purpose is subjective, right? Unless you want to boil it down to the purpose of life is just to procreate, right? Sure, whatever.
I don't think the purpose of life is objective. No, the purpose of life is not objective. And I'm not sure where you would get saying that the purpose of life is everyone defines their own purpose of life, of an individual's life. Maybe with the New Age stuff, you could try to make that claim, but definitely, biblically speaking, there is a definite purpose. In fact, that's kind of one of the relieving points
the statement,
of Christianity.
Purpose of life is a little too vague, but I'm actually surprised here that he's going to try to defend morality, but not purpose. I would think that it would be easier to try to defend purpose, because that's a little vague, right? You can kind of define purpose however you want. So it's interesting that he's going to try to defend objective morality in science.
Yeah, so I'm interested to hear how he defends that, because science, again, by its main concept, is not a moral system necessarily. So
morality is actually something that we do see. We actually have examples of Neanderthals, an older individual was found in a tribe, missing an arm, missing teeth, still alive somehow in his 40s, 50s, right? Typically, you're a Neanderthal, you can't eat, you can't hunt, you die, right? But we know that members of his tribe were taking care of him, right? So we know that at some level, early in our evolutionary history, we actually developed altruism. We have examples of chimpanzees who actually have a basic understanding of fairness, right? If you give a chimpanzee 2 grapes, right, and his buddy gets 3, right? He actually freaks out, right? But you give both chimps 3 grapes and they're good. We have examples of parrots.
Except for the greedy chimps.
Except for the greedy chimps.
They want 4 grapes.
Okay, hold on.
The
guy's arguing that we had morality before we started doing scientific research. So if your statement is that we've had morality since the beginning for some weird reason, just say hypothetically that's true, that would exclude science from being the reason for that morality or where it's found.
I think what he might be trying to do is suggest science doesn't create things, it discovers things. And so science can discover the moral laws. Problem is, he's giving examples of behaviors. Morality isn't a behavior, right? I'm just going to say, for the sake of argument, because I don't know, that he's completely and totally right that chimpanzees have a sense of fairness. So what? Who says everyone getting the same number is morally right? It might be fair, or it might be a sense of fairness that's found in chimpanzees, but that doesn't say it's morally right. It just says it's the preferred. And from his perspective, it's the evolutionary preferred mechanism or whatever, right? So I think it's an interesting attempt, right? It's an interesting attempt to try to find something, but it doesn't actually do what he says it does.
No, I think, yeah, counts on how he's hitting this, because it doesn't seem like he's being, if he's trying to prove that we need science for this, he can prove that science can discover that some forms of morality might be out there. Fine, but again, you wouldn't, who says that's moral? By what definition would you say that's moral? You said, well, it's fair because, you know, the chimpanzees make sure that the grapes are fair, therefore there's morality.
Yeah, I mean, fair is
not necessarily.
Right. So they have a biological preference for them having the same number as one another. Well, some human beings would offer a serious moral code where that would be unfair, that everyone gets the same number no matter what, right? So one human being spends 100 hours working really hard at their job. The other shows up for 2 hours. They both get paid the same amount. It's equal, but is it fair, right? Is it fair or not? So equal doesn't mean fair. Fair is a judgment that implies morality. Equal is just a statement. So all you're really saying is that there's, assuming this is even true to begin with, that there's a biological preference for even numbers among chimpanzees, of every chimpanzee getting the same number of grapes in their example.
Again, it's not universal. And at the same time, if you look at the rest of the chimpanzee culture, by the way, they're not
Yes.
very moral in a lot of ways. So if you're looking at chimpanzees and saying, see here, they want to share the grapes, so it's all even. Again, that's maybe that one chimpanzee. We're not saying it's universal. And at the same time, if you look at their others, definitely their sexual habits, that would be something that would be found as immoral.
Yeah, and that's going to be
Highly
the problem.
immoral.
That's going to be the problem. Like, he can probably find examples in the animal kingdom of various types of animals doing things that resemble human morality. But he can also find different animals doing the exact opposite behavior and having a biological preference for the exact opposite behavior. So he's just saying that certain animals are programmed in the same way as human beings in some aspects. Therefore, morality can be defined by science. Well, what makes you say that human beings' sense of morality is actual morality? Maybe human beings have a twisted sense, right? I don't think he's going to get anything objective out of this.
No.
They want 4 grapes. You know, those do exist, right? But we have similar examples where we do animal tests, right? And
so morality is intrinsic.
I think.
So it precedes science.
I think that actually
right?
a better way to define it would be that social animals, which we are, right,
Yeah.
require some level of morality or
Into what? I'm not disagreeing.
Sure.
Why do they require that?
Because it's the only way that social groups can actually survive, right?
That's my point with
Sure.
regards to science. Thank you very much.
Is that
precisely the point that you just made, that science has to exist within a moral.
I'm sorry, but that's just flat out wrong. Bees, termites, and ants are social creatures. They do not have the ability to think in any sense of the term, let alone have complex emotional social structures. So that's just flat out false, that it's intrinsic to being a social animal that you have to have morality. Secondly, just because something's required for a species to exist doesn't make it morality, right? It's intrinsic to all plants that they need water. Therefore, water is moral. What? What? Like, tons and tons of stuff is intrinsic to the survival of a species. But he only wants to define certain things as morality. Weird.
Yeah, bees, not much morality there. I mean, if you don't work, if you don't smell right, they'll kill you and throw you out of the hive. It's not very moral, according to at least human standards. Now, they work all for one purpose. Sure, at least most of them do. But again, just because something imitates morality doesn't mean that there's actual morals there. What's the intent behind it? Because even if, for example, if the intent, let's say, use me for example, if my intent was to provide something for someone, help someone out. I go and help someone out. Oh, see, that's moral. No, what's the intent behind it? The intent behind it is so that they'll owe me a favor, so later they will feel obligated to come help me when I call. That's not moral. It looks like it's moral if you don't understand the intent behind it. Intent matters when it comes to morality.
Moral framework that isn't in itself scientific.
How's it not scientific?
Well, because it's not derived from the scientific process, as you just indicated.
It doesn't need to derive from the scientific process. It's the fact that we are social animals. We need that to exist as a group.
I agree. But
sure.
You pointed to the morality of Neanderthals.
We're social animals. We need milk to survive as babies. Therefore, milk equals morality. We're social animals. We need to eat food. Therefore, food equals morality. I mean, what the heck?
I guess
this is stupid.
The question I would have is, what do you mean by morality then? Because if you're saying, well, a line of laws that protect one from the other and make sure that it's fair, sure, but those are subject to change. Morality today would be in contradiction to morality in Germany during World War II. They defined morality according to their group that was coexisting as Jews were the bad guys that needed to be executed.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that that's immoral. Now, that comes from an absolute morality standpoint that every human life is valuable. If you're saying that that is subjective to the group that it is governing, then no, I couldn't say that killing Jews in Germany was wrong in that case. I still disagree with it because I do believe in absolute morality.
Yeah, and to your point, there's not any substantial value that we would say everyone agrees on that there haven't been societies that rejected, at least under some circumstances. And the people living in those cultures understood, in quotes, understood that what they were doing was moral and good. Right? They weren't sitting there saying, we're doing something horrible and evil and that's why we're doing it. They convinced themselves that what they were doing was good. Right? Sure, there's plenty of people in Nazi Germany who just went along with it out of fear and whatnot. But the actual Nazi enthusiasts 100% thought what they were doing was right. That it was the best thing they could do.
Again, I would point to Hitler himself saying he thought he was doing the best for the human race as possible. He was wrong, but that's what he thought. He absolutely believed that going into it. Again, if it's morality is subjective, then no one actually has a real value because you can't really give humans actual values.
Morality of chimpanzees. They didn't derive that from science.
They don't need to. That's not how that works.
That's my point.
Science explains it. So
no, science doesn't explain morality.
It doesn't explain how social animals would need to be.
Well, that's a complicated question.
But we see it though.
Yeah, but explaining the evolution of morality and explaining morality itself aren't the same thing.
Okay, so you're asking why does this happen?
Agree.
Yes, that's more accurate.
Because we're social animals. And we need
but there's
to be...
more to it than that.
Is there?
Sure.
Again, social animals don't. You only need it for your people. You only need it for your group. One group of bees does not give a crap about the hive next door. If anything, some of those bees would actually kill off the other bees just to make sure that they get the more resources, which would be not a good form of morality in my case.
Sure. For example, so we're moral animals that have a sense of the future.
Sure.
Okay, that makes us unique, and that structures our morality.
No, actually, there are other animals that can predict the future, or not predict
really.
the future. No, tigers. Actually, there was a tiger at the SF Zoo that killed somebody, and so
Hunting
actually,
animals,
no.
Yeah, tigers aren't social creatures at all. They're very antisocial. In fact, they only get together for mating, and that's it.
So he's literally said this is something special to social creatures, and then uses an example of a random animal that's not a social creature. Obviously, the guy hasn't really thought this through. He thought he had found some clever way to get morality in through science, but he in fact has not.
Again, chimpanzees, Thomas Hall pointing out chimpanzees rip apart the alpha sometimes. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Again, not an example of morality. Again, morality has an intent behind it. What's the actual intent? That's where the value is. If the intent is wrong, then it's still immoral.
No, kids threw shit at the tiger. The tiger actually plotted its escape, and it found the kids.
I'm not saying that animals can't think.
Okay.
No, but they can perceive the future. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Voted out by the majority.
That guy didn't last long.
Social.
I think we saw his whole conversation. He did not last long.
Okay, so we see 17 minutes on the timer. So let's see how long this takes.
Amen.
Good man. Yep.
Oh, he was just voted out, so.
Oh.
Hey, Jordan Peterson. How
How you doing, man?
My name's Luke. Nice to meet
Good
you.
to see you, Luke.
So, your claim that morality and purpose can only be found in science is a little shaky because I think that your claim is...
They didn't edit out very much. I thought each person got up to 20 minutes, but each question gets 20 minutes.
Each question gets 20 minutes and it counts down. Now, there's interesting because whenever they showed the big shot, the timer said 20 minutes. So I don't know about that. But at least this
person
here,
might have actually been the first one and they edited them into second place.
Well, I think now the timer says second place. So he's the second one up.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. I don't know why they would change the order of them anyway. I just didn't understand how the timer worked. So they've definitely done some minor editing, but they haven't removed very much of the conversations, it looks like.
Morality and purpose can only be found in science.
And pauses and stuff like that. They probably didn't really distort it.
So he's saying that he doesn't understand his... Let's see if I get this right. It sounds like he's saying the opposite.
Hey, Jordan Peterson. How you doing?
How you doing, man?
My name's Luke. Nice to meet you.
Good to see you, Luke.
So your claim that morality and purpose can only be found in science is a little shaky because I think that your claim is really being framed to be morality and purpose can only be found in religion. Is that how you're kind of framing it?
I would say that the domain of religion is the domain of morality and purpose. Yes, exactly. And also...
I would agree with that, yes.
That science is actually structured, at least in part technically, to eliminate such considerations from its purview a priori.
Okay.
Right? That's why we define science as value-free.
Mm-hmm.
But that has to be wrong because scientists have to prioritize their attention towards something before they can even engage in observation.
Okay.
And that act of prioritization of attention is a value-predicated act. And so I can continue. There's all sorts of things we have to assume about science before it can take place.
Okay, so what I'm specifically pointing out here is about religion in particular, since you yourself are a Christian, right?
People debate about that, and I generally don't discuss it publicly.
Okay, I understand.
So again, he's not saying that he is. Again, I believe that there's a misunderstanding between the 20 atheists and Jordan Peterson on this topic.
Yeah,
but that can change.
I believe that he was going to say that's not quite true, and then he decided to say that that's not something I discussed. Because the way he paused there, I think he was going to say something different. But
yeah,
any case, doesn't really matter.
Understand that. And me myself, I am a former young Earth creationist fundamentalist.
Oh yeah.
So I have experience in this. I used to run a TikTok channel.
That guy's so mad that he got
directed about apologetics about the Bible, specifically in this type of facet with morality, evolution and such, and going back and forth with that. So in the Bible, it talks a lot.
So if he's done all that, I am definitely assuming that he's not going to go to like the most obvious objections for the Bible to have morality. I'd assume that he would go to something deep.
In theory, he's supposed to be saying science does have morality, right? That's in theory what he's supposed to be arguing.
Well, I think he flipped it back around, saying that I think he's going to go with the argument, well, religion really doesn't give you any good morality.
I mean, regardless of what his example is, that's not even a valid tactic. Right? You can't answer someone's question by saying, well, you got the same problem.
Yeah, no, that does not work. That's not the... Even if he were to prove that the Bible, hypothetically speaking, even if he were to prove that the Bible does not give good morality, that still would not disprove Jordan Peterson's statement. It's irrelevant. But let's see where he goes. Maybe he's got something better than what I'm expecting. I'm expecting slavery. I'm expecting... actually, that's where I put my money on. By how he looks, I bet it's slavery that he's going to go to. But he's supposed to have been a TikToker who dealt with all this stuff beforehand and spoke about it. So he definitely knows that chattel slavery is not in the Bible.
Fundamentalist. He knows some sort of arguments for Christianity, in theory.
So he better not go to the slavery and try to say the Bible supports slavery. So let's see.
A lot about slavery, right?
Have you pre-watched this?
No, I haven't actually. I watched some of them. I watched the beginning one. I watched the most popular one. Skipped to it. This is one I skipped.
I would just, if I was Peterson, forget. I don't know what Peterson's actually going to say, but if I was Peterson, I was going to be like, where does science tell you slavery is immoral? Because that was my question.
It doesn't. That's the answer. But okay, let's see if. Since we know that Jordan Peterson isn't actually a Christian and he's just he has a perspective on this.
Yeah, so his general perspective of scripture is that like there's some deep spiritual understanding that it imparts upon you, but it's not about history. So that's probably what, if he addresses it, that'll probably be his answer, that the Bible isn't teaching you history, it's imparting spiritual truths or something along those lines. But what he really should do, is just say, I asked you, my challenge was that science doesn't provide a framework for morality. You seem to think slavery is immoral. Why do you think that? That's what he should do. He should just not entertain the distraction.
So, do have a comment here. The atheist is right. The Bible commands
slavery.
Look at... Nowhere in the Bible does it ever command slavery as a moral good, unlike Islam, which actually does command slavery as a moral good. In fact, there's an entire book in here dedicated to why slavery is bad, condemning slavery. Entire book that condemns slavery in here. Book of Amy Lehman. Read it.
Now, I will say that the Bible, see, unlike this guy who wants to just make everything black and white, I will say that the Bible has a nuanced position on slavery. That you have to actually look at the culture and understand what it's actually saying. You can't just make blanket statements. Bible hates slavery. Bible loves slavery. Or something along those lines. But see, I'm actually fair and nuanced, whereas he's just like, Bible bad, Bible evil. But again, I would just deflect it back to the guy and say, I asked you where science gives you a basis for morality. You seem to think slavery is immoral. Please provide the basis for your belief.
Yep. On top of that, the concept.
And by the way, I'm going to pose that to Akil here too, right? Forget whether let's just say, for the sake of argument, even though he's totally wrong and is just reading some stupid propaganda or repeating some stupid propaganda he memorized. I'm just going to say, forget it. Don't answer that. Akil, whatever you think the Bible teaches, you provide me objective morality for why it's wrong.
Sorry, I'm going to answer that one. About the babies. About the little girls. No, that was adoption. Seriously. Read it. It was not sexual. It was not slavery. You were bringing them into your family as an adoption.
Mm-hmm.
They went in there. They killed off the parents, part of the war. And then they adopted the little ones into their family, brought them into the covenant of the Lord as equals as far as children go. That's pretty.
Yeah, I agree. I agree
actually.
that is the correct interpretation of the passage, and I can provide deep exegetical reasons to believe that based on deep analysis of the text. But in your words, Akil, I don't have to. He doesn't have to tell us what slavery is immoral. So apparently he has no objection to slavery, and he's just spewing these words for no reason whatsoever. He's just here saying random words that have no meaning because he has no basis for believing that slavery is wrong.
What commentary? Who needs a comment? It's in the book. Read it. Golly. It's a Muslim.
How you do exegesis? What early commentary says it's slavery? But forget that. The way you do exegesis is you try to understand what the author intended you to understand, not what some commentary written literally 1,000+ years, because the earliest commentary that we have today will be written 1,000+ years after the time Exodus is written. Not what some other author thinks it means. That's not how you determine what a text means. You use the text to determine what a text means. And this is not some special Bible thing or something. This is how you understand any text. This is how literally any academic analyzing any text will go about it. Try to understand what the author themselves meant. No, I'm not going to prove anything, Akil, because you haven't established that it's immoral. If you want me to walk through the text and go through great detail of the text, you're going to have to first establish why it's immoral. Why your interpretation, I should say, of it is immoral. If you can't establish your interpretation's immoral by your own standards, then it's pointless because it's not immoral regardless.
Akil, just read it yourself. That's the reference we're giving you. Is its own reading.
Read the whole chapter.
Just go and read the whole chapter in context.
Preferably, the whole book or even the whole biblical narrative from Genesis 1 up until that point, but at least the whole chapter. At least the whole chapter.
Yes. Okay. Let's see where he goes with this.
Yes. He admitted he has
so
no
in that,
objective
it teaches
basis.
you how to take.
He says, I subjectively believe slavery is wrong. So he has no objective basis. I subjectively believe, for the sake of argument, slavery is right, and we're at an impasse.
Yeah, you don't have anything to stand on then, bud. If you just say that it's wrong because I think it's wrong, well, guess what? Muhammad said it was good. So if you're a Muslim, that's an issue for you. If you're not a Muslim and you're an atheist, then you really have nothing to stand on because you can't tell me that my beliefs are wrong because you think so. Mm-hmm. That's just stupid.
Care of a slave rather than saying slavery is wrong. I think it should
says
say
that in the story of Moses.
It says slavery is incorrect. It says it's immoral.
That's why Moses leads his people away from slavery.
But why does the Bible predicate and tell people exactly how to take care of a slave? Isn't that immoral? Wouldn't you say that culturally we've evolved as a species, as he said earlier about empathy?
Yeah, I would say that the reason we evolved, so to speak, away from slavery was because the West was founded on Judeo-Christian morality and the presumption that every person was made in the image of God.
Pause for a second here. No, the Bible does not command taking slaves. There's no point in the Bible where it says go and take these people as slaves, as we've already stated. In fact, there's an entire book in the Bible that says it's wrong. Paul wrote about it, condemning it wholesale.
Eric, can I ask you a question? Just an objective question here. If you were taking slaves, let's say you had no moral objection to slavery, and you were taking slaves, who would you take as slaves? Would you take strong adult males, or would you take young girls as your slaves?
Strong adult men. I mean, seriously, young children that are not mature, so they're prepubescent. No, they make horrible slaves. They're incapable. It take more work for me to keep them alive than it would from any work that I'd get out of them. And by the time that they're ready to actually do good work for me, I'd be almost dead myself. So why on earth would I do that when I could just take the adults as slaves? The answer is because that wasn't the reason for it. And if you're going to go to where it talks about requirements for slavery, do remember that's indentured servitude, not chattel slavery that we're talking about. Indentured servitude has a set number of time that they can have these. There was a year of Jubilee, which part of that was setting all the slaves free. You are free from that restriction. So no, that's not chattel slavery. You have requirements because it's basically a worker for you. That's just to work for you for that set time period, according to what the Bible has put forth. So, okay.
Yeah, he's just going to keep spamming. Akil, trust me. We know this passage extremely well. It's literally the first thing that every single atheist and every single Muslim goes to. We have deep understanding of the passage. You have zero understanding of the passage. Go and read Numbers, at least Numbers 31, preferably all of Numbers. Go and read it, understand the context, understand what's actually going on, and then we can have an intelligent discussion. Until then, you're just going to keep shoving talking points that you think work, but actually make no sense in context. There is no point debating someone who has no clue about the text. You put in some effort if you want something back. Understood?
Again, that's not the... Nope. Then you didn't read it very well, because you need some eyeballs.
He didn't read it.
It doesn't say, go take these young boys as slaves. It doesn't say that.
Akil, I am quite certain, based on your enthusiasm of this text, that you have heard the responses many times. You know exactly what we're going to say. So you need to define for me why you think your position is morally correct.
Where, on the other hand, in the Quran, it does command slavery. In fact, the life of Muhammad demonstrates that he was not only a slave trader, but he owned slaves, including young boys, which kind of some of the sources he kind of played with in that way.
This will be my last response to Akil, unless he actually brings something, which I'm not going to guess. He says, what makes your interpretation any more valid than mine? What makes your interpretation any more valid than mine? Right back at you, buddy. You realize how stupid that statement is? We're telling you how we understand the text, what it means to us. And we have reasons behind that. If you want to discuss those reasons, you need to put in effort. I know this is something that's very haram, very bad in atheism, is putting in effort in thinking instead of just playing games and making the other guy do all the effort, while you just sit there and say, nope, nuh-uh, I deny that, you're wrong, it means what I say it means. I'm not going to play that game.
And so slavery itself became immoral, and that was established by Protestant Christians in the UK, who then convinced the UK government for 200 years to go to war on slavery.
And wouldn't you say that this is about the cultural evolution of humans in general, rather than just Christianity?
No, I think it's the flowering of the ideas that were embedded in the biblical texts across long spans of time.
I feel like this is just humans editing based on the cultural evolution of morality.
What do you mean by just?
Just?
Yeah, just humans.
Well, humans.
Editing.
Well, based on culture and history, right? We get better.
They did do it based...
Circular.
Just the reason why slavery, according to a secular mindset, is a good thing. It's productive. It gives you an easy workforce. Definitely early on, before we had any form of automation, it was a good thing that you could then use. There's no objective reason why it would be bad. Unless you believe that every human has inalienable rights given to them by God, such as freedoms, such as an actual value to their life.
So the historical evidence, right? You want to talk about the scientific method. You want to talk about looking at evidence. This guy says it's just human culture changing over time, which is just an entirely circular argument. What makes you think human culture gets better in your view system? But regardless of that, the evidence shows that twice in human history, actually, slavery has been abolished. Once in the Roman Empire under the influence of Christianity, And a second time in what Peterson was just alluding to there, the late Enlightenment era based on Christian values. You know why slavery was brought back? Because people were able to use science to argue that black people were in fact subhuman, that the Bible didn't apply, that the shared Christian values of society didn't belong to them, that they didn't deserve to be treated in the same manner. So we got science reinstituting slavery. Not really science. I don't really blame science. It's actually, you know, human depravity. It's human beings finding justification for what they want to do that they know is wrong. And we have Christianity wiping out slavery twice. So is it just random, or is it a byproduct of what the Bible teaches about the value of human beings and about slavery?
Absolutely. Again, the slavery that's put forth in the Bible, again, you guys are still obsessed about that. It's not chattel slavery. It's not commanding people to go get slaves. Even where you're claiming it does not say go get slaves. Where on the other hand, Muhammad does. Specifically commands that. Again, if his statement, looking back at the actual video, if this atheist statement was true, then point to the other times, because there seems to be a consistent, there's abolishment of slavery happened in two locations, at 2 periods in time. Both of those periods in time were driven by Christians. 0 of those times were driven by atheists or other religions. Period. That's it. That's done. If it's a natural evolution of human psychology, then Christianity shouldn't even play a factor into it. There should be examples of that happening sporadically once they reach a certain level of development. And we don't see that. It's not there.
On culture and history, but culture and history have their foundations too. So
well, yeah, but we're talking about slavery. So many people bolstered it based on
everyone
the Bible. Based on the Bible. They looked at it and they
true.
Justified it in the United States and the Deep South. They justified slavery.
Yeah, but
based
the main thrust of Protestant.
And the way they did that was by ripping the Bible apart, taking huge sections out of the Bible so it didn't say what it actually says. If you've got to go through and cut up the Bible in order to make it fit your ideology, then the Bible wasn't saying your ideology. Period.
Protestant thought in particular was stringently against slavery, and it was about the only movement in the history of the human race that had an anti-slavery direction.
Which was driven by humans and their understanding
that's one
of
way
morality.
Of looking at it. Well, it depends.
It's the same with women's suffrage. I mean, women's in the patriarchy.
What do you mean it was driven by humans? Humans drove slavery too.
Yes, exactly.
So there's no argument there. If slavery and anti-slavery were both driven by humans, what does your claim that they were driven by humans have to do with it?
Evolving morality based on the culture that within the society that they live in.
Okay, fine.
So with women's suffrage as well as a very similar topic in the Bible, there are denominations in Christianity such as Pentecostal movement, which do bolster women to be pastors, right? Which I think that's a great thing to do. But most
why would you think?
Okay, women. Example, women's suffrage. Again, Christian ideals. It comes out of Christianity. It's a product of Christianity. It's not some evolution, because if it was, again, if this was just natural human culture evolving, then you would see this sort of stuff happening other places. You don't see the abolishment of slavery happening other places. You see it driven by Christians. Again, equal rights for women. Not in Islam, not in most places. No, you don't see that.
Like to disregard.
Where do you
women.
think the
and by the way, I would
human
say
beings
from
were
a
sufficiently equal
scientific,
to all vote and not
objective standpoint, men are stronger. The theory behind democracy is 1 vote equals 1 gun, so to speak, right? You're taking what could be settled by guns and changing it to votes. That's the theory behind democracy. Well, if men are superior in battles, physical battles, you could make a scientific argument that women's suffrage is wrong. So what is his point exactly?
Yeah, you can make a scientific argument that women's suffrage is wrong, that monogamy is definitely wrong, according from a secular standpoint, because you don't have the best genes spreading with the most women. That's not happening. So therefore, that is bad for the species to have one man married to one woman. But what do we see in the Bible from Genesis? Oh, God created them. One man, one woman. Okay. What about Noah? Okay. You see one man with one woman. And then you see there, yes, he had his kids with him, but his kids had one wife. If from a secular standpoint, that makes no sense. They should have multiple wives so they can spread their population as much as possible. From a biblical standpoint, monogamy is perfectly planned out by God. That's the intent. One man, one woman.
The pastors, right? Which I think that's a great thing to do, but most like to disregard
Where do you
women.
think the idea that human beings were sufficiently equal to all vote and not be slaves came from?
Humans.
Yeah, but so did the idea of slavery.
So did the idea of God.
Fine, but what's your point? Like, you're not making an argument. You're just saying all thoughts come from humans, regardless of the thoughts.
It's not driven by a higher power. It's driven on our experiences as humans, which is what is best for all people.
Is it driven by conscience?
Why would what's best for all people, which literally doesn't even make sense, but what would be collectively best for the human race? Why would I care about that? If I'm a biological machine, my only purpose is to spread my DNA. So why would I care what's best for human beings as a whole, even though that's nebulous and we have no idea what's best for human beings at all? It's highly probable that there are scenarios where slavery is best for the human race because you can get more labor out of the same number of people in certain slavery situations. So what is your point exactly? Oh, right, you don't have one.
And it wouldn't be hard to even argue that you see the slaves that were taken from these tribal areas that weren't developed were actually brought to these industrial areas that could give them better food and water and better health care and better development. So therefore, slavery is a good thing. That argument could be made from an atheist standpoint, but not from a Christian standpoint, because you can't have that biblical.
I should say, and was made, right? And that people said, "Oh, we're helping the black people by capturing them from Africa and bringing them to the New World."
Yep, which again, not biblical, because you have to remove sections from the Bible in order to make that work, like an entire book. So no,
yeah, that's my favorite. When some dumb Muslim usually is like, "There's even a slave Bible," and they have no idea that it's called the Slave Bible because it's an edited Bible that removes all the anti-slavery passages.
Well, that's basically what this atheist former Christian apologist said. He's obviously not done his research. I wonder how much he actually did, because I really question his credentials he gave us. Because he's making these simple atheist arguments that he should have already dealt with, should have already looked into, and we've realized that they're a bunch of garbage.
It could be, which conscious is also something that has evolved over time. And I think that's something that does evolve in morality and empathy.
Okay, I don't understand the point that you're making.
My point is that God influenced slavery. People looked at the Bible and went, this is moral because God says so, just like women's suffrage.
There's lots
and just like homosexuality.
All human societies were slave.
This is literally so stupid.
Again, remember what position he claimed.
Well, I don't know. The first guy's pretty bad too. I think the first guy's probably worse because he just wanted to argue that nothing has any meaning. But this guy, I mean, his position is ridiculously stupid, right? He's supposed to be arguing that science provides a basis for morality. And his argument is, human beings wrote the Bible. Human beings have ideas. I'm sorry, but I was told in this debate that Peterson was humiliated or something. He clearly won 3 out of the 4 discussions.
Yeah. So far, I'd say that definitely seems to be his score.
So you can't blame that on the Bible.
If humanity decided...
Oh, wait, address that first.
What,
all
about slavery?
Human societies were slavers. So you can't blame that on the Bible.
Well, you can say it bolstered it.
Well, not if you look at
you
the
can't.
broad
Not
sweep of
honestly.
history,
I mean, you
because
could
it was
say
the
anything,
Protestant...
but not honestly. There's no evidence that the Bible bolstered slavery.
Nope. Now, you could definitely say that Islam bolstered slavery and industrialized it, took it from not a huge deal to something, by that I mean something that was more localized to something that was more global. Absolutely. But Christianity, you don't see that. In fact, you see Christianity entering into nations that have slavery eventually, and this is it sounded like where Jordan Peterson was going with this, that eventually led to the abolishment of that slavery based upon the principles that are written in the Bible.
Twice.
Christians
based on
the
their
UK.
Interpretation of the Bible.
It was the Protestant Christians...
Which evolves over time.
Let's pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
So his concept is morality evolves over time. So the question is, was there ever a point then that slavery was moral? If morality evolves over time? If the answer is no, then you have an absolute form of morality. And just like you say, why do you think it's evolving? Maybe it's de-evolving.
Yeah.
Say.
I mean, change, evolution doesn't mean change. Well, I mean, it kind of does scientifically speaking, but in common parlance, evolution doesn't mean change. It means improvement. Why does he think that our values are better today? I would argue in many cases they're worse. Some of them might be better. Some of them might be worse. So his argument is people change their minds about what's moral, therefore science. I don't get it. I really don't get it.
Let's see what the next person has on their plate.
Jordan?
Okay. Well, it was great talking with you,
nice
sir.
talking to you, too.
Dr. Peterson?
Good to see you, man.
Pleasure.
What's your name?
Brian. So the first thing I would like to say is I would like to engage in this discussion in a symbiotic manner. I would not like to engage where there is one clear winner and one clear loser. Emotions are activated and ultimately...
Yeah, you're coming in and you're dictating right off the bat. Okay.
I mean, anyone who would say a symbiotic manner to describe a discussion, in my book, they already are. They're starting at -20 out of 10. So he's going to have a lot of work to do.
Someone is wrong in this conversation. Now we can explore those topics, which might benefit both, might not benefit both. But I don't know.
Maybe this guy
what would even be a symbiotic conversation?
Yeah, I have no idea. That's why
What
I was
is
laughing
that?
how stupid it is. Maybe this guy is like a professional motivational speaker or something and just says a bunch of nonsense. And everyone's like, yeah, woo! And then they go back to their job the next day and it's exactly identical before they paid the motivational speaker $10,000. I kind of feel like that might be this guy.
Okay, I want to listen to this again.
I would like to engage in this discussion in a symbiotic manner. I would not like to engage where there is one clear winner and one clear loser. Emotions are activated and ultimately comes about ego. So I'm just saying I'm really trying to understand your position, and I would just like you to really try to understand my position.
You didn't need, if you're honestly here just to understand his position, you didn't have to say that. You didn't have to go it.
I'm very confused. He says, I want to have a symbiotic conversation, not a debate. What I want
He wants to
do
engage
is
in a
have you
symbiotic
understand-
way.
Yeah, whatever.
For this
I
conversation.
want you to understand my position. I thought we were discussing why Peterson's position was wrong. This is
Yeah.
weird.
That isn't the format of this. It's you believe that my statement is wrong and you want to discuss why my statement is wrong, or at least refute it in some way.
It's 1 verse 20
Again, we can
for a
have a
reason,
conversation,
right?
but yeah.
The 20 have the burden of refuting the 1. Otherwise, this whole format makes no sense. You wouldn't say, the 1 has the burden of refuting the 20. Because that would be really stupid. Of course, the 20 are expected to win. That's the 1 gets the structural advantage of giving the questions. And Ron Johnson just keeps spamming you're stupid and you're wrong. And okay, can you be a little more specific? I literally have no idea what you're talking about.
So Ron, okay, wrong about what?
Yeah, he says, I was trying to find a source comment about, you are so stupid. Okay, good argument. That's
Sounds
right.
like Dexter's Laboratory. You're so stupid. You're stupid.
Yeah, I don't
forget.
This guy's in the previous guy's incoherent point. What's your point? He says, look it up. Look what up? You are losing viewers. Okay. But what does that have to do with whether I'm right or wrong? I thought you were going to work. Get. You are wrong.
Okay, let's go ahead and hit
Your
this
mom
here.
said so. You are stupid. He literally said your mom said so. I didn't make that up. He's literally said that.
Let's deal with actual arguments here. Again, if you come into a discussion where you're supposed to prove someone's wrong and say that there shouldn't be any winners or losers, I'm thinking you're hedging your bets because I don't think you can prove your point. I think you're just here to talk, make noise, but we'll find out.
Deal.
Okay, sounds good. With that, if you're saying that morality and purpose cannot come from science, is the opposite of that true, that morality and purpose can only come from God?
That's a way of defining it, yes.
Okay.
That's right, that's good. So I would say that with regard to the first claim, say, atheists don't understand what they're rejecting, because I would say by definition, God is the unity upon which moral claims are based. That's a definition, right?
Okay, if there is a God, what is the purpose of life?
Well, in the Christian tradition, the purpose of life is to engage in voluntary, upward, self-sacrifice so that the kingdom of heaven can be established on earth.
So you're trying to make it to heaven and avoid hell?
Yes, that's a good way of thinking about it.
What is the purpose of heaven? Do you understand?
Well,
so here's the deal.
We can get it.
So now the question is, what is his answer going to be? And this is going to be interesting.
Yeah,
I've
I
already
think
seen
that Peterson might be revealing his lack of understanding of Christian theology, but we'll see. Because I actually disagree with I agreed with his first statement, but when the guy said the equivalent of get to heaven and avoid hell, no, that's not the equivalent.
No. It's not redemption through works.
It's the opposite of endless suffering. How about that?
Okay, and so should we not try to achieve infinite suffering on planet Earth? And if we can achieve infinite suffering on planet Earth without God, avoiding it, if we can do that with...
That's not the purpose of heaven in Christianity. So this is obviously, like you were saying, no, this is Jordan Peterson's misunderstanding. The establishment of that relationship is what is in Christianity. It's the eternal relationship with God. That's heaven. Hell is the eternal separation from God. And again, that decision is made off of you, what you decide. Do you accept what Jesus Christ did upon the cross, or do you reject it?
But neither of those is purpose. That's just a statement about what heaven and hell is. The purpose, according to the Christian understanding of the world, is to be in relationship with God.
Yes.
That our created purpose is to live in loving relationship with God. So you could say that the purpose of life is love. That would be very simplistic, but it's certainly not avoid punishment. or avoid suffering, like this guy is equating it to. And I don't blame him, because Peterson agreed to a statement he should not have agreed to, because he doesn't have adequate understanding of actual Christian theology.
And again, that comes out of a very atheist mindset, where there isn't a God, that the best things in this world is to avoid any sort of discomfort, and that the worst things are for any sort of level of discomfort. That's why we get a lot of the garbage that we currently have in the culture, is any sort of pain, either physical or personal to me in any perceived way, is the ultimate evil. And anything I see pleasurable that I want to do, and I do, that's the ultimate good. And that's not Christianity. That's just heathenism.
Mm-hmm.
Without God, then does that defeat your claim?
Well, yeah, except that it doesn't. You circumvented my initial definition, because I said that by definition, God was the unified source of morality. And so if we engage in a moral exercise...
And when you're talking about morality, though, when you really reverse engineer it and you get it down to its root, you're a psychologist, it really seems like it just has to deal with motivation. People are saying there is a God,
It's more specific than that.
Well, so let me ask you this. So if there is a God and there is a moral code and it doesn't come at your benefit, are you going to follow it?
It depends on how you define your benefit.
Now that is okay. So if you've got a moral code and it doesn't benefit you, would you follow it?
That should have been an easy answer. Peterson's
that should be,
but it should be yes, right? If it's actually it's a valid moral code, you should follow it whether it benefits you or not. And I'll give a concrete example that from my own life here, right? So my moral code, from my understanding of Christianity and my understanding of God's purpose for my life, necessitates that I speak against Islam. Not what we're doing today, obviously, but generally my focus is on speaking against Islam. That has come with real objective harm to me, and I still have done it, right? I have lost my job. I was fired for my criticism of Islam. And the reason why it should be an easy answer is because my worth, my value, is not dependent on my comfort, my material well-being, or anything else like that. My value is 100% what God sees me as. He sees me as a beautiful creature, created in his own image, for the purpose of having eternal relationship with him. And thus, what is moral is what achieves that purpose of moving me towards that eternal relationship, not what benefits me in this moment.
Yes, I think this is interesting because, again, what's the point of a moral code if it's always convenient? If it's always convenient, then there'd be no point in even saying it, because everyone would just want to do it. The very fact that we need to have this moral structure means that there are things that would benefit us, but we shouldn't do because it will either bring harm to others or be detriment in the long run that we may not even be able to see currently. So if you only had morality that always benefited you, then there's no point in that even being moral, because it's just whatever you'd want. It's just yours.
Let's put it this way. There's a great quote here that I don't know who said it. I apologize about not attributing it, but it's not my own. That if you would be happy to get to heaven and realize Jesus wasn't there, then you'll never be there, right? You'll never go to heaven, because the purpose of heaven isn't to reward you. It isn't to give you nice things. The purpose is to live in relationship with God. And if you don't care about that relationship, or that relationship is secondary to your material benefit, then you are not following the God-ordained path for your life.
Exactly.
benefit. If you define your benefit,
if it's going to come at your expense, would you still
Define
follow
your
it?
expense.
If God came down and said, here is my moral code and you should follow it, but even if you follow it, you are still going to end up in hell, are you going to follow it?
Sense. That would make
that's Christianity still. Because even if we have the code, we have those laws that do not murder, do not steal, we still go to hell. We're still deserving of hell because we've already marked with sin.
Because we didn't follow it.
Because we ended up violating it. And even then we are born into the rebellion and still need the redemption process of the cross. And even if we did, because the conclusion would be if you followed all these laws, then you'd be perfectly able to enter into heaven. Even if today I decided I was going to follow all the laws, there's still a bunch that I violated of it. So no, you still do not get to go into heaven. Again, the heaven isn't a personal reward for you either. So
yeah, I mean, this statement is so stupid because it's like, well, okay, actually it reveals his misunderstanding. So he thinks that a moral code is just an arbitrary set of instructions, right? It's just God says this is wrong, God says that is right. There's no real basis for it, just God says, right? But everything that God tells us that's morally wrong is because it harms us. And it harms sometimes our individual person, sometimes other people. Sometimes in obvious ways, sometimes in not obvious ways. But everything that is commanded is for our benefit. So following the moral code, by definition, is beneficial to us. That's what makes it objective, valid morality. It's not just God. It's not just some super powerful human being made some laws and now everyone has to follow them. It's an all-knowing, perfect creator knowing us better than we know ourselves and telling us what's best for us because he wants to live in loving relationship with us and he wants the best for us. So this guy's looking at as human created law, basically. That can be arbitrary. It's usually, broadly beneficial, but it's arbitrary. But that's not what moral code is.
yeah. Not what absolute moral code is. I mean, if you're just making up rules for yourself, yes, that could be arbitrary, but that's not what the Bible is showing you. The Bible is giving you absolute truth.
well, that was the question that was put to Job and to Christ, right? Because they were required. Hang on, I'm answering your question. They were required to withstand trials that would break anyone and maintain their upward orientation regardless.
And they did that with the motivation of believing that this omnipotent, all-loving God would somehow turn it into a benefit. So they still did it solely for their benefit. So
no,
when you,
not, well,
yes,
let's
they
define,
did. Yes,
hang
they
on,
did.
Hang on. Let's define benefit. Like, if I did something for your sister, would that be to your benefit? Like, how are you defining your benefit? Do you mean one of your whims gratified now? Or do you mean you and everyone you love and know over some reasonable span of time? Like,
so
what do you mean by
when you're talking about whims, I think you're talking about something that's more dopamine. When you're talking about morality, you're talking about something that's more serotonin.
So, yeah, this really needs to be defined what you mean by benefit you. If you're talking about instant gratification, no. If you're talking about something that says that it will benefit you in the future, yes, that does go with trusting in what God says. Not just go around murder people left and right.
Serotonin and more ultimately satisfying. So you and I agree on a lot. I mean, when it comes to talking about how men should be masculine and things of that nature, you and I are 100% in agreement. We just don't agree on the justification that God is the only thing that provides morality.
It's not a justification, it's a definition.
What's the difference then between a definition and a justification? I mean, it's ultimately psychologically the same thing.
Well, we have to define what we're talking about before we can just debate.
Okay, well,
right?
so here's my
I
position.
said that God, among other things.
I'm actually a non-theist. I'm not an atheist. I believe the human condition is one of uncertainty. And what that means is that I don't believe that you can conclude there is a God with certainty, and I don't believe that you can conclude that there is a God without in the same position. Now,
so this guy's the same boat as the first guy?
No. See, this guy's actually being honest, right? He's actually saying that he can't establish that atheism is true. So he's actually being honest. He's playing the game that many atheists play and say, "Oh, I just lack belief. I don't have a position." He actually doesn't have a position on the existence of God, but somehow he does have a position that states. Funny that he agreed to a debate that he's labeled as an atheist, even though he's not.
That was the question here from Alexander. It's like, if he's not an atheist, what is he doing here? Right? Right. You're supposed to be an atheist doing this, not some sort of
right. Yeah. So I don't know why he agreed to go on this if he doesn't like being called an atheist. But besides that, he seems to think that he can define morality in some other way, which apparently is, if it's beneficial to me, it's moral. Oh, okay. Me robbing a bank and not getting caught and going to jail, etc., is definitely beneficial to me. So assuming I have the ability to do that, like, say I'm an insider at the bank and I can control all the codes, I can set off the security system, turn off the security system, so on and so forth, have a really good plan, and it actually works, well, then I should do it, according to him, because it's moral. That it harms other people is irrelevant. I mean, plenty of stuff can benefit me and harm others. And I think that's what he's saying morality is. That in Christianity or in anything else, that's all morality boils down to, is doing what's beneficial for you. But the problem is something like self-sacrifice to go to, and then, even in his view, for the purpose of going to heaven, which is nonsense from a Christian perspective. But regardless, even in an actual work system where, I do X, Y, and Z to get some benefit, I abstain from drinking alcohol to get alcohol and jhana, right? That even in that system, it only makes sense in the context of that system being true. So he can't say that as an atheist, we have we can do self-sacrifice, or we can do blah, 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 because it leads to an ultimate benefit. You believe it leads to an ultimate benefit. Well, yeah, the Christian believes that, but you don't, so it doesn't work for you. You can't just assume Christianity, call that morality, and then remove Christianity.
Yeah. So we do have a comment here that I want to hit from Five Nights at Freddy's. Jesus himself didn't invent and preach Christianity. What does Christianity mean? What is Christianity? What does it mean?
So we got
Please answer that question.
We got an obvious Muslim here, I guess. Five Nights at Freddy's, because no one else would say that. Like, that's not.
Oh no, there's many things they've said that's very obvious that wouldn't actually.
So Five Nights at Freddy's. We are discussing atheism here. Why do you want to change it to be about Islam? Do you want us to attack your false prophet and your demonic god? Or can you just say, "Oh, they're not attacking me today. I won't poke the bear."
Yeah, very simple. It's very simple. We're not even talking Islam. Now, if you want to come back on Wednesday, I'm going to be talking about how Muhammad was gayer than you can imagine. Because, holy cow, when you look at the sources, that man liked himself some other men.
Mm-hmm. I might dispute you on that. I think he might be bisexual. He might not be gay.
I think you can make the argument he's bisexual. You could definitely make the argument he's bisexual, but then the question is, why couldn't he get it up for the women then?
That's a good point.
Afterwards. So it makes question if he was actually gay the entire time. So okay, but we'll shelve that for now and hit on back here.
With that, I don't care. I still wake up every day and I have motivation to be a moral person.
Define moral.
moral, what I ought to do.
Okay, and how do you
And
come to
what
that
I ought to
conclusion?
do, ultimately, it comes down to what not just benefits me, but what benefits the entire planet, what benefits the entire system. I think that you're...
Exactly. Why? What benefits you, fine. I could understand that from an atheist standpoint. Whatever benefits me is good according to my own concept of morality. Fine, I can understand why someone would say that. But why would it be this? And this comes out of a lot of atheists. It's like this global concept of humanity as a global entity. It's like, no, there's nowhere does it say that that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you Uyghur people, we need to shave your hair for the benefit of humanity. It's morally good, right?
I guess so. It's morally good. Morally good for everyone to abandon.
We need halal wigs. We need halal organs. Rich donors, rich recipients in Saudi Arabia need some halal organs. They can't take a kafir organ. You Uyghur people, you must die for the benefit of humanity. I mean, what a stupid standard. And real question, why? Why? Forget whether the standard works or not. Why? What basis is the benefit of the entire earth somehow moral? All you've done is define something. It's moral because I define it as moral. Therefore, true.
Entire moral perspective comes from linear thinking. And when you look at the reality of the universe, it's actually more so holistic. So when you look at how Aristotle defined God, when he said that there had to be...
I will turn this one over to you. I'll be right back in just a second, but go ahead. Just go ahead.
What the heck? So now he's just like saying random buzzwords or something. Well, your thinking is too linear. You gotta think more holistically about the entire universe. Aristotle defined God such and such. Because you disagree with me, you're just a pathetic linear thinker. Whereas I am a good holistic thinker. That's the problem here. I mean, he basically said nothing. Let's be clear here. He really said nothing.
So yeah, what is linear thinker? So progression from one to the other would be.
I would
call that logic. That he's building an argument, because that's how basic logic works. You build it off of itself to get to a conclusion. You don't just start randomly throwing out words and hope that somehow this coalesce into an argument that you can use.
Yeah, when you go from A to C to B to J back to C again for some reason, that's called non-linear thinking. It's also called non sequitur, that the conclusion doesn't follow from the premises. And this is what he said. I mean, I don't think that's actually what he believes. He's just like trying to use buzzwords to sound really smart or something.
Yeah. And I think that's what he tried to do at the beginning as well. Just throw out a bunch of words, hope that sounds intelligent, and then move on as if nothing ever happened. Or at least act like you're Jordan Peterson's intellectual equal.
An unmoved moved or an uncaused cause. He was defining God from a linear perspective, and you do the same with morality, and you do the same with purpose.
How does my definition of morality? How does my definition of morality hypothetically differ from yours?
Because you're saying that there's something that exists in a vacuum, that it exists in and of itself, and nothing in the universe exists in a vacuum. Nothing exists in and of itself. It's a whole system.
What's he saying exists in and of itself?
Well, he's saying that Peterson's morality, because he wants to equate it to God, but of course Peterson doesn't actually make that, so he has to say. But he wants to say that the first, the uncaused caused, or the first mover, is an invalid argument because that's linear thinking. You got to think of it holistically. You got to think, maybe he does actually believe that A to C to B to J back to C, like I said before, is a valid argument. Maybe he actually does think that. I was being kind and saying he just explained himself poorly, but maybe he actually thinks that logic doesn't apply, that the universe is just random nonsense, all interacting with each other, and therefore science is based on the premise of linear thinking, as he calls it, where there's a cause and an effect. Like, that's the whole premise of the scientific argument. You make a hypothesis about what will happen when certain causes are input. You guess what the effects will be. If the effects aren't what you expect, then your hypothesis is invalid. If they are what you expect, then you have a piece of evidence in favor of the hypothesis, and then you can try different circumstances, different ways to make your hypothesis, the evidence for your hypothesis, more vigorous. But it's all based on linear thinking. So I don't know what the heck he's doing here. Unless he's like some sort of new age mystic. That's kind of what he's coming across as. So why did he sign up for 20 atheists versus 1 Christian, as it was originally titled? I have no clue. I honestly have no clue why he signed up for this.
So yeah, I just Googled linear thinking, and that's what it is. It's just progressive thinking. It's basic. It's a step-by-step approach to problem solving. And it would just be making an argument. Any argument that's not based on linear thinking is just stupid, because then you're just scatterbrained, or you're assuming that the conclusion is what it is. So therefore, if you need to step back and build something to that conclusion, which wouldn't be any sort of honest logic, you're just fabricating logic in order to fit your desired outcome. So,
and we got Ron Johnson here, the genius, saying, "Wow, look up the terms he uses. You're so stupid." We look up the term for I knew what the term meant, but regardless, look up the term for the sake of completeness, and it's exactly what we said it was.
Yeah. Linear progression is pretty obvious what it is. It's a pretty basic concept, but. And yeah, I put you out on timeout so much. Please stop insulting everyone around you. And stop spamming. You do those, you're not going to get timeout anymore. Although the timeouts will become progressively longer, including up to a day if you don't stop it. Let's go ahead and continue.
Systems-based morality. It's a systems-based reality.
Is there a hierarchical
and that is
structure?
What the quantum...
Is there a hierarchical structure? Are some things more important than others?
Are some things, I think some things lead to more benefits than others.
Then, by your own definition, some things are more important than others.
Yes.
Okay. What is...
Pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
The end. Okay. Thank goodness.
So I think we got Jordan Peterson 5, Atheist 1, if we're keeping score.
I would say that so far. Jordan Peterson 5, Atheist 1. Again, since Jordan Peterson isn't an actual Christian, we don't have a horse in this game necessarily. We're just examining what is actually being said. Because again, as we've already established, Jordan Peterson doesn't understand Christian theology. At least he's not talking from that perspective, which is okay. That's fine. We can examine another person's arguments. So let's go ahead and continue.
How you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I guess since you said morality and purpose can...
Sorry, this guy right here, and I have seen this one. This guy, I don't know. His looks remind me of Rod Sterling from Studio C. I don't know why. I know it's not an insult. I'm not insulting him. That's just in my mind because I don't think he actually states his name. That's just how I associate him in my head. I like the character. So it's like one of the funniest characters from the comedy skits. So, but it was just, his look really looks like that. So I'll probably refer to him unless he states his name, which I don't think he does, but we'll see.
Cannot be found in science.
It would just depend on like what you're referencing. If you're saying a description of your psychological preferences would be considered within science, sure. But I don't think that you have to say that it comes from science in order to be like an atheist. As an agnostic atheist, I don't know if God exists and I don't believe that a God exists.
That's not a thing, buddy. You're either agnostic or you're atheist.
Yeah. It's fine if you're either, but again, if you are agnostic, then what are you doing on this board? You're just throwing definitions together without actually understanding what those definitions are. Now, I don't think Jordan Peterson's
I
going to
take
point
no
that out.
position. Yeah, I take no position on whether there is a God or isn't, and also at the same time take the position there is no God. I'm going to assume he's an agnostic. But we'll see.
Well, you kind of have to be, because if you say that you're an agnostic agnostic atheist, the agnostic would override the atheist part, because you're still saying that there is some sort of God.
I mean, right. I guess he's probably saying that he's a soft agnostic in the traditional terms, that he doesn't assert you can't know anything. And that's why he's an atheist, because he leans towards there being no God. I mean, I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
Okay, well, let's see. Maybe his arguments get better, and don't use word salads like the last guy, please, without any actual substance.
And the only ones that I would really reject would be like the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, perfect notion of God that plenty of Christians like prescribe themselves. So I guess,
how is that relevant to this claim?
You're basing a position of morality and purpose in some like notion of God that isn't the same type of notion of God that typical Christians would prescribe. Your notion of God is
what typical Christians?
Yeah, typically when I talk to Christians, they say that they believe in an all-knowing.
How about Cardinal Newman, who defined God as conscience? He's a major influence on all of Catholic social theory. How about that Christian?
Sure. So do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
Do you think it to be true?
Okay, that's one of the annoying things that Jordan Peterson does. Like, what do you mean by the? What do you mean by I? I said, okay,
there's
dude.
defining terms, and then there's playing games, and he's bordering on playing games here. He knew exactly what he meant by believe. Come on.
And yes, Christians do claim that God is all-knowing, that he is all-powerful, and that he is good. So, and just because you can find one outlier doesn't mean that that's the same for all.
Yeah, but I mean, in fairness, it is Jordan Peterson's beliefs against 20 atheists, not standard Christian beliefs against 20 atheists. So
true.
That's the circular definition. What do you mean when you say you believe?
How is that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word true and believe.
I said you think it to be true.
All right. So if you believe something, you stake your life on it.
What do you mean by that?
You live for it and you die for it. That's what I mean.
Live for it and you die for it. Yeah.
I believe, Eric, I believe I'm holding a phone in my hand. But if you said, do you want to die if you're not holding a phone in your hand? I'd say no, right? I mean, this is just
no.
stupid.
I'll put down my phone.
Right. I mean, this is just silly. I'm leaning towards Peterson losing this one. We don't have enough to know for sure, but I'm leaning towards him losing this one because he's just being silly at this point.
Yeah. It's not the same as saying, I believe I'm holding a phone. Well, it counts on what you mean. Because if you're saying that the definition of belief is that you're willing to die for it, just because I believe something doesn't mean I'm willing to die for it. Now, if you're thinking that it's an absolute belief, like what you actually have for theology as your background, yes, I'm willing to die for what the Bible says. Absolutely.
And I would say that the, agnostic whatever guy did define belief perfectly fine. That which you think to be true or you know to be true, whatever. I think that's a perfectly reasonable definition of believe that adds plenty. It means you're talking about a correspondence theory, that what you believe is reality. It eliminates some other possibilities, like what I believe is my emotions or squishy feelings or whatever. So I think that was perfectly reasonable. I don't know why he's not allowing that and saying that's not a, because I guess to him, the word believe means something different. To him, you know something means you believe it to be true, or you think it to be true. Sorry, I didn't mean to use the word believe. To know something means you think it to be true, but to believe something means you're really enthusiastic about it to the point where you're willing to die for it, which I think is not the way people use the term believe normally.
Yes. Now, if you were to, like old Catholic said here, in context of faith and religion, that would be different. That would be, yes, I'm willing to die for my faith, for my religion. I'm willing to die for what I believe is true in that regard. But all beliefs aren't the same. So, yes, if Jordan Peterson would have defined it a little bit better, I think he would have been able to point to that. But
yeah, so far,
that's a lack
this
of
is a pretty
definition
bad one,
again.
I have to say, pretty bad.
I mean by that? It isn't something that you say. It isn't something that's associated with logical consistency. It's not declarative. It's not propositional. It's not a figment of your imagination. It's the presupposition of your attention and your action. And you're either fragmented, in which case you worship multiple gods, or there's some unity at the bottom of it that makes you an unstoppable force.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Not really, no.
Okay. So then,
how would you define belief? Something you say?
Well, can I explain? Like, I could believe it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your life?
Don't be so sure.
You wouldn't lie to save your life?
How much do you know about me? I didn't lie to save my career.
I promise I haven't
lie
watched
to
this,
save
but
my
I
clinical.
essentially did the same example there, right? Like, I believe this is a phone, but if it's a matter of life or death, I'm not going to be dogmatic about it, right? And that's the way normal people use the term belief. So apparently Peterson wants to define belief as only something that you're super enthusiastic to die for. And now, like he's saying, maybe I would die to say the pen exists. Yeah, right, buddy. I mean, how freaking stupid is that? Who in their right mind would be like, the existence of this pen is what I stake my life on?
Yeah. So no, that again, if Jordan Peterson is saying that as far as religious belief goes, it is something that you are staking your eternity on. Absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
And I'd say that your eternity is much more valuable than your life is. Let's be honest here. Because your life is very short, eternity is very long. So I would say that I stake my eternity on the Bible. Absolutely. And I'm willing to die for that.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not
stake my eternity the Quran is wrong.
But I wouldn't say that means I believe Christianity, right? I mean, when I say I believe Christianity, or I believe in Christianity, that means that I think it's true. And why am I willing to stake my life on it? Well, one, because it's true, but additionally, there's more than that. It's also really important, right? And I'm not smuggling that into the definition of belief, right? I believe that I have a purpose, a God-ordained purpose, and I believe that I have infinite value, and so on and so forth, right? These are all the reasons why I'm willing to die for my faith, but it's not just because of the word believe. I don't smuggle all that into the word believe. Believe doesn't mean that I understand I have intrinsic value based on the teachings of the Bible. It means that I think the Bible's teachings are true, and the reason I'm willing to die for those teachings is beyond their truth. It's related to their importance and what they are and their meaning and all kinds of things, not just that they're true. But to me, belief still just means true.
See, I can believe that my kids will be in bed when I get home. They'll be sleeping in bed. If if I get home and they're not, I'm not going to stake my life on if they're in bed or not. But I'm going to assume it's true because it would be way past their bedtime, so then we can move forward with it. I think we had a comment here saying that right here, saying that, yes, the debater traps Peterson with the wrong definition. I don't know so much if the debater trapped him. I think Jordan Peterson kind of walked into this one. He kind of trapped himself with the wrong definition. And at that point, he needs to step back and say, you know what? I need to correct this. This is what I actually meant, X, Y, Z, and clarify it. But yeah, I don't think that this guy, the debater there, wanted to trap him or anything. I think Jordan Peterson kind of got that himself, and now the debater's just kind of exploring what Peterson put forth.
Practice.
Would you lie to like save your children, your mom, your dad?
I don't think lying would save them.
Can there ever be a circumstance logically that lying could save someone?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
I'll give you an example. If you're like in like Nazi Germany, and it is the case.
Now, that was an interesting statement.
Yeah, this is bad. This is really, really bad.
If you're steeped in sin, you're prone to those sort of situations, which, yes, you are prone to dangerous situations if you put yourself into dangerous situations. If you are a drug addict and you're constantly bringing drugs into the house, then yes, it could lead to bad situations. I'm not sure what Jordan Peterson's concept on sin is. If he's not a Christian,
True.
Then sin is just bad stuff. Maybe.
I mean,
but
I disagree with, I disagree with his fundamental premise here, that the only reason you might get yourself into a situation where lying would seem to be beneficial is because of your own sinful actions or whatever he's trying to say. Now, I would probably agree with the principle that if you're continually doing immoral things, you'll get into bad situations more often. But, I mean, we don't have to look any further than the Bible, right? The story of Rahab. She's a good character, but she's lying, right? She's lying about the Israelites that she's hiding from the people who went to kill them. So for Peterson to suggest that there'd never be a reason to lie or say something untrue. I mean, another reason you might say something untrue is because you simply don't know, right? You simply don't realize that what you're saying is untrue. So this seems to be really stupid, and I don't know why he walked himself into this, but this is an own goal for sure.
Now, I do believe that, yes, lying is a sin. Yes, it's wrong. There are ways to avoid it. But I don't think to say that everything that you believe in, I mean, for pity's sakes, I sit down in a chair and I believe that the chair is going to hold me there.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that I'm willing to die if that chair doesn't. Now, if it's over a cliff, then yes, I guess I am.
Right.
Depending on the situation.
Your life might sometimes be at stake, but that doesn't mean that you're like always, you can't believe something unless you're ready to die if you're mistaken about it, right?
And there's plenty of other situations that you would put your life in danger by doing good acts.
Yeah.
I think of the disciples. They put their lives in danger, and if they would have lied, they would have saved their life. But because of what they were believing in, that it is the word of God, the true message, they were willing to die for that principle.
So Ron Johnson said, if you say there's a God and you can't show it, is that a sin? Why would that be a sin?
Well, before we get to
that,
I
can show it, right? I can show it to the satisfaction of what I believe to be a reasonable, logical standpoint. But regardless of that, why would that be a sin? I believe that my favorite sports team is going to win the game on Saturday. Is that sinful if they don't win?
Now you're just
what
wrong.
A stupid question.
So, Ryan, oh no, Jack Ray. Sorry, I started reading the wrong name. Jack Ray did a super chat. Okay, cool. So we actually got our first super chat on this, which means that I get to have my little fun. I don't know why that didn't count on the super chat thing. That is weird.
That's weird.
That is clearly a super chat. YouTube, stop not working. And I said all my requirement was any super chats. Whatever.
Right.
I'll still do it. Where is the Diddy line for this gathering? That's for Wednesday, not for today. So, since you did a super chat, in my wheel, yay! We actually get to spin this thing. Actually spent money and got this thing. Let's see what happens. Round and round it goes. Where it stops, I have no clue. A spin again. Okay, so you get 2 shots. The goat and Muhammad. Okay, cool. So first of all, thanks to Jack Ray, we got the goat, which goes, there you go. And secondly, Muhammad, which I will dedicate a picture of Muhammad to Jack Ray, which then I will hang up behind me for the rest of the stream. So it actually changes some of the stream background. Let me see if I can get rid of myself back to normal. Where's the button? There's the button. Got it. Okay, while I am doing my little doodle, we will continue with our little play, and I'll show it as soon as I'm done.
In case that there's like Jewish people in your attic and you're trying to protect them,
example.
would you lie to like the Nazis?
I would have done everything I bloody well could so I wouldn't be in that situation to begin with. It's a hypothetical and it's not answerable.
Hypotheticals?
No, I can't answer a hypothetical like that because
Did
it's
you eat
far.
today?
Look,
Did you
don't
eat today?
play games.
I'm not playing games. I'm just
Yes,
asking if you
you
ate
are.
it today.
If you present me with an intractable moral choice that's stripped of context and you back me into a corner, you're playing game. I just told you I would do everything that I could to make sure that I'm never in that situation. By the time you've got there, you've made so many mistakes that there's nothing you can do that isn't a sin.
What do you mean you've made so
Being
many
born in
mistakes?
Nazi Germany and trying to
Can you
protect
pause?
people that you care about. Like there could be a Jewish friend that you have.
Yeah,
I object to that strongly. What choice did? So let's just say that, in this situation, you're going about your daily routine and a Jewish person approaches you because they heard you're a good moral Christian and they say, are you willing to hide me in your attic? I think that the only choice you could make that would avoid the situation would be to say no. And I don't think that's a good moral choice to make. So what is he talking about? This is ridiculous. This is frankly
now, I can see
ridiculous.
if he's saying, well, I would just have left Germany by that point. Well, maybe you didn't. Maybe, and that wouldn't be morally wrong that you wouldn't have left Germany.
Maybe Peterson can just pick up and leave his home at any time because he's rich and such. But not everyone has that option, right? Not everyone can just pick up and move to another country when they see Hitler come into power. It's not many Jews did that, right? Many Jewish people, when they saw the writing on the wall, they had enough wealth to escape the country, and they did. But not everyone has that option. I mean, this is dumb. This is really bad that he refuses to answer the question because he knows he's trapped, basically. So he's just saying, that's a hypothetical that would never occur, except it probably did occur for many people in the real world. It's not outrageous at all of an example.
And Hitler's rise to power was slow to begin with, and then it was rapid. There were rapid changes. So someone could have easily, a moral individual could have easily been stuck in that situation. Definitely if they're poor, they aren't able to escape. They come now. There are ways to word it so that you could absolutely refuse to answer. You say, you know what, screw it. I'm not going to answer. You have no right here. I don't respect you. Get out of my house. You would have been probably taken for execution.
Yeah.
But the people there would have been safe, hopefully, if they would have survived. So now just a little quick. Jack Ray. I forget. I thought I starred your last little comment, but I did not. I do have talk about getting one of the wheels for yourself. I do have a wheel of desecration for when Muslims call in and are very unfortunate. Hopefully we never have to use it. But as for today, there's your picture of Muhammad, and I put it up on my wall. There we go. So now that will be up for the rest of the live stream.
Go ahead. You probably should have made yourself big there because we didn't see the picture very well. It was just tiny.
I'll take it off and do it again. There we go. Picture of Muhammad. There we go. Arrow with Muhammad on it. And he's in his child bride's nighty night. So he's properly dressed for visions from...
And with that beard he had there,
from...
he resembled the goat, which was perfect since you got goat and Muhammad.
Absolutely. So, okay.
And you want to protect them.
I think you should
have
just
them in
give
your
up on
attic.
that line of questioning.
Give up on just like trying to clarify your position? Because you
I
don't
did
like, are you like
clarify.
uncomfortable with me asking this question? It's just a basic hypothetical. Like I could ask you.
It's just a basic hypothetical where you put Jews' lives at stake in Nazi Germany. That's just a basic hypothetical.
Obviously, you would lie in that scenario to save their life, but you're like not trying to answer this question for some reason.
I just told you why.
Are you anti-fascist?
What's the jump to anti-fascist now?
Like, so you're
Why
anti-fascist?
are you asking that?
I was just asking, just clarifying.
why
But like, okay, again, you're not answering this hypothetical because you know it shows that you clearly would lie to save
I'm
someone's life.
answering it in
Obviously,
a
that's
manner
not
you
what truth
don't
is.
find acceptable.
Obviously,
Because
I care about truth.
I wouldn't be.
Peterson. I don't think anyone finds your answer acceptable, frankly.
No, it seems like you might be dodging a little bit. Again, I would not lie, but at the same time, I wouldn't give them away either. So there's definitely situations that you could get out of it by other means. But again, how is that on the topic? Other than Jordan Peterson's concepts.
And that's where Peterson really failed, right? That's where he really failed with. I gave him the win for the last guy because he did defeat him anyway, but he really failed with the last guy and this guy because he let both of them make it something completely different than his actual question, which is where in science is their basis for morality?
Yeah, so he's allowed himself to be drawn off into this rabbit trail. And no point has he pulled it back to the actual topic. Definitely in this conversation, which I've heard him pull it back in other ones. But in this one, he seems to have let the guy run.
Yeah.
And I don't see this being relevant to the to the actual claim. So I would highly recommend that. I would have hoped that Peterson would have been able to pull it back onto topic. But I know that Muslims like to do this, like to run down rabbit trails, and you have to say, no, that's not the topic. Let's pull it back onto the actual topic itself.
In that scenario.
Obviously, right? Logically, because that's already happened. Like that's in the past. You don't have a time travel device. We're bringing this logical hypothetical up to show you that in some circumstances that do happen within the real world, you would lie to save people's lives. So your definition of truth isn't actually how we're typically using it. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to muddy the waters when I ask you, like, do you believe this? Do you think this to be true? So you don't actually have to answer the questions. And plenty of Christians don't like that because they clearly see that you don't really like want to be associated with Christianity.
I can imagine that I was in a situation where the best I could do as a consequence of my previous mistakes was to tell the least amount of lie I could manage. But that would likely indicate that I had made all sorts of catastrophic errors on my way there.
So you would lie to save someone's life. So again, you do believe it to be true in that circumstance, even though you like lied.
And again, this is all based off of the bad definition that was given earlier.
Yep.
That because if you believe something, then therefore you must be willing to die for it automatically.
Yep. Yep.
In that scenario. So
not
clearly
without the context that I put it in.
You were not willing to die for it. You were not willing to let other people die for it. So that's not what you see to be true then, seemingly.
You're doing exactly what I said you were doing at the beginning of the conversation. You're generating an impossible, restricted, hypothetical, with no precursors to back me into a
How's
corner.
it possible? Is there something contradictory about it? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Great conversation.
Yeah.
All right.
My next,
so 5-2 now. That's definitely.
Yeah, I don't think
L
Jordan
there.
did very good on that one. No, he didn't. He should have kept him on topic, go back to the topic, and not let him run, and then actually give a good definition, not just a definition that was broad enough that there could be an issue.
next claim is that everybody worships something, including atheists, even though they might not know it.
Now, just out front, I would agree. Define worship as someone is giving at the highest amount of value to something. So worth is showing worth to something. In this context, would be meaning God, obviously. So something worth what we would to God. So something high, whatever the highest thing is, would be what they have.
I was laughing, not so much because of the invalid statement or something, but because this is literally the exact statement of Muslim apologist Hamza Sortz's that I made fun of years ago, because he then goes on to define what he means by worship using an example of Justin Bieber, and literally every single thing he says is what Muslims do towards Muhammad. So that's why I was
in Islam,
laughing,
it's
just for
very
context.
clear you guys worship Muhammad.
Yep.
By the definition of giving value to something, you value Muhammad above Allah. I can go and, in fact, we even had this happen. My wife had this happen to her. She went to a Muslim woman and had a conversation, and in the conversation, she mentioned, "Oh, you're more moral than Allah. You're better than Allah in this," and no issue. As soon as she said you're better than Muhammad, the woman absolutely flipped out. Lost her brain over it because they value Muhammad more than they do Allah. And in the same thing, you can value something in your life without it being an object of worship. So this is high value.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have to carefully.
Small.
He's going to have to carefully define worship here, because that's where the dispute's going to be. Like, if you mean ceremonial acts of bowing down, then of course atheists don't worship anything, right? So he's going to have to be very careful with his definition. And I suspect, without having seen any of this, that most of the 20 minutes is going to be spent arguing over definition.
Yeah, it would be much better if he were to clearly define the definitions at the beginning. Maybe it's an issue with the formatting. I don't know. But he should be able to say, this is what I mean by this, this, and this. And if he did that, then I think they would get much better interactions. That's one of the reasons why whenever I have callers in, I try to define topics. Definitely if they seem like they might be uncertain on what the topic actually is. In Islam and Christianity, worship does not mean the same thing. So there are many... In Islam, it's that you are praying, that you are doing the rituals to an individual, or if they would claim as Allah, I would definitely point to that and say you do that to Muhammad as well. But that's not here or there. In Christianity, it is what you value most in your life. So under that definition, what do you value most showing worth to that object or that item? Everyone has something they value higher than everything else. It's just a question of what that is. If that is God, then there you go. If it's something else, then you're still worshiping that item.
Hi.
Good work.
Thank you.
Hi there.
I'm Zena. So I want to start off with defining terms. How do you define worship?
Thank you.
Brilliant.
Wow. Okay. She's probably my favorite so far. She's my favorite. I like her. I like her. Wow. Okay. Thank you. Oh. I did not know she was going to do that, but yes.
Prioritize.
So almost like having a preference over something other than the other.
It's a hierarchy of preferences. And you use it to direct your attention.
Right.
So whatever you're...
Is she wearing a cross necklace? It looks like she's wearing a cross necklace.
I don't know. It definitely don't.
It's
I don't
partially
know.
covered by her shirt, but I feel like that's got to be a cross necklace.
So
it might not be a
well,
Christian cross. It might just be like a plus sign type deal. But
I really want to hear what Jordan Peterson's definition, because I gave the Christian definition. But if he gives it sounded like he gave some vague definition, which again would be an issue if you got to be precise on those definitions, because that's the foundation that you're going to build this conversation off of. Don't make vague definitions, make precise definitions.
Find worship?
Prioritize.
So almost like having a preference.
So just prioritizing something. If you're saying the absolute prioritization, the absolute value, what you value the most, okay, I could see that. But just prioritizing, I mean, I prioritize doing these live streams over doing, playing video games. So I prioritize this. That doesn't mean that this is my God.
Mm-hmm.
So
preference over something rather than the other.
It's a hierarchy of preferences.
Yeah.
And you use it to direct your attention.
Right.
So whatever you're attending to, you're worshiping.
Right. So I've kind of become a little bit familiar with your idea of like this value-laden hierarchy.
Yeah.
Right. And you kind of posit that at the bottom of this hierarchy, or you could call it top or bottom, I suppose. Right. At the bottom of this hierarchy, this foundational priority in your life is going to be considered God.
That's
is that
right.
correct?
Yes.
Right. I'm trying to imagine.
Okay. She did a better job of pointing this out. She did a better job defining what Jordan Peterson believes than he did when she asked him, because that makes sense. Okay, so that would be the foundation you're building off of. So your foundation, what you prioritize as number one, which I would say would be God Almighty. And yes, everyone prioritizes something. It's just a question of what that something is. If it's yourself, then that's what you're building off of. And let's be honest, that's not very good ground to be building off of, because I know that I am not the best.
A situation in which could there be that someone has a priority at their foundation that is different from someone else's?
Oh, definitely.
Right. So we can have different conceptions of God.
That's why we fight.
Right. So essentially, there's not one God, but there are multiple gods, and these gods exist in some realm of truth. It's true that this person has one God and it exists.
Yeah, probably.
No, it's not that these gods all exist. I wonder if she's going with the my truth perspective, not absolute truth. Absolute truth says that there is one God that exists. Mm-hmm. All others are false. Now, you can believe that your God exists. You can build your life around as if the false God exists. Mm-hmm. Fine. Yeah, you can definitely do that. And you can debate someone on that concept. But it's not that all these gods are true.
Well, just for clarification, I think she's trying to define his position, not her own. Okay. I think that she's saying that your position implies there's multiple gods.
Better to think about it as multiple values, but that there's a hierarchy of values with something at the bottom.
Right, but at the bottom is God, and
that's a definition. Yeah.
Yeah. So at the bottom is God, and there can be multiple people with different conceptions of God, and they're each valid in being called God. So they're multiple.
Definitionally, everyone believes in God, according to Peterson, because he both said that everyone worships something. Everyone has a fundamental hierarchy. And he said the base of that is always what he defines by definition as God. So according to him, everyone believes in God. So he's really actually saying nothing.
What he's saying is there is a God in your life. You just might not realize it.
Right.
So I would agree that, yes, there is definitely something that you would be building your life off of, something fundamental like that. I wouldn't say that all gods exist. I think that's a stupid statement, because that would be contradictory. Because if, the Bible says stuff, it says that God's the only God, and then you have the Quran coming over here saying that Allah is the only God, and that the Bible is reliable, then Jesus definitely isn't God, and the Bible saying that Jesus is God. That's a contradiction. both can't be true. So one has to be false. Now, that just so happens that if the Quran is true, then it says the Bible is true. And you look at the Bible and the Bible says, no, the Quran is false. Then you're at the Islamic dilemma where if the Quran is true, then it's actually false because the Bible itself says the Quran is false. If the Bible is true, then the Quran dies. So,
yeah, so I think this is one of the very clear indications that Peterson is not a Christian, right? Because he's just defining anything that is the fundamental thing that is the highest priority in your life is defined as God, and that it is not the way any Christian would define God. Now, they would agree that God is the highest priority, but they wouldn't say by definition whatever your highest priority is God, right? It doesn't go both ways. And I fixed my volume. Somehow it got cut in half. So
weird. Okay, cool. Well, glad he fixed it, and we'll see what else he's got to say on that, because yeah, that's not a Christian concept, obviously, because that's in direct contradiction to what the Bible teaches.
Multiple gods that exist.
It depends on what you mean by valid. So far, so good, but it depends on what you mean by valid, because I would say that some foundational conceptions don't play out when they're implemented. So if you put the wrong thing at the foundation, you end up in hell, for example. That's what happens in totalitarian states.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're...
Okay.
If you put the wrong thing at the foundation, I would agree if you are following the wrong... if you put the Islam as your foundation, you're going to end up in hell at the end. Yes.
But also he defined the base, like he literally said by definition the base is God. Now he says if you put the wrong thing at the base, then it has bad consequences. So what was the point of defining it as God exactly? I don't get it.
I think he's just saying that that is a label that he's putting on whatever you put down there. For example, you could have...
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, a football team that is your basis of everything. You build your life around this football team. And yes, you'll end up in hell by a Christian standard, but I just don't understand. Now, his concept of, according to what he said in here, is that absolute suffering, complete suffering would be hell, and lack of suffering is heaven. So, again, I'm not sure where he's getting his concepts from.
So they're not all equal. Like, all foundational principles are not equal, even though they might be equally foundational. Right.
So what makes one kind of foundational tenet like better than another one?
That's an excellent question. Iterability. Imagine that you play a game with someone and you're a kid, and it's fun. So then you play again and again and again.
So repetition.
It's playability across multiple iterations. So then you have a friend, and a friend is better than having a game, right? So that's one. Breadth of application is another. So if it's just for me now, it's not as good as something that would be benefit to both of us across time.
Right.
But then why wouldn't that be good? Why would that be good?
Yeah.
It wouldn't necessarily.
I mean, she agrees. She accepts the concept, but I'm still hung up on the fact that he's calling this God regardless, right? So what one God is good or is more beneficial than another God, but they're all God, and everyone worships something, even atheists. So I guess atheists worship God, and it just doesn't make any sense, right? He's just playing word salad games.
I think the concept is around a God, because it's not the same God. It's just a God that they're putting in place of God, basically, in that place of.
Yeah, I'll get over that. I'll just pretend that he had properly defined this and said, you know, their personal God or something along those lines, as opposed to just saying God, because he is just saying God. Yeah. I'll get over my hang up.
applied to like these types of like foundational values. But why is it that this iterability makes it better, and what does better mean?
Well, one hallmark of
actually pretty decent questions. What does better mean? What does it actually mean to be better? Again, I'm thinking she's so far doing a really good job, in my opinion.
better is likely to be selected voluntarily.
Right.
So it's invitational.
Another descriptive kind of quality. So we're talking about characteristics that in some type of system with a goal, an output being like, we could maybe say happiness, right? Or some type of
harmony.
Harmony,
yeah,
right?
that's better. Not happiness precisely, because it's too short term.
Exactly. So as someone who is an atheist, right, I can explain that within a system, there are things that we can see as better or worse to meet this goal or meet this output. But what we're interested in, though, is what could make these things, regardless of any system, right?
Well, imagine that you set up a system and you implement.
Okay. First of all, you'd have to have a foundation and build that atheism on. And this is completely off topic now. This has gone completely off topic. So, again, Jordan Peterson, you need to be able to draw it back to the topic here and just keep on the topic itself in order to solve the topic. Now, if you want to just have a random conversation, I'm actually thinking this is a pretty decent conversation going back and forth. I'm thinking she's driving this pretty well, but she is definitely in the driver's seat. He is secondary. So,
and it produces the opposite results to which you intend. Oh yeah, that's not a good system.
Exactly.
Right, so the foundational principles are lacking because when you implement them, the game degenerates instead of moving towards the aim.
Right,
Okay,
so we're talking about within a system. That when we talk about something being moral, right, just absolutely moral, it means that without a system, right, this thing is simply...
But you need an absolute authority for absolute morality, because what you guys are talking about isn't absolute morality. You guys are talking about trying out different moralities, switching back and forth this foundation of the morality and testing it, seeing, oh, well, this one failed, therefore it can't be true, which, yes, you can do that, but the way you're defining it is if you get your desired outcome out of it. So you are the only arbitrator on whether something is good or bad. In the same way, if I was, let's say, a dictator of a country, and my goal is to enrich myself, regardless of everyone else's well-being, as long as at the end I am richer, it doesn't matter how many people I had to step on or squash underneath my feet, because my desired outcome worked, and I'm better for it.
I don't understand what the point. I don't understand what the point of asking questions is if the atheists just come up and talk about whatever they want. So they're now talking about morality, which was the previous topic, instead of talking about worship. I agree. The conversation's actually pretty good. It's actually a pretty decent conversation, but I don't get what the point of the question was, because none of this has anything to do with the question.
No, they're just exploring this topic now. I think it's something that Jordan Peterson is definitely doing with her, is exploring this concept, and he's really letting her drive it.
Yep.
Again. So
risky business here.
Again, it's not, of course, it's not a Christian concept, because the absolute morality would be saying, hey, the Bible is the absolute morality. It teaches us because God created us. Every human being is equal. We are all created in God's image, which is immensely valuable. So much more valuable than anything else on this earth is each individual human life. But that's not where their foundation is.
More with no reason, like stance independent, this thing is good. So I'm trying to figure out if such thing can exist. And if so, do you believe that these things are moral in of themselves, like self-evidently moral, or are they moral in accordance with the system?
I can't define them any more accurately than I already did, really.
Okay. In regards to morality, when we talk about the divine, when we talk about God and religion, these moral tenets and religion, right, and God exists as good because it is God, right? So it's self-evident, right? Without any kind of goal or output, this thing is good. So I want to figure out how
there's an.
Sorry, I want to hear a statement again. Go back a little bit here.
In accordance with the system.
I can't define them any more accurately than I already did, really.
Okay. In regards to morality, when we talk about the divine, when we talk about God and religion, these moral tenets and religion, right, and God exists as good because it is God, right? So it's self-evident, right? Without any kind of goal or output, this thing is good. So I want to.
Without any goal or output. No, there's definitely a goal and an output described in the Bible. That's that relationship. We can definitely see that as being good. Now, do we know that? Is there things that we take on faith? Sure, there are things that we take on faith. But you have to do that with any system. Definitely whenever you're following it, you still have to believe that eventually it would have the outcome you need. Nope, moral truths are not only subjective. In fact, that there isn't anything to them if they are subjective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, truth by definition is not subjective. So what you're saying is morality, or there is no such thing as moral truth. Your first statement was fine. Objective morality doesn't exist. But your second statement is just saying the same thing without realizing you're saying the same thing. I mean, it's fine as a position. It's a wrong position, but it's a valid position to take, whereas the second position literally is incoherent and is just saying the same thing as the first.
Yep, there is absolute morality. We can say that every human life has a value. For example, slavery is bad across the board. We can say those. Killing people en masse for their genetic structure is wrong. I can say that. You couldn't say that if you're saying that there is no absolute morality, because then it's all perspective. It's all whatever I feel is moral, and that changes from day to day.
And Jack just keeps saying the same thing in different words. We understand your position, Jack.
There's an element.
Thank you for telling us your position. Now, if you have anything to add to that, any arguments or something, please do so. But you don't need to keep explaining your position. We understand it perfectly fine. And I just said that it's a logically consistent position with atheism. So you're good on that, at least. Now, whether you actually believe that in reality is a different question. But what you stated is consistent with atheism.
With this animal, if killing people based on their genetics is bad, then what about the animal Kites?
The Amalekites. He misspelled it badly.
Oh, Amalekites.
Yeah.
They weren't wiped out because of that, but
yeah, they weren't wiped out because of their genetics. So, nor did anyone say anything about killing people based on their genetics. Why did you just come in here and make it something that doesn't? Well,
I said it was wrong based upon genetics. Which
gotcha.
Primarily would be talking about the Jews being wiped out in Germany, which was again wrong. But you can't say that from an atheist standpoint if you're just saying that all morality is subjective. As far as the Amalekites, they were specifically wiped out because of what actions they were doing.
Yep.
They were coming in, they were killing, they were constantly pillaging, plundering. And it was a self-defense situation where it's like, hey, you got to step in and take care of this. Not let it continue.
And so, Jack, are you willing to say that killing based on genetics is not morally wrong? Because that would be the position consistent with your claims. And if that is your position, then why are you trying to use it against us?
And besides, the example in the Bible, one other thing, the example in the Bible would be that they're the same, at least there's the same race, generically.
Yeah. So Ron Johnson says anyone can say it's wrong. Yeah, you can say it's wrong. it's not consistent with the statement that there's no objective morality. So how can Jack, I know that you don't care, Ron, you don't care about your inconsistency with your atheism, but Jack is actually being consistent, at least so far, so I want him to answer. Can you say that it was morally wrong, or would you just accept that it was the normative cultural understanding of the time and it would be chronological bigotry for you to say it's wrong?
So we do have, real quick, we do have another super chat. I want to see if this actually counted. It did not, for some weird reason. I don't know why, but I'm going to keep going with it. There's no way that Jack Devin lives that view out real life. Yeah, it's fine logically. What he's saying is fine logically consistent with an atheist view, just not in real actual application. It doesn't work. Now, since you sent in a super chat, we will do another spin on the wheel of prices, or at least wheel of changes. I don't know. Haven't made an absolute statement for it. It is a wheel of different things that could occur because of the super chat. And we get switch hats. Okay. There we go. Well, my kids' hats from New Year's. So we're going to wear that one from now on, thanks to your super chat. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and continue.
Of that's true. So, for example, in the story of Job, Job is unfairly tortured in consequence of a bet between God and Satan. And so Job is emblematic of someone who's being hurt for no apparent reason. Okay, so Job's response to that is that he refuses to lose faith in himself, and he refuses to lose faith in the ultimate goodness of being. Okay, and those are axiomatic decisions. They're not exactly evidence dependent because he is suffering. There's an arbitrariness in that that's reminiscent of what you claim.
So I'm essentially trying to figure out, do you believe that something can be good, like stance independently, something that can be good?
I don't know what you mean by stance independent.
Okay, so
you mean independent of people?
So, okay. Concept of Job. Job believed that God was still going to work things for good in the end, and he just stayed faithful, even though it kept getting worse for him.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Ray said for the hat.
Hat fund. He doesn't like your hat. He wants you to go buy a new hat, so the next time you have to change hats, you'll put on a better hat, I think is what he's saying.
So I do have a list of hats, and I do have some hats to pick up. Confetti. Oh, good. So I need my confetti popper. You don't go slow on. There we go.
Hey, it goes perfectly with your New Year's hat.
There we go. Yeah, New Year's hat. Confetti. This is working out great so far. Wow. Okay. So we did have a couple of responses from the funny hat type. Yep, that's what was spun up. So let's do this thing. So I did see from Jack there about you cannot say that it's objectively wrong. Don't understand why you all are asking. Well, that's
to see if you're
problem.
Consistent. Yeah, we're saying if you're consistent. That's all.
So slavery is not absolutely wrong, or whatever genocide is not absolutely wrong. Period. That would be the conclusion of that.
And then he said, "You misunderstand me." And I said, "So sorry." He didn't say there's no morality. He said that morality is subjective. So when I said he had no basis for attack, what I really meant to say is he has no objective basis for attack. Obviously, he has a reason in his mind. That's not what I was suggesting at all. What I was suggesting is he had no valid objective reason to attack based on the Amalekites.
Yeah, there's no, again, basically, even, on his discussion, Who is he to say that's morally wrong?
Yep.
Who is he to impress his morality?
And if all he has
on
is
God?
subjective reasons, which by definition are not universal truth. So if all he has is subjective reasons to believe that Christianity is false, well, then I have subjective reasons to believe Christianity is true, and we can't get anywhere, right? You have no basis for saying I'm wrong. Like you have no basis for saying I'm objectively wrong. Whereas I do have a basis for saying I'm objectively right. You understand the difference? So why are you using what you yourself call as subjective reasons as your primary basis? You came in here, and that's the first thing that you said, not what I said. It wasn't in response to anything I said. You just came in here, and you're like, you didn't say the words Christianity is wrong, but you just said the Amalekites killing people. You fine with that?
Yeah,
obviously,
because he can't say it's morally wrong, because there's no, unless he's just making it, fabricating himself. In that case, you can't say that about the Jews during the Holocaust. It's completely fine if you don't have objective, if there's not any absolute morality, then there shouldn't be anything to require that anyone else respects anyone else, period. It's all if you want to.
Yep.
And guess what? Hitler didn't want to.
Yep.
So, okay, let's go ahead and get on back to this.
Independent of people, we can use that, or more so, I want to be more specific.
Sorry. How objectively are you getting to this? How do you know? Is it just something you made up yourself? In that case, I don't care.
Something that can be good, right, regardless of any end goal. It's just good.
No, I think good is tied up with goal.
Goal, okay. I completely agree. So,
I
in a sense, this is why.
That's why the.
I definitely disagree, because there are a lot of goals out there that are not good. A lot of people's goals that I would say are not good. And to say just generally that it is good would be incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she might catch him on that, because that's one of those statements that you can definitely get caught on for staying.
Religious goal in Christianity is the establishment of the kingdom of heaven on earth. It's goal dependent.
Okay, right.
And so it's in reference to a goal.
So,
or the goal would be the imitation of Christ.
Someone's goal, right, can be something that doesn't encompass being in congruence with God or being with God.
No, the thing that they want to be in congruence.
Oh, right, okay. It is God.
That's right. That's right. That's good. That's great. The thing they want to be in congruence with is fundamentally equivalent to their God.
So what makes someone a Christian and what makes someone not a Christian? What makes like that's what I'm trying to figure out, because
that's a good question.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
it's a basic question. That's an
he's
easy
not
question.
going to give a correct answer, I guarantee it. But it's a super easy question. Let's see his answer first, and then you can give yours, and I'll say, yep, you already said everything, because it's a very easy question.
Well, probably the deepest answer to that is willingness to shoulder your cross voluntarily and trudge uphill regardless of circumstances.
Okay, so someone can have a God, because in your definition,
No. It is to accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. It is to accept what is done upon the cross. There you go, right there. Wow, that didn't take you much time. Yep, Romans 10. 9 and 10. Yes, no. Just to take your cross and trudge through? No, that's not Christianity at all. It would be an aspect.
I mean, it's Christian-esque.
But it's a concept. But it's not the fundamental what makes you Christian or not. You could have the concept say, well, I'm not going to take out my cross and trudge up a hill. Okay. God can still find you before that point. You don't have to say that you're going to do that in order to become Christian. You have to accept what Jesus Christ did upon the cross and accept him as your Lord and Savior. Yes, that's what makes you Christian. What doesn't? So
Ron Johnson pointed out that you didn't, he said that wasn't easy or whatever, because you didn't define what he did on the cross. You just said on the cross, which, yeah, okay, fine. Ron Johnson, you're correct.
He died on the cross. Shed the blood.
For the atonement of sins. Yeah, for the atonement of sins, which is essential to Christian belief. Just believing Jesus died on the cross is obviously insufficient to be a Christian. But the point being, Eric is completely correct, that Christianity is defined by the work of Christ and believing in that and placing your trust in that alone, not in your personal willingness to pick up your cross and follow Jesus. Does being a Christian include the concept of picking up your cross, metaphorically speaking, of course, and following Jesus? Yes. But does that make you a Christian? No, it doesn't. So Peterson's just flat out wrong.
Yep.
First preference, that is God, right? So someone can believe in God, right, and not be a Christian, right?
Yeah, well, there's a statement that Christ makes in the Gospels. He says, not everyone who says, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven.
So not that they're even saying that they believe in God, but they just...
I know, but that's why I'm saying this to you, is that Christ himself points out.
So, sorry, Jordan Peterson again slipped up on his definition, and he's getting caught.
So we have some genius here who calls himself Gnostic Vedanta, who says this is not a first century definition. Romans 10, 9-10 is not a first century definition of Christianity, according to this genius. Literally every scholar, including Gnostic wannabe scholars, will agree that the book of Romans is written in the first century. It's not a disputed book by anyone. All of the Gnostic texts, which apparently you think is the original Christianity based on your name, are written in the 2nd century or later, according again to all scholars, including so-called Gnostic scholars. So where in the world did you get the idea that whatever nonsense you define Christianity as is the original 1st century definition?
Even based upon that, the Gnostic texts come after Pliny the Younger's writings, which he was a Roman governor at the time trying to justify killing Christians en masse. So he's not a Christian, just letting you know. And he's defining Christianity, he's saying what they are doing, and they are worshiping Jesus, singing praises, singing songs to Jesus as if he was God himself. So it's very clear, 1st century, yeah, they were worshiping Jesus as God. There's no question about that.
Yeah, this is not a disputed statement. Right? This is not a disputed statement by any serious scholar. The closest any serious scholar gets to disputing it is to say it was one of many different versions of Christianity that were around at the time. Of course, there isn't any evidence for those other Christianities in the 1st century. They just assume that what they observe in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th century, whatever, was also present in the 1st. That's the closest you get. But no one denies on this point, right, on this specific point, no one denies that this is a 1st century belief. Literally no one. So please inform yourself better before making such stupid statements.
That there's a difference between people who say they believe and people who act it out. And the fundamental issue is the action rather than the stated belief.
But he also says that, to be saved, right, you must believe God has died for your sins or that God has resurrected in some way. So it's like, I don't necessarily think that we can take from the Bible and say that like acting in accordance with God necessarily means, or acting in accordance with, the principles of God, like for example, sacrifice, like you talk about, means that you are Christian. I don't see how you can get that from that interpretation and then, kind of justify it as the truth.
I agree with her. That's not what, Jordan's definition given about Christianity, that isn't what the Bible teaches. And she's actually pointing to it saying, hey, that doesn't seem to line up with it because you need to have Jesus' death and resurrection as the cornerstone in the Bible. That's the message.
I don't think that the fact that you sacrifice is sufficient to make you Christian.
So can we repeat once again what you believe makes someone Christian?
There's many things, but one of the most fundamental is that you believe that the cosmos itself is founded on the principle of voluntary self-sacrifice. Best founded. Let me offer you a contrary example. So I could assume that power rules. And so that my assumption would be, if I can make you do it, I win.
So he did change his wording there. He changes one of the definitions, not the definition, which is what he gave was the definition. Now he's giving one of those definitions. Who wrote Romans? Is he really trying to argue that?
I think Ron Johnson just literally has no clue. He just has absorbed some vague ideas from critical scholarship that the authorship of the biblical books is disputed, but I got bad news from him. Romans is one of the undisputed letters of Paul. No serious scholar disputes Romans. Critical scholars who say Christianity, the biblical authorships, whatever, are generally bunk, still accept Romans as written by Paul. He just doesn't know what he's talking about, frankly.
So I'm wondering where Jordan Peterson is going with this, because so far he seems to be very off on Christian biblical teachings. In fact, I'm wondering if she's got a bit more of a grasp of it than he does, by what she said, at least.
Right, and I can found a whole society on that, and that happens a lot, by the way. And that's also how societies tend to degenerate. And so that would be a society that was founded on the principle that you get to sacrifice and I don't have to. Right, now the contrary to that would be something like you give up voluntarily and with courage all the things you need to situate yourself properly in relationship to the future and other people. Right. So then there's a harmony. That's why I talked about harmony earlier.
So you navigate your life, right, in accordance kind of to this principle of self-sacrifice. Can I say it in that way?
Yes, you can definitely.
That is an aspect of Christianity, but not the primary again. And no, Paul definitely wrote Romans as what is accepted.
And now Ron is claiming that some scholars say Paul didn't even exist at all. So obviously he couldn't have written Romans. He has no idea what he's talking about. He read some
scripture says it. What historian says that. That is so incredibly stupid.
No one serious does. He's found some atheist website who told him this is a normal belief of people, and they probably cite some 18th century whack job as their only source, if they even bother to cite a source. This is not an accepted position within academia at this time or any time in history. In fact, it had a few crazy people in the 19th century, 18th, 19th century that proposed that the entire Bible was written in like the 4th or 5th century. That has been disproven by objective evidence since then. No one accepts this in academia at this time. And yeah, I called you a name. You're if you actually believe this, you are clueless. You are either trolling, so I'll go ahead and call you possible name number 1, troll, or possible name number 2, clueless. It's one of those two things, because this is not an actual position in academia. If you want to talk about, say, 1 Timothy, then we can talk about the disputed authorship. But if you want to talk about Romans, there's no dispute over who wrote Romans. Literally none. There's no dispute over the date, if we allow, give or take a few years. Some think it was written in 62 and others think it was written in 64 or something like that. That is the extent of the dispute over Romans, that Paul wrote it, and the exact year is give or take a few years. Wow. Yeah, very disputed letter.
Oh my gosh, if you only knew how bad the other references of historical characters are. Holy cow. You'd be bringing those into massive questions. Plato would never have existed. Aristotle would never have existed.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, he's just extremely ignorant and has no idea what he's talking about. He saw some website or heard from someone or something, maybe a YouTube video, maybe it wasn't a website, maybe it was some YouTube video, and now he thinks he's a genius who knows everything because he was already an atheist, and then he searched for justification for his atheism, and he found some nutcase on YouTube probably, who has never read a book in his life himself and says, everyone knows that Paul never existed. oh, the Christians just made him up. And he's like, oh, this is good. I'm going to use this in my next discussion with Christians.
Yeah, that's just absolutely foolish. Again, did Paul sign it? Paul didn't have to sign it.
I mean, what? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Do you have a copy of Plato's autograph? No, he doesn't exist. And by the way, he did actually say, I, Paul, write this in my own hand in one of his letters.
I know that's one of the letters. I know that
it's, I don't remember which one off the top of my head. But it's not Romans. It's definitely not Romans. But he generally had a scribe write it for him, right? Which is why
which is common practice.
Yeah, which is normal.
By the way.
Kings did the exact same things, but I guess Caesar doesn't exist now because he had someone else do the physical writing for him. But in any case, in one of the letters, he does make note that he's writing this part, and he laughs about how bad his letters look in comparison to the professional scribe. So you just have no clue what you're talking about. I'm sorry, but you're completely and totally ignorant. This is not a subject where you can even remotely argue with me on.
Okay, let's go ahead and hit some more of this debate.
Yeah, let's get this lady.
We say it that way. That's exactly right. And navigate is the right term.
So someone does not have to have any awareness of Christ, of the story of Jesus, but let's say 60% of their actions, right, or more, whatever kind of metric you want to use, are in line with this self-sacrificial.
So the Christian thinkers of the Middle Ages dealt exactly with that problem when they were talking about the pre-Christian philosophers, for example. And they noted the similarity, let's say, between pre-Christian Greek thought and later Christian thought, and presumed that there were moral actors outside the Christian domain.
Right. So is that person Christian, though? Is that person Christian?
Well, to some degree, again, that's a matter of definition, because they wouldn't be...
That would be the definition you gave her, though. I could see why she would be... She's pinning him on this, is because that was the definition Jordan Peterson gave her. And yes, if you just, according to him, if you just pick up your cross and you keep trudging, then you're automatically Christian, which in the context of Christianity, you need Jesus Christ for you. Now, if you're talking pre-Jesus Christ, we can then talk about that. That's a different subject. But if you're talking about now, today, it's after Jesus Christ.
Oh my gosh, this guy, Ron. Now he's giving us an update minute by minute of our viewership, and anytime it drops, he says that proves that we were lying.
No, it proves that that David went live. That's what it proves. David and AP went live. Because I can tell you exactly, if I look back at my graph, I can tell you exactly when David and AP went live. Because
I can always tell in my graphs too.
It has nothing to do with any of the change in content or any claimed lies from you. So, okay.
Proclaiming Christian propositions, but they're acting out the pattern. Right. So, so you imagine that full Christianity would involve a dozen things. And you can imagine someone who knows nothing of Christianity, say, acting out 8 of them.
Right.
Right. So then they'd be 8/12ths Christian or something like that.
Christian. Well, but to be like a full Christian, how can someone...
There's no 8/12ths Christian. It's either you are a Christian or you're not a Christian. And in so saying, if you don't have Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, and you're redeemed by the blood on the cross, you do not meet the definition of a Christian. After all, I'm still waiting for that one guy to give me the definition of what a Christian is. Because it's like, Jesus never founded Christianity. It's like, what do you think Christian means? Oh.
Someone say, I am Christian. Like, I am Christian, not 8/12ths, but Christian.
Well, I hesitate to do that personally because I think it's the kind of goal that you be very careful about proclaiming the technical.
But belief is not necessarily, to be mostly Christian, belief is not necessary. 8/12s or, right?
Well, it depends.
Another own goal here. I mean, he walked himself into this, right? He was the idiot who was like.
He didn't. There's no way he's. Yeah. He does not look good in this case. Sorry, Jordan Peterson. Dude, you need to know what Christianity actually teaches. And I recommend that you pick a Bible and read it again because I think you missed a couple of things last time.
Depends on what you mean by belief. See, because I would say that acting out the pattern is the deepest form of belief. Now, you could add to that what you say. So, maybe in the optimal situation, how you act and what you imagine and what you say, they're the same, right? But you can imagine a hypocrite who says all sorts of wonderful things and does nothing, and you could imagine another person who acts in a very positive manner but proclaims nothing.
So what I'm kind of seeing is like a descriptive, a really comprehensive but descriptive analysis of human action, human thought, and by which we can characterize people and put people in boxes. But I don't see
why in boxes.
Like when I say in boxes, I mean like I can categorize you based on your actions, not based on necessarily.
You do need definitions for people. You can build something off of knowing certain things. For example, a person comes to me and says, "I'm a Muslim." Okay, you believe that Muhammad's a prophet. You believe that the Quran is the direct words of Allah. Now you can say, well, I'm a Sunni, I'm a Shia, I'm a Quran only. You can define it better through that. But there are some assumptions that I will make, and I probably make the assumption that you're Sunni because that's 95% out there. A large number of them are Sunni. So I would go with that concept, and if not, then get corrected. But if you say I'm a Christian and your concept is I just pick up my cross every day, that's not meeting the definition. I would not assume that. If I have someone come up to me and say that I am a Christian, I believe that you believe that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, that he died upon the cross, that he raised 3 days later. I believe that you believe these things, that the Bible is the inspired word of God. I believe that because that comes in that package of what you're identifying yourself with. But there's a value to it.
What you say, but based on your actions that you were more so or less so Christian, right? Things like that, right? So we can categorize people as Christian.
Well, I would say more or less voluntarily self-sacrificing.
But that's also what we came to, though, is that someone can be like 60% or 70% Christian based on simply just acting in that way.
Yeah, Richard Dawkins is like that.
I watched that debate.
Let's pause there. We've been voted out by the majority.
Very good.
Thank you so much.
Really, very thoughtful.
Well, other than proving that no one should take it seriously that Jordan Peterson is a Christian based upon that definition.
Yeah.
It should dispel everyone in this room's concept that Jordan Peterson would be a Christian, because that's not theologically true.
So I'm going to ignore that part, right? That he doesn't understand what Christianity is, as far as my judgment on the victor here. And I'm also going to ignore that 0 words were about the actual topic proposed, because then it would just be, a 0-0 shutout. No one would get any points. And say that the lady outperformed him by a bit on this one. So we'll give it a 5-3 overall score. And I'm not voting against Peterson because he didn't understand Christianity. I'm voting against him because he contradicted himself when he was like getting into the details, and also because he let it go completely and totally off topic.
I would agree that she definitely seemed to have been able to make her point, and even Peterson's points for him during that conversation. She definitely drove it. I would love to have a conversation with the lady on my live stream. She seemed to be very good, very professional. And I'd say that she definitely came out of that looking up the better.
Yeah, I think that she handled herself very well. It wasn't Peterson's worst for sure, but I think she did better than he did.
He made it go off topic. I don't know if he made it go off topic. I'd have to rewatch it again. He could have definitely opened himself up to going off topic. I think she drove it off topic, and he did not even try to get it back on. But
yeah, I think.
Go ahead.
I think that she started it off topic, and then he pushed it further off topic. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
In any case,
definitely.
nothing was about everyone worshiping someone.
Okay, before we continue, we do have 5 gifted members from Jack Ray. So he gave 5 Your Brother in Christ memberships to someone, and that I will do for the wheel as well. Because why not? Because it's a fun little thing to do, and I actually bought this, spent money on it, so I was like, I want to use it. Let's find out. Confetti. I hope we don't get too many more of these, because I have a limited number of balloons floating above my head. I'm not going to tell you how many there are, but there are a limited number. So there we go.
Yay, more New Year's.
Fantastic. Okay, let's go ahead and hit the video. See who's next.
Hey, Dr. Peterson.
How you doing?
Danny, nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Danny.
Danny.
You say atheists worship things or people.
Okay, so this is Danny,
Hey,
the
this guy's gonna be
guy
on
from the
topic.
beginning. The guy from the beginning. So let's see how he does.
Oh, this is the guy from the preview?
No,
like
this
the
is
first
the guy,
30
I think,
seconds?
got up there first. That was like, I think that was him. Let me see.
I mean, he introduced himself. I think that guy was wearing a white shirt.
Oh, no, you're
Been a
right.
long time.
I was incorrect. There's
Gray,
way too many people. Gray shirt. I see it there.
I think that there's
No,
probably
it's
a
a
rule that the same person can't speak twice. I'm pretty sure that's actually a rule.
Well, let's see what he's got to offer. So let's go ahead and go with his introduction, just like I've looked at all the others. Well, introductions here.
Hey, Dr. Peterson.
How you doing?
Danny, nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Danny.
Danny.
You say atheists worship things or people or places, whatever. Can you be very clear about your definition of worship again?
Attend to, prioritize, and sacrifice for.
Okay, that's it. That's your understanding of worship.
Well, I could flesh it out, but that'll do for the time we have.
Okay. Do Catholics attend to Mary?
Well, yes.
Okay. So do they fit that description of worship?
Yes.
So you would say Catholics and other people that revere Mary, like the Eastern Orthodox tradition, worship Mary.
Well, they might not put her in the highest
But
place.
you would put it that way.
No.
You just said it. Now you're taking it back
There's
now?
still a hierarchy.
Okay, there's a hierarchy, but within
And
the
there's something at the top.
All right, you can worship things
Mary is
below.
quite a ways up the hierarchy, but not at the top.
Let's go over your definition of worship again. What's your definition of worship?
Attend to.
Attend to.
Prioritize.
Do
And
Catholics
sacrifice for.
What do Catholics attend to? Do they prioritize Mary over all other human beings?
No, I didn't say overall, did I? I didn't
Well,
add that to my
you
definition.
you understand.
I said there was a hierarchy as well.
You attend to
So you can attend to something trivially, or you can attend to it deeply.
Okay, now
there's
you're
a-
adding stuff to the definition, but your original
I
definition.
added the hierarchy part at the beginning.
Are you
just
familiar?
didn't
I don't think Peterson, he may or may not come off well on this one, but I don't think that he's moving the goalpost at all, right? He said that it's three things, not one thing, right? And he made it quite clear in his the first person talking to him that only the utmost of, worshiping is what is defined as God. So he's saying that, Catholics give reverence to Mary. They meet some aspects of worshiping her. And if there was nothing else, then that might be their object of worship. But in fact, they have a higher standard, and thus that isn't their object of worship. And I think that that's consistent with his understanding. And this guy's trying to push him in a disingenuous way, I believe. Like he might
this guy
win the debate,
solid
right?
piece of shit.
He might win in a, you know, a subjective way where he looks better, looks like he's the aggressor, looks smart, whatever. But objectively, Peterson is on this one is not moving the goalposts. He's not changing anything. The guy's just trying to force him into a corner disingenuinely.
Yeah, this guy, I don't know. Yeah, Danny was his name. Danny here is very aggressive. He's very forceful. He's very disrespectful as well. How he's talking down very badly. Talking down to Jordan so far in this. The last lady had a good, even though again we said it was very off topic, it was very, the definitions really sucked by Jordan Peterson, but it was a good conversation. This one feels like this guy's trying to beat him over the head with something.
Yeah,
the guy is on the attack, and Jordan Peterson's just trying to make sure he's clear on what he's actually saying so he can get to the conversation.
Understand it.
Are you familiar with the Immaculate Conception?
Why is that relevant?
Because you go to a Catholic church, don't you? Or you've attended recently. You're interested in Catholicism, aren't you?
Sure.
All right. Are you familiar with their doctrines?
Somewhat.
Okay, you're
Their
familiar.
doctrines are very
How do they
deep.
regard Mary?
Why are you asking me that?
Because you're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
and I mean
either
it,
you're a
'cause I
Christian
won't
or you're
talk
not.
to you if you're a smartass.
Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
I could be either of them, but I don't have to tell you.
You don't have to tell me. I was under the impression
private.
I was invited to talk to a Christian. Am I not talking to a Christian?
No, you were invited to.
See, that's where I think Jubilee screwed up. I think
Yeah.
they really sold this to them as Jordan Peterson is Christian. You're going to debate him. By Jordan Peterson's definition, though, that he gave, he would fall under that Christian category. Granted.
Yeah, but he doesn't like labels, right? He doesn't like to be put in a box, and I think that's fair. You should be able to debate him on his beliefs. You don't need to put a label on him. So it turns out this was the first guy, as in the introduction, not the guy that he talked to first.
Yes.
And I get it. I get why people think that this is a great clip and he was totally destroyed. But in reality, he's not doing anything unreasonable. And they really should have put that statement right there that I was told, right, from Jordan Peterson. I was told that this was me having discussions with people. And this guy was told, some of the people who talked to previously did seem to understand, right, did seem to know what his actual beliefs were and talk to him based on those. But this guy may not even really know who Jordan Peterson is. Like, he may hear the name, have heard the name, but doesn't really know what he believes or anything, and was just sold on some 20 atheists versus one Christian.
I disagree with you, because he was saying that you're interested in Catholicism.
Oh yeah, you're right. He does. You're right.
So
Fair enough.
And at the same time, we've watched this progress.
Yeah.
There's been plenty of times that he's been asked if he was a Christian or not.
Right.
And he either says he dodges the question or doesn't answer it.
Yep.
And I'm not sure if this kid paid attention the entire time. And yes, I use kid because he is acting like a spoiled brat in this.
Yeah.
He's acting like a child that needs
Yeah,
to be
I
bent
think
over his dad's lap and spanked.
the fact that they titled their video originally, before they changed it, 20 atheists versus, or Christian versus 20 atheists, whatever. And the fact that Jordan Peterson says that's not what he was told, while this atheist guy explicitly says that's what I was told, and other people seem to think that and then allowed themselves to be corrected. I think that the Jubilees people, in fact, did sell this to the atheists in a very different way than they sold it to Peterson.
So we do have, I think, this kid's fan in there saying this kid is smart. Well, coming from you, that doesn't lift the bar.
Yeah, that
very
don't
high
mean much.
based on the things you've been saying, but you're not a
How
very
is-
good judge of character.
How
So
is
far, nothing
demonstrating
you say is
aggression? How is demonstrating aggression and forcing your point on someone smart? It might make you a good debater. It might make you win the conversation. It might be a lot of things, but it doesn't in any way demonstrate intelligence. It just demonstrates that you know how to force your point. Hey, guess what? This is I know you're not a Muslim, but this is the Muslim understanding of debate. Whoever shouts the loudest, whoever shows the most passion, whoever metaphorically beats the other guy up is automatically the winner. What they're actually saying doesn't matter at all. And that's what you're essentially telling me when you say this guy is smart. He could be smart, but there's nothing in his conversation thus far to demonstrate that. All he wants to do is trap Peterson on whether or not he's a Christian, which Peterson has made quite clear multiple times before he even got on the stage is not a question that he answers in public.
And again, it's not that, again, this kid could be smart, but everything we've seen here shows me that this kid is a fool.
Yeah.
Because if he was smart, then he would be able to have a reasonable conversation. And still, if his goal is just to get the soundbite, which I bet you it is, to get the soundbite where Jordan Peterson
he succeeded.
Up, he should be, he should be able to do it in a way that doesn't make him look like an absolute fool. And he does. He's an idiot. So
I think everyone should look at the title of the YouTube channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video.
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing, right? You're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him.
Wow. Imagine getting your opportunity to talk to Jordan Peterson, to actually have a discussion with him, and you're too stupid to keep your own foot out of your rear end. Because that really is. I mean, seriously, he just proved himself to be an a-hole. That's all I see.
Yeah. I don't care if people say that this is a viral clip and the kid destroyed him or whatever. All he did is look like a complete fool. And I actually think Peterson handled it very well. He handled it about the most respectful way you possibly could, given the behavior of the guy.
Definitely there at the end. He already got a word in edgewise before he's just, well, you're absolutely nothing, aren't you? Well, guess what? I know Jordan Peterson's name.
Yeah.
Until you spoke it, I had no clue who the heck you were. So
and not only that, in 2 weeks, no one will remember this guy, right? No one will remember him. So I think it's just pretty
You'll
pathetic.
get some fanboys based upon this little discussion. But the very fact I disagree with Jordan Peterson on a lot of things. But just to get a soundbite like that, he's just looking for the instant fame. And that's not only short-sighted, it's absolutely moronic.
Yeah. It was dumb. He's going to have his 15 minutes of internet fame. Congratulations. Probably he'll just fade to obscurity and no one will remember this. But like the best case scenario that people remember it, you really think that that's going to impress a future employer there, buddy? That's the way you talk to someone? And you really think that this is going to look good for you? All it looks like is you're a jerk who wouldn't accept him saying that is a private matter that I don't discuss in public.
That was completely off topic too. It wasn't even on the topic. He starts off by sounding like he's going to be on topic, but then just goes for personal attacks. Again, that's a Muslim tactic. It's just personal. Well, you're nothing. Well, if I'm something, then you're nothing.
Yeah.
How is that any sort
You're
of
really
level
something, buddy. Right? Which is sarcastic, obviously. And then his reply is, well, then you're nothing. Wow. Impressive.
Yeah. Danny hates. It's very clear that he knew who Jordan Peterson was. He already had an axe to grind, and he got the opportunity to be on here, so he jumped at it just for this opportunity to tell him off. Which again, he's an idiot, plain and simple.
Yep. So I'm not going to grade this one. I'm not going to count it in the score. It was just stupidity, frankly.
Well, I'd give this one to Jordan. I'd give it to Jordan myself. because he kept his cool, and there's something to be said about keeping your cool, more or less.
Yeah, that's true.
When you're dealing with people in your face, and this is not just online, like I would do, but actually in face.
Yeah, you persuaded me. I'm giving Peterson the win on this, despite the viral nature of the clip, because I honestly can't think of how he could have possibly done any better, right, in the face of, what was coming at him. 6-3. I think that if I was in Peter's position, I probably would not have handled myself as well. I probably would have yelled at him or something along those lines. I don't know for sure, right? But I cannot think of a way he could have handled this better. So I'm persuaded he gets the win.
Yep.
And who cares if his face is red? What a stupid comment. I mean, I would be upset too if like I go on this program and I'm realizing that I've been set up, that all these people are here on a false premise, and they're all just here. Well, not all of them, but many of them are here just to attack me because they hate Christianity, and I'm the supposed representative of Christianity, which I don't even represent. I mean, I would be upset in his position. I wouldn't blame him if he got up and walked off the stage right now. Obviously, he'd look really bad if he did, but I wouldn't blame him and say, the producer set me up. This is not what I agreed to.
Yeah. So far we're counting 6 in Peterson's favor, 3 in the atheist favor, right?
Yep.
And in that case, yeah, so he's held his own, but again, you're right. He really is fighting a fight that's not his. He's not Christian. And if they came here to fight Christians, then that's what they're going to try to do.
So Ron Johnson says, no, they hate Peterson. Fine, they hate Peterson. What is your point exactly? That somehow hating him makes it acceptable behavior?
Well, so far the 3 that hated him and still had a decent conversation. We're not grading very harsh on this, okay?
No, I mean, in some of the ones that we graded in Peterson's favor, we agreed that the other person had a perfectly reasonable conversation. In fact, I'd say only about 3 of them have been hostile. The very first guy, one of the others, I forget which one exactly, but there was one that to my mind was pretty hostile. And then this guy. So 3 hostile, 6 friendly.
Yeah, that's a little very over the top. It is really not called for that level of aggression.
Hi there.
Hi, nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Gerard.
Hello, Gerard.
Nice to meet you, sir. So you've said that worship is when you prioritize and sacrifice for something.
Ooh, I like him. He's got notes.
Yeah, and he gets right into it.
He's paying attention.
By the way,
cool.
Not a single person other than that first pretentious guy has gone, oh, I went to school and blah, 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 blah. They've all just said I am in their name. So it definitely was that guy. Like at the time, I didn't know one way or another, but it was definitely that guy and not something the producers asked people to do, because literally no one else has done it.
Yep. So let's go ahead and hit this and give him a shot.
Something, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But there's a hierarchy in there.
Sure. So I prioritize and sacrifice for my wife more than I would prioritize and sacrifice for a random person on the street, right?
Probably. Yeah.
Presumably. Do I worship
I don't know.
my
I've
wife?
seen some pretty bad marriages.
Assuming a good marriage, are you saying I worship my wife?
I'm trying to define worship.
Well, that's what I'm asking. So prioritize and sacrifice. I do
the
those
higher
things.
it is in the hierarchy, the more what you're doing is akin to worship. But even in your trivial acts of attention, you're prioritizing and partaking in worship, even if you don't know it.
So I am
And it's partly, well, with regard to your wife, say. So why do you value your wife?
I'm going to stop it there for a second because, no, that was the definition he gave of it. That those were the requirements for it. So yes, according to the definition, yes, that would be worshiping your wife in some regard.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that although he didn't explicitly state it, I think it still has to be the highest, right? The highest on the hierarchy. So if this guy doesn't have anything above his wife, then under Peterson's definition, he would be worshiping his wife. But I think Peterson's going to try to get him to say whether she's actually his highest priority. And quite frankly, I think for a lot of people, their spouse probably is their object of worship. So I don't really think that's odd.
Yeah, I'd say that leads to a lot of the divorce rates. I would say would be because you're putting a person who's imperfect. Every husband and wife, both of them are imperfect, up on a pedestal that they can't possibly maintain or actually reach. And that's unfair to them and it's unfair to you.
Yep.
That being said, yes, if he doesn't have anything higher, then yes. And that should have been Jordanson's question. Well, do you have anything else you value more than your wife? Oh, no. My wife is the most important thing to me in my life. Then the answer would be yes, you do worship your wife by Jordan Peterson's statement.
If you do value your
Yes,
wife.
I love her, so I prioritize and I sacrifice for her.
Right. So that's within the confines of love, let's say.
Sure.
What else does it serve?
What else does what serve?
Your love in your marriage?
I mean, I am married to my wife because I love her. That's also why I prioritize and sacrifice for her. Right. I certainly wouldn't think I worship her, and I don't think anyone else would make that.
I'm
Are you
trying
making
to
that
make
claim?
a definition.
Okay.
Yeah, that there's a hierarchy of attentional priority, and as you move up it or down it, depending on whether you think about it as a pinnacle or a foundation, you move more towards worship. Right. So even the small things. I'll give you an example.
Okay. Again, just ask him.
Just
Jordan
ask
Peterson.
him.
It's not very hard. Just ask him if there's anything he values more than his wife. If his answer is no, guess what?
And he could even start giving examples. Like he could say, well, what if your wife asks you to break the law, which has a higher priority, keeping the law of your state or city or whatever, or doing what your wife says, right? So that would be a way to determine which is higher priority. And you could ask, well, what about if your country? What about if the U.S. government it mandates you serve in the military and there's a draft or whatever, and you have to serve in the military, and your wife says no? Do you say fuck you to the government? Sorry, and go to jail, or do you do what your wife says? Right? Like he could provide examples, but him just saying, well, it's a hierarchy. It depends how high you up are, is not helping this guy understand what he's getting at.
Exactly. Real quick, a couple comments in the chat here. So the question was, your choice, wife or I'm assuming Jesus?
Yeah, I guess he's trying to say Yeshua, but he thinks you just take a Y and replace the J, and that somehow gives you the correct Aramaic version of Jesus' name. What you actually said is nothing at all, but I'll answer the question anyway. Jesus, of course.
Yep, Jesus. And she would say the same. In fact, she is in the chat, and she did correct me because, again, guys, we have upcoming the Seek and Share Truth Conference. The link for the free tickets are in the description there. At least I don't think I might have typed that in wrong now that I'm looking at it, so I might need to restate it. Yes, I corrected to the 3rd. I need to correct that. This is not the 4th, it's the 3rd. I stand corrected by my lovely wife on which one it is. So that being said, as far as the topic goes, is there anything else you want to add to that before we continue?
Oh, as far as Peterson, no, we're good.
Okay, fantastic. So let me get this link because I think it only took the ... dots, and that's not right. So we need the full.
You mean if you just click tickets ...
It
you won't get to the actual website?
The post. Yeah, no. I took it from the post, and I think it truncated it. So I need to correct that, and there we go. And then there. Okay. Now it should be correct with the actual name and the correct link. So if you guys want to sign up for that, it's Seek and Share Truth Conference, July 31st through August 3rd. It is free, and if you could help donate to it, I would appreciate it because these things aren't cheap.
And otherwise, it comes out of your pocket. So I
Yes,
encourage people to donate as well.
So My pocket
doesn't come out of my pocket. I don't care. Wait, no, I do care.
Like, it's not mine. My morality says I'm perfectly fine, so therefore it doesn't matter. So hopefully now the link works. So I see, so it doesn't work. I'm thinking the original one. So okay, so we'll go ahead and dive back in here and see what this gentleman has to say.
Imagine you go on a date. Well, imagine that your aim is a long-term relationship, like a marriage. Okay, now imagine that your aim is short-term sexual gratification. Your pattern of attention is going to vary during the date, depend on your ultimate end. That's the hierarchy. The way that you attend to your wife is dependent on your ultimate aims, even if you don't know it.
So at what point is it worship? Because it sounds like you're saying worship is almost a spectrum, right? Or it's not a binary, it's not a...
It's kind of like, that's a good question.
When is it worship as opposed to just, I love my wife?
The closer you get to the top or the bottom, the more it's more like
how
worship.
close to the top? Because I don't think I worship anything. And if you're saying I have to hit a certain threshold for it to be worship, it is possible I don't worship anything then, right?
It's not possible that you don't worship anything.
What do I worship?
Because you wouldn't attend. Well, love.
So you think I worship love?
Do you?
Just simply, I don't understand. Is Jordan Peterson not allowed to just ask the question? What do you value the most? What do you value the most? Well, my relationship with my wife. Okay, then yes, you would worship your wife by those definitions. Don't beat around
by
the
Peterson's
bush.
definition anyway, and like we could dispute the definition, but by his definition, that would be what counts as worship. So I don't know why he doesn't just ask him, and they could even provide examples if he wanted to.
Let's keep going.
You attend in consequence of love? I'm trying to define something. What do you mean worship? Well, I told you what I meant. What do you mean?
So I mean
Thank you for asking a question.
Yeah, let's get somewhere.
Something you worship is something that you have a reverential view for in a manner in which you believe it to be above and beyond normal things you like. Like you.
So do you have that attitude towards your wife?
I have that.
Do you privilege her compared to other women?
Of course, I privilege her compared to other women, but I don't worship her. Nor
okay, by the definition you just gave, buddy, if you don't have anything else you value more, then yes, you worship your wife. Thank you, Jordan, for finally asking the question.
I thought Peterson was doing pretty bad, but then he asked that question, and then this guy basically gave the same definition and said that his wife meets that definition, but then said it wasn't worship.
Yeah, so dude, you need to be consistent here. If you're saying that is the definition of worship, which I could see that.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't all that different than Peterson's, right? I mean, it was slightly different, but it was close enough. It's the same general ballpark. And he says, something that you revere above all other similar things, right? That's what he said. And you provide devotion to it. Those were his two things. And then he says, yeah, I revere my wife above all other women. And yeah, I'm devoted to my wife, but I'm not worshiping her, even though that was his freaking definition.
Yeah, okay, you stepped on a landmine there, boy. And yes, you do always end up worshiping something, no matter what, because you will value something above all other things in your life. That's just what happens. It's a natural human reaction.
Again, by the definition of worship that's being used here. Now, if you use a different definition and you define worship as only ceremonial acts of bowing down towards a deity, then obviously atheists don't worship anything. But if worship means the object, whatever you are most devoted to, whatever you provide the most attention to, whatever you put value above anything else is by definition your object of worship, then obviously everyone worships something. So it's really just a question about definitions, really.
And I will definitely say that it seems to be the biblical definition seems to be what you give your value to, because there's many things that the Lord can then talk about that replace him in your life. You put something else in the seat that God's supposed to be. And I'd say that everyone does that because everyone values something whatever that is. And it can be very different.
Nor does she worship me.
By the definition you just offered, yes, you do. Because you just offered a definition that involved prioritization and elevation.
Well, and thinking that she is divine above and beyond what a normal natural phenomenon can be. Not other women, no, beyond any human being could ever be. I will prioritize her over any other human, but I don't think that she is.
He didn't say that before. He just added to it because he got trapped.
He got trapped, and then he added to that. So we do have a super chat here. Never ending goal. Love it. Never ending goal. Love it. Yes, it is never ending goal.
Because your goal never changes. It just always says 0 out of 1.
I don't know why. I set it up so that it would. In fact, I had last time like 50 in there, and I was like, every time someone gives a super chat, I'll do this. And then I was like, well, that's kind of stupid, so I'll just put 1. Then it never counts. So, okay. Well, in regard to that, let's go ahead and spin the wheel. So zoom up here. Confetti. This is the third one. When you blow up another balloon. So there we go. And let's get back to Jordan Peterson and see what happens.
Making the assumption that only the thing at the top or the bottom has anything to do with worship. And I'm saying that's not true. It's a hierarchy of prioritization. And there's either something at the top or the bottom, depending on the metaphor, or you're fragmented and confused. Those are the only options.
So let's say
you're either going in many directions.
Okay.
Or you're going in one direction.
So let's suppose I'm fragmented and confused. Then you agree I don't worship anything.
No, then you worship multiple things.
So what's the threshold when it's worship, right? I prioritize a lot of stuff.
I said that the closer you get to the pinnacle, or the closer
How close?
you get...
Can you give me some sort of metric? How close do I got to get to this pinnacle?
Do you know the difference between cheap literature and deep literature?
Yes.
Okay.
This guy just doesn't understand. When Peterson says pinnacle, he's not referring to like some absolute standard, right? There's not a theoretical level, even though that'd be really hard to find. There's not a theoretical level that you reach, and then above that counts as worship, and below it doesn't. What he's saying is whatever is your personal pinnacle, whatever is at the top of your own pyramid, is what you worship.
Absolutely. So, yeah, the guy's, okay. Again, if that is your top priority, then yes, you're worshiping your wife by your own definition that you gave. And then you added on, well, divine. Okay, what does that mean then? Because you added a word without a definition. Mm-hmm. So what do you mean being an atheist? What would you mean is divine? Are you saying, well, some sort of God concept? That's not necessarily what the original definition is. And I wouldn't say that that's the definition in the Bible either. Mm-hmm. So that would be a concept that you would have had to have fabricated yourself.
That's the same issue. And how do you distinguish between them? What's the difference between cheap and deep?
I mean, it's really an opinion-based thing, right?
Is it? So it's just an opinion that Dostoevsky is better than a porno magazine.
Well, I've spoken to people who think To Kill a Mockingbird's cheap. It's one of my favorite books. So, I mean, people will differ on opinions.
Well, just because people are stupid about things doesn't mean that their opinion is valid.
That's certainly true.
Let me ask you.
I agree with that.
Okay, well, do you think there is a hierarchy in literary quality?
I think that there is a hierarchy to an extent in literary quality, but I think once you get to a certain threshold, it is just opinion. Like, I agree. Dostoevsky is better than a porno mag, but is F. Scott Fitzgerald better than Ernest Hemingway? I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. Why do you think that?
Because of what a book is, what literature is. Dostoevsky, he follows what literature is the purpose of more than the porno magazine does.
Good. Well,
so it's about purpose and definitions.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry. How is this relevant to the topic?
For some reason, Peterson doesn't grasp it, that this guy doesn't grasp what he's saying. So now he's trying to explain what pinnacle means, I think. Like, I think that he's suggesting that this guy is saying that there aren't absolute standards. I can worship, or I can have the same level of reverence for lots of different things. But that's not actually what he's saying at all. What he's saying is you haven't defined what level I need to reach, because he's thinking there's some absolute standard. And that's not what Peterson's saying at all. He's saying it's a relative standard for each person. And how in the world do you keep getting balloons every time you spin that wheel?
I don't know. I just realized I need to blow up more of them for the live stream. And then pin them above me. I think I'm good. Okay. Yeah, I think you need to realize that this guy is thinking that there's some absolute scale that you're working from, with worship being classified as the green of the green on this scale. And the closer you get to the scale, then you get there. No, it's what you value. It's individual. Because it's individual worship, it's based upon what you value the most. And according to this gentleman here, he values his wife the most. So, again, I'd say that that's wrong and unhelpful for the marriage, but it's at least consistent.
Yep.
Sure. Let me give you an analog then. Okay. The depth of worship is analogous to depth of literary significance. And the closer you get to what's deep, the more religious and worshipful your practice.
So
and maybe you don't know what's at the bottom, but something needs to be, or you're confused.
Well, so to use your analogy, then how deep do I have to go for it to be worship? Do I have to be Catcher in the Rye? Do I have to be War and Peace? Or
it depends on what you're seeking for.
I'm seeking to know whether I worship something. You've claimed I worship something, and I want to know.
If you want to have a deep and meaningful life, then you have to go all the way to the bottom or the top. And insofar as you're capable of doing that, because otherwise you'll be fragmented and miserable and anxiety-ridden and hopeless.
So I have to worship something to have a meaningful life. And if
there's no difference between those two things.
Okay.
They're the same thing.
Well, yeah, because you're valuing something. If you're valuing something completely, yes, you need to have something you value in order to have a meaningful life. If not, then you're just adrift, according to what Peterson's saying.
And again, using the definition of worship that they both seem to accept, that makes perfect sense, that if you don't value anything, that nothing has any meaning to you, then of course your life also has no meaning. I mean, value and meaning are synonyms. So to say, I don't value anything, nothing's important to me, well, then by definition, you kind of have no meaning to your life.
Yeah, I don't think he should have an issue with that necessarily, but he seems to have a problem grasping it. But To Kill a Mockingbird was bad.
So this is actually a very interesting point. I wasn't going to make it, but I think I will make it. So the fallacy here, right, that the guy is doing is kind of like a reverse slippery slope fallacy, if you like. It's sometimes called like the fallacy of the beard, because it's impossible to say when a guy has just not shaved recently and when he has a beard, because it's like, well, it's grown an hour. Is that a beard, or is that he hasn't shaved? It's been 2 days. Is that a beard, or he hasn't shaved? But at some point, it definitely becomes a beard, right? No one would suggest I don't have a beard or Eric doesn't have a beard, that it's just been a couple days since we shaved, right? But that point where that happens is really hard to define. One could even say impossible to define. But then the mistake is saying because it's hard to define where that point is, there is no point. And that's essentially what the literature analogy is here. What Peterson thinks he's misunderstanding, when in fact all he's misunderstanding is what Peterson means by pinnacle. That's really all he's misunderstanding. So that's the analogy why he drew out that analogy. Yeah, it's really it's really difficult to say that, this is the line of good literature and this is bad literature down here. And because individual people have different opinions, but everyone agrees there's a difference between good literature and bad literature. And that's what Peterson was getting at.
Will not be meaningful, correct?
Well, that's the definition of nihilism.
Okay, so if I'm a nihilist, I don't worship anything.
That's true. And then
okay. You just said everybody worships something. I think you just agreed there is a class of people that doesn't.
Well, they're
I'd say nihilists worship their own concept of the world itself. They value that above everything else.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so like another class you could say is like someone with extreme depression, and they just think, everything's horrible. They don't value anything. I mean, you could potentially argue that they worship their own depression or something. I mean, I think it's just silly, right? Okay, fine. But you can say that some people don't worship anything because they don't value anything. That wasn't Peterson's point. Yeah, you may have technically defeated his statement, but you didn't defeat his point of the statement.
Incoherent in their worship, and hand gestures like that aren't going to help.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Look, if you're incoherent and fragmented and aimless, which is what happens if your objects of worship are unstructured and chaotic, then you're going to be anxiety-ridden and without hope. That happens. That's a technical argument.
But there's happy nihilists.
Oh,
How do you explain that there are happy nihilists then? Because you just said they
the
can't
mere
be.
fact that you state that there are happy nihilists doesn't make it true. Like, what's your evidence?
Yeah, I don't think that's
how
true.
do you measure?
I don't think that's true. I think by definition, right? Like I'm not saying a nihilist can't have a emotion of being happy, but what Peterson isn't referring to an emotion. Feeling content, fulfilled, right? That's by definition the opposite of nihilism, where you suggest nothing has any meaning. I can never be content with anything or whatever, right? So by definition, they're kind of opposites. But sure, you could still have an emotion of feeling happy, and that's not what he means.
Nope.
Nihilism, and how have you associated it with happiness, and what's your definition of happiness, and have you compared them to religious people? Because if you do, by the way, it's clearly the case that religious people over the long run have better mental health. It's a well-documented fact in psychological literature.
Sure.
So your claim is just a claim. It doesn't stand on anything.
So you disagree with the claim that there exists even one happy nihilist?
I didn't say that.
Okay, would you agree there exists at least one happy nihilist in the universe?
It's not a question that has any meaning as far as I'm concerned, because it
Okay.
depends on what you mean by happy, and it depends on the duration that you're trying to calculate over. Now and then there's probably some deluded soul who thinks he's a nihilist who's momentarily pleased with himself. But as a long-term strategy to deal with the future, to get along with yourself and with others, it's sadly lacking. That's why Nietzsche warned that when God died, as he announced in 1850, that people would be flooded with pointless, anxiety-ridden, hopeless nihilism. And that was what would attract them to, for example, to the false gods of totalitarianism, which is exactly what happened, because everybody worships something, even atheists who think they don't.
Aren't there unhappy Christians or devoted believers? So worshiping something is neither sufficient nor necessary for happiness then?
Well, terrible.
I definitely say that if you don't value, again, if we just switch in value, which seems to be the main thing, if you don't value it, then no, you would need to value something in order to be happy.
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is kind of like this fallacy of the beard situation where he's like, well, maybe we can slip something in and mess around with our definitions enough to where you're technically wrong, but it's not addressing the actual point, which the actual point is exactly what you just said, that the place that a Christian would say should rightly be occupied by God will be occupied by something else.
Yeah, and I would say that is universal for everyone in some regard. Being something big or something small, you value something.
Yeah.
So
things can come your way regardless, and that does happen. But it's the case that even when circumstances become deeply troublesome, that how you're oriented makes a big difference. So I'll give you an example. So the book of Job deals with the issue of unfair suffering. So Job is a good man who has everything taken away from him in the most painful possible way.
To settle a bet, right?
With Satan, yes. And so he makes the axiomatic presumption that he won't lose faith in himself or in the spirit of being itself. And that helps him remain calm and forward-looking through his time. of trial.
Doesn't he absolutely curse God?
No, his
wife does.
Wife tells him to do that.
Okay, so Jordan Peterson obviously has read some of the Bible then, at least Job. Finish reading it, or at least review it, because again, you got the concepts for Christianity wrong again.
Mm-hmm.
So
we've been going for what, like 5 hours and 15 minutes?
5 hours 15.
And there's still a lot of this video. You want to break it into 2 parts? Please?
Sure, I think we could.
I mean, assuming you want to cover the rest. I waited till the subject had ended. Right, I wanted to end it at
we're
the
at
end of a
the
subject.
third of, let's see, is there only one subject left? There is one subject left. I will review that and see if there's anything left. In fact, you know what? I will put that into the chat as another question. Let's go ahead and check the poll currently. Did Jordan Peterson get owned? 45% say yes, 55% say no. That's a lot closer than what I would have expected, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
So just with the experience of Jordan Peterson, I don't think he did.
Oh, we forgot to grade
really
this last
bad.
guy. Yeah, we forgot to grade this guy. This one is pretty close. I'm going to say that this one could potentially be called a tie, but I'm going to give the blue shirt guy the loss because he defined worship in such a way that he was worshiping his wife while trying to say he wasn't worshiping his wife. So because of his self goal there, I'm giving Peterson the win, which puts the final score at 7-3. You could argue about some of them for sure, but I don't think that's like super biased or way far off. I don't like have any love for Peterson. I don't really care about him. And I disagree with his position. Like some of the ones I gave him the win, I think I disagree with his position for sure. So I think that's probably a pretty objective score. Definitely doesn't seem like he was decimated or owned. Did he do as well as he could have? No, he could have done better, but that doesn't mean he was owned, right? That doesn't mean he was destroyed. And the one guy that supposedly is the one that totally destroyed him, I think, it was a complete and total jerk with nothing of value to say.
Yeah. So should I do a new stream for the final topic? Yes, no, maybe so.
It looks like the poll ended itself.
Yeah, that was a misclick on my part. So I immediately started it and then immediately ended it. So this time I'm not going to double click. Okay, just one single one. So yes, no, maybe so is the options. Ladies and gentlemen, let me know one way or the other with this one. And we might just do the final topic. What is the final topic? We'll hit play just to hear what the final topic is.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good. My final claim is that atheists accept Christian morality, but deny the religion's foundational stories.
Okay.
Well, that does actually sound pretty good.
Yeah, I'm voting yes.
Yes, do it.
Like I need to eat, and I also streamed 3 hours on my own channel, so I've been streaming like more than 8 hours. So I definitely don't want to do it right now, but I do want to do that topic. That sounds like a really good one.
That was better than the first one. Okay, well, we will hit that one. It's definitely Christian oriented because it's Christ. So he's definitely going to have to defend Christianity. So I'd be very interested to see how he does it and break it down. We'll leave the score as is. It definitely sounds like we might be doing it. But just until then, ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you take time and you check out, if you guys want to, the Seek and Share Truth Coming Up conference. Make sure you vote on it. On the poll, and then come get your tickets, get them free. I'll grab the link for you guys. And if you can help financially, please do. You're not obligated. We want this to be something that is free for everyone, so we're not charging for it. But in so doing, we do need to have funding somehow. So let us know if you guys are interested in that. Let me know in the chat. And as we are starting to slowly close this down, Thaddeus, what do you got coming up?
All right.
Than doing this one again in the future.
Yeah. So in the near future, I'll be doing a live stream on Jordan Peterson verse 20 atheists, covering the question, do atheists accept Christian moral values while rejecting Christianity? I mean, that one, some of his other ones, I can see how, well, like, so the one with science doesn't provide for morality, I think that one was a slam dunk. But the other two, you know, were somewhat debatable, were somewhat reasonable topics. I cannot imagine how these atheists, well, I can't imagine how they'll do it, but I can't imagine how they would actually objectively do it, because the way they'll do it is they'll just assume that things that come from Christianity are in fact universal human values that have always been held by all human beings, when in fact that's not the case, right? Generally, when people like think of the past and they think that people were different and they were stupid, or they just accepted things without evidence, or they had poor morals or whatever, generally when people do that, that's just pure bigotry. It has no basis in reality. However, when it comes to certain moral precepts that we hold very highly today, those are from Christianity and were not held by any other ancient group. So should be a very interesting debate there.
Yep, they were not held by any
so
group.
Other than that, which of course is the highlight of the things I have coming up for sure, but tomorrow I'll have a members only live stream to discuss channel plans and whatnot. On Tuesday, I will be on Apologetics Roadshow, David Wood's channel, to discuss Epic City. I'm going to aim to have a scripted video out on Tuesday also on that topic to make the conversation of that day easier. So those are my focus and priority for the next couple days.
Cool. Look forward to it. Should be awesome. Well, other than planning for a future live stream on the same topic that I'll have to throw in somewhere, I'm not 100% sure, but I will get to that. This, I think Monday, I'm doing the Seek and Share Truth conference review, talking about that, where you guys can get more information about the upcoming Seek and Share Truth. And then after that, we will be going to do, since it is Pride Month, and they like to remind us every year of that, I like to remind the Muslims every year about Muhammad's activities. So we will be asking the question, was Muhammad gay? And I'll be having all the references for that. I might want to see if I can grab Mary for that one, because she should enjoy that one.
Oh, yeah. Sure she loves that topic. It's one of her favorites for sure.
So that will be on Wednesday, and I'll need to book that one, but you guys should be redirected. Yep, all zoot. You guys should be redirected to the upcoming Seek and Share Truth conference live stream, where you can ask. It's an open Q&A. We can have discussions and dive on into what's going on. So thank you guys so much for joining us. Make sure to click that there, like, comment, subscribe to Thaddeus's channel, Reasoned Answers. If you've been lame and haven't yet subscribed, make sure you check it out. And just like always, Dias Volt.